Hi friends, welcome to Durga Soft and welcome to DevOps. Okay, so now just observe what is DevOps. Okay, so do you know most of the people are feeling that development and operations. Okay, like some people. Okay, so just you should aware. Some people are going to feel it is a new technology came in the market, or it is a new tool came in the market. Correct? What about your feeling? What is the DevOps, sir? Is it a technology or is it a new tool? Respond, because if I ask any person, which is the most trending thing in the current market, okay, like DevOps is the most trending. Okay, that's why I'm learning like so what is a DevOps? In a single word you have to tell, is it a tool or is it a technology? Okay, like sir, take very special care. Okay, DevOps is not a new tool in the market. Okay, remember carefully, sir. It is not a new tool or new technology in the market. Okay, it is not a new tool, it is not a new technology in the market. Okay, like then what is the DevOps, sir? Okay, it is not a tool, it is not a technology. What is that? It is a culture what we have to follow. It is a new process what we have to follow. Okay, like it is a new culture. Okay, it is a new culture or process, sir. It is a new culture what we have to follow, or it is a new process what we have to follow to develop, release, to develop, release, and maintenance of software product. Okay, maintenance of software application or project or product. Okay, like software product, like so. If you want to develop or release or maintain a software application, complete life cycle of software application or software project or product, so a new culture came in the market, a new process we have to follow. Okay, like a new culture came in the market, right? So next, with higher quality, with a higher quality. Okay, so with the high quality I have to develop a project. Okay, with in faster way, in very faster way. Okay, like within very less time only I have to do that. Okay, so if you want to develop your project, if you want to maintain your project with a high quality and faster way, the best process, a new culture came in the market, or a new process came in the market. Okay, that culture or process itself is nothing but DevOps. Everyone in the position to understand? Yes, friends. So don't feel it's a technology. Don't feel it's a tool. Don't feel it's a tool. Don't feel it's a technology. It is a culture or process, okay, to develop, release, maintenance of software application with a higher quality in very faster way. Okay, like so the beauty of DevOps is we can achieve by using automation tools. Remember this one, sir, by using automation tools. Okay, like sir, what is automation tool? Okay, all these which tools are there, these part I will discuss. Okay, just a basic idea what you people should aware. Sir, DevOps is not a new tool, DevOps is not a new technology. DevOps is a culture we have to follow, or process we have to follow to develop projects with a high quality and in shorter time. Such type of thing, such type of new culture or new process itself is nothing but DevOps. Any doubt up to this? Please confirm. Are you in the position to understand the words? Words, right? Okay, well. Next, sir, in for any software development in the organization, sir, for any software development and maintenance, for any software project, there are two groups of engineers are working, sir. Okay, for any software, software product, for any software product, two types of two types of engineers, two groups of engineers will work together. Remember this, two groups of engineers are required, or engineers will work, sir. Okay, will work. So for any software products, sir, have you heard about, sir, have you observed, right? The first one is development group. What is the first one, sir? Can you please spell out? Okay, respond. What is the first one? Development group. Development group is the first one. Second one, sir, development group. Second one is, sir, non-development group, which is also known as operations group. Operations group. These people are considered as operations group, sir, non-development group. Non-development group. Non-development group. Okay. Or sometimes we can use administrators group. Administrators group. Okay, like we can use the word. So if you want to understand DevOps, first you should aware these two groups. Okay, DevOps is nothing but development and operations. Development and operations. Like, sir, what is development group, what is operations group? First you should aware, then you can understand the word of DevOps very easily. Any doubt? Are you getting right? So what about these two? Sir, further, there are, again, this classification can be divided into, sir, within the development group, there is again coding group is there. Next and after that, coding group is there. Next and after that, sir, what we call testing group, like multiple subgroups are there. But anyway, our concentration is always on main only these groups. Okay, again, okay, if you want, again this classification can be divided into small set of groups. A small set of groups. But anyway, these small sets of groups, we are not required to worry. Our concentration is always on what is the development group, what is the operations group, like you people should aware. Any doubt about up to this? We will discuss in detail, don't worry at all. Okay, like, sir, what is a development group? So to understand DevOps word, first you should have clear clarity about this one, sir, development group and operations group. Sir, what is the development group? Sir, usually if you want to develop a project, sir, which persons are required? Can you please confirm? Generally, which persons are required to develop your project, sir? I want to develop a project. Which persons are required? I want to develop a project. I want to release to the client. Sir, generally, which roles are required? Yeah, excellent. Developers are required. Are coders. Can I use the word developers are coders? Next and after that, do you know business analyst must be required? Remember that a bit very carefully, sir. Sir, here this person is called business analyst. One minute. Okay, no problem. Business analyst must be required. Who is the responsible to gather requirements from the client? Business analyst must be required. Okay. Next and after that, do you know system analyst must be required? Okay. He is the responsible to analyze the requirements, whatever this business analyst got, okay, will be converted into functional requirements specification. Like he is responsible to analyze. System analyst must be required. Next, design architect must be required. Have you observed? Design architect. Do you know this business analyst? Shortly the people are going to use BA. System analyst. Shortly the people are going to use SA. Next, design architect. Architect is required. Architect DA. Okay, like we can. Next, developers are coders. Most of the times, do you know, we are talking about this one. Developers are coders. Okay, like next, developer. Once the developer developed the code, remember this one. Once the developer developed the code, that total code we have to integrate together and we have to release, we have to convert into, okay, deliverable thing. Okay, this thing is called build the applications are ER file, where file, jar file, something like a build engineer is required. Correct or not? Build engineer. Sir, build and release engineer, somewhere you may heard about this role. Build engineer. What is the meaning of this build? I will explain in detail. Don't worry at all, sir. Next, testers are required or not? Test engineers are required or not? Can you please spell out? Test engineers are QA team is required, something like QA is required like. So now take very special care about this one. All these people either directly or indirectly are responsible to develop a software product. Okay, so these people are belongs to which groups are development group. Most of the people are going to fail. Development group means developers are coders. No. Okay, it is the dev team. Developers are coders. Is the part of development group. There are all these people who are responsible, okay, to develop, to deliver a project. Such type of this group is by default considered as development group. Sir, I can use the word the people, okay, the people who are involving, the people who are involving, okay, involving, the people who are involving, okay, just who are involving in planning means do you know requirements collection, requirements analysis, design, like a planning. These all together is by default considered planning. Next the coding. Next build the application. Next, and after that, you know, testing. The people who are involving in these activities, who are involving these areas are considered as development group. Okay, are considered as development group. Remember a bit very carefully, sir. So I can use the word all these people are considered as development group only. Any doubt about this? Yes, Nirmal, was you ready? Yes, have you observed, right? Okay, all these people, the people who are involving in sir planning, requirement collection, requirement analysis, like sir, like next, and after that, next coders, build under testing. Okay, sir, build engineer will come after testing, right? Was you ready? Need not be. So first, multiple developers are responsible to code. Okay, the total code should be integrated and converted into the build. Now that build we have to send it to the QA team for testing purpose. Yes. Okay. So these are the examples what you people should be aware. While the concept is going on, you people will get much clarity. Just observe the basic terminology, right? Yes, Nirmal. Regarding, so what they are responsible? Okay, so requirement gathering, requirement analysis, and design, like coders are responsible. Next, build. Sir, build, we have to discuss each activity in detail. Don't worry at all. There we have to talk. Okay, almost it's a big course, almost around a 2 to 3 months course. There all these things we are going to get just aware. So operation. So up to this development group, not required to keep any explanation, right? Clear. Sir, what is the other group? I forgot. What is the other group, sir? I forgot. You have to tell. What is the other group? Operations group. Remember this one. Operations group. Okay, like, sir, now I have one small doubt, sir. Okay, sir, this word you have to aware clearly. Very important, sir. Sir, the project developers are, okay, ready to move to the client mission. Okay, listen carefully. Ready to move to the client mission. Development group job completed. Assume that. So to move to the client mission, so we have to configure required softwares or not? Respond. We require to configure required softwares or not? Yes. Okay. So for that, configuration engineer is required. Remember this one, sir. Configuration engineer is required. C means configuration engineer. Don't feel, okay, compile time error. Okay, like next thing is, okay, to maintain this system admin must be required. If it required database admin must be required. Regarding database admin must be required. Next, so whether applications are working properly or not, whether the system database everything is working properly or not, monitoring team must be required. Correct, right? Monitoring team must be required. So all these people are by default considered, yeah, operations team. Now you should aware. So these people nowhere related to the development. These people nowhere related to the development. Sir, project is ready. Project is ready. We have to talk about sir configurations, system management, system admin. Okay, like these people are by default considered, yeah, operations group. Remember a bit very carefully about this one. Okay, like sir, now the people who are involving, okay sir, here just the people who are involving, the people who are involving in okay release sir, project release, okay, like project release. Next deployment, we have to deployment, release. Next operate. Next, and after that monitor, okay, monitor. So release, deployment, operations. Okay, just operate means operations, network engineer, system admin, like monitoring, like the people who are involving in these are considered, yes, are considered, yeah, operations group. Remember this a bit very carefully, sir. Operations group. So after project complete development, then the operations team will come in the picture. Remember this one, sir. Okay, like can you please give example for this? Yes, respond. Can you please give an example for this? Yes, friends. So can you please give an example? Configuration engineer. Next, can I use the word system administrator, database admin, database admin, network admin. Okay, network admin. Okay, like network admin, like etc. All these people are by default considered, yes, operations team. Remember this a bit very carefully, sir. Release engineers, like release engineers. Okay, release engineers, like all these people are by default considered, yeah, operations group. But all the almost whatever we are going to discuss every day, we have to talk about these words. There you will get much clarity. Even at this stage a bit abstract, don't worry at all. Okay, like sir, now total project life cycle. There are two types of teams are going to involve. One is development group, the second one is operations group. Okay, like so development group is the responsible to involve in the planning, coding, build and testing. So once the development got completed, now operations team is going to start in the picture. They are responsible to release, deploy, operations and monitoring, like sir. Now basic idea you people should got, I hope. Correct, right? Yes, friend. Are you in the position to understand the basic idea? What is the development group and what is the operations group? Sir, DevOps is a combination of development and the operations. DevOps is a combination of development and operations, right? Remember this one. So do you know? So the main objective of the DevOps is to establish, to implement collaboration between these two teams to deliver, okay, the project within the less time with the high quality. Remember a bit very carefully, sir. The main objective of DevOps is to establish collaboration between these two teams. Now if you observe that I have one diagram is there. Okay, now I hope this is the logo of the DevOps. Okay, now observe. Are you seeing any different thing here? Can you please observe that? Here, have a look once, sir. This part is called the development part. Okay, this is plan, code, build, and then test. Okay, they are responsible for planning, coding, building, and then test. Release, so operations part, release, deploy, operate, monitor, like these part is by default considered, yes, okay, operations. Now to establish or to implement collaboration between these two people as a single team, to deliver and monitor the things effectively, which is this new type of culture itself is nothing but, okay, DevOps. Are you in the position to understand? Yes, friends. Okay, which tools are required? Those tools we are going to discuss in detail. As of now, don't worry about the tools. Just aware the basic terminology you have to understand, right? So the main objective of DevOps, the main objective of DevOps is to implement, okay, to implement collaboration, to implement collaboration between development and operation teams. Development and operation teams. Development and operation, okay, operation teams to fulfill our requirement. That's also, this is what is the DevOps. Sir, what is the meaning of development? What is about the operations, right? So up to this, I hope it's very clear for you people, right? So it is not a new tool, it is not a new technology in the market, it is a new culture, new process we have to adapt to develop, release and maintenance of software products with higher quality in faster way. Okay, like how you can do that? There are multiple automation tools we are going to use. Okay, like multiple automation tools we are going to use. Okay, like next, sir, what is the what is the meaning of ops? Okay, now basic idea, I hope you got up to this. Clear, friends? Okay, don't think too much about this. Okay, just the basic overall idea, because the total course we have to talk about these words only. Okay, was already told, don't worry about, sir, configuration engineer will be replaced by Docker tool in DevOps, like so don't worry about tools. This is not correct time. We will discuss all these things in detail. Okay, now, so this is what you people should aware, right? Sir, now I have one small thing is there, sir, to understand the beauty of this new culture. Okay, we have to aware, array, what are various existing software development models. Okay, why we have to go for this DevOps? Then you will get much clarity, sir. Okay, to understand, okay, to understand the beauty of or this new, to understand this new DevOps culture. Have you observed the word? Now I'm not using the word technology or tool. To understand this new DevOps culture, we have to aware already existing SDLC models. Remember a bit carefully, sir. We should aware already existing SDLC models. Models compulsory we should aware. Okay, like sir, the first one, do you know there are several models are there? Have you heard about any SDLC model? What is the meaning of SDLC, friends? Why respond? What is the meaning of SDLC? Okay, SDLC means software development life cycle. Software development life cycle. Can you please tell what is the meaning of SDLC? Okay, can you spell out some software development software SDLC models? Yes, friends, please observe. Sir, have you heard about waterfall model? Okay, respond. Have you heard about waterfall model? From our childhood onwards, I hope you people may be aware. Have you heard about prototype model? Prototype model, just the names only. You are not required to worry much about these. Okay, even you don't know also, don't worry. We will discuss. Next, incremental or iterative model. Okay, like next, you may heard about spiral model. Spiral model. Okay, you may heard about rad model. Rad model, rapid. Okay, like next, you may heard about okay, spiral model, rad model. Next, big bang model. Okay, big bang model. Okay, like next, you may heard about fish model. Okay, fish model. Next, V model. Next, agile model. Okay, agile model. Okay, you may add. Have you observed? So this is, even you don't know about these words, don't worry, sir. I'm here to discuss. But anyway, whatever required, we are going to discuss as unnecessary. So we are not required to discuss all the things. Okay, like so, if you aware these, then the beauty of DevOps, you can aware very easily, sir. Okay, DevOps model I can use. Okay, DevOps culture I can use, because it is also a software development model only. It's also a software development model only. If you aware this, then you can understand DevOps culture very easily. The beauty of DevOps, sir, why the software companies are running towards DevOps, then you can aware clearly, right? Okay, but anyway, among these, the oldest model, waterfall models are the most recent model. I mean, before DevOps, the most hot cake model in the market, agile model. These are two things I will discuss until. So what is the need of going for DevOps, so that you people can get much clarity? Can I start the cinema? Yes, friends. Okay, all these models are there. Earlier I handled one batch. Okay, QA manual testing batch I handled, sir. Manual testing and Selenium batches I took this batch. I know all these models in detail. What is the advantage of this model? What are the limitations? Okay, like I know. But anyway, that almost around 10 sessions we require to spend about this, but not required to worry. Just for the DevOps, just basic idea. Okay, you have to get the first model, the last model I will discuss, and then I will introduce DevOps, so that you people can feel more comfortable, I'm sure, sir. Okay, like, sir, now the first important terminology. Let me talk about waterfall model. Okay, waterfall model like. Okay, now here just take a bit very special care. Have you observed, sir, in any software development model, SDLC, what are various stages or phases are there? Can you please confirm? The first one, respond. What are various phases are there? Can you please spell out? Okay, the first thing is, okay, I can use the word. The first one is requirement analysis. Okay, like, just observe that requirement gathering. Okay, requirement gathering, or some people may use the word collection. Okay, we have to collect the requirements, right? Requirement collection. What is the second one, sir? Can you please guide? Requirement analysis. Requirement analysis. Sysadmin is the responsible to do that. Okay, SA is the responsible, like. Next, after that, design. Okay, design we have to take. Okay, high level design documents, low level design documents, like UI. Okay, GUI design documents. Okay, like, we have to take a design phase. Okay, like, once a design completed, next we have to talk about development. Okay, or otherwise coding. We can use the word coding. Coding is the more technical word. Instead of development, coding, design, coding. Once coding got completed, then we have to talk about testing. Okay, once testing itself got completed, then we have to talk about release. Okay, release, and then maintenance will come in the picture. Okay, release, and then maintenance will come in the picture. Okay, that's all. Testing, release, that's all. Maintenance, like. So do you know here? So if you consider this model, if you consider this models are, now how this model is going to work is very important, sir. So first, what thing we have to use? Can you please spell out, sir? First, what is the step we require to use? What is the phase? What is the first phase we have to use? Okay, requirement gathering. Next, and after that, what is the next one we have to take care? Okay, like, requirement gathering analysis, like. Now there is one, how this model is going to work is, assume this is the first step, this is the second step. Okay, this is the third step, fourth step. Okay, like, sir, next, fifth step, sixth step. Okay, seventh step. Now on the steps, if you flow water, if you are passing the water, how the water will flow? On this. So it is flowing just like water from top to bottom. That's why this model is by default considered as waterfall model. Remember this one, sir. Okay, what are just once first step completed, then only second step is going to start. Once the second step completed, then only third one is going to start, then only fourth one is going to start, then only fifth one is going to start, like. This model is by default considered, yeah, waterfall model. Why the word waterfall? Are you saying waterfalls, falling of water? Who respond? Are you seeing falling of water? That's why the word waterfall model. Okay, like now here, so this model is also known as sequential linear sequential model. Can I use the word linear sequential model? So this is first you have to complete this one. After that, this one is going to start, and then we have to start about this one, and then we have to talk this. We require to talk like this. All these steps are required in the normal waterfall model, right? Now here, so what advantages are there? What problems are there? Because so just let me talk more on problems aside, because this model is not recommended. What are various models are there? What limitations are there, sir? Very, very important point. Take very, very special care. Okay, like sir, is it applicable for AI projects? No chance at all. Okay, Viraj, those days already gone. It was a history. Okay, 1950s, 1960s, first time the people used software product, software. At that time, the model is waterfall model. Remember, it's almost gone. It was history. No one is going to use. What is the reason for that? Okay, like now observe that very carefully, sir. Do you know there are two examples I will discuss so that you may get much clarity. Layman examples, right? Suppose I want to build, assume that I want to build some 3-floor building. Assume that. Okay, simple, sir. 3-floor building I want to build. Assume maybe scale up until 1,000 floors also, no problem at all. So first assume that our 1,000-floor building I have to take. I have to construct. Okay, assume. Sir, now do you know? First, sir, this is about my requirement, 1,000-floor building. Now, my requirement is, observe that, sir, first floor, okay, pillars, and then slab completed. Okay, and then second floor, pillars, and then slab completed. And then third floor, pillars, and then slab completed. Okay, like, sir, like all the 1,000 floors, sir, pillars and slab completed. Assume that pillars and slab completed. After that, now I want to talk about, okay, flooring of the first floor, flooring of the first floor, flooring of the first floor. Next, I have to talk about flooring of the second floor. Next, and after that, I have to talk about flooring of the third floor, like all the 1,000 completed. Now I have to talk about electrical work of the first floor, electrical work of the second floor, electrical work. Sir, are you going to do like this? One by one? Is it unnecessary? Time waste or not? Array, you have to, if you are going to do first activity in all 1,000 floors, second activity in all 1,000 floors, third activity in all 1,000 floors, sir, to construct a 1,000 floor building, minimum, sir, 10 to 15 years must be required. Are you getting right? 10 to 15 years must be required. It's a very difficult. It's very time waste. Cost is going to be increases like anything. It is never recommended, right? Now my question is, sir, whenever second floor pillars started, why don't you start interior work of first floor? Regarding why don't you start interior work of first floor, so that there is a separate team is going to work in this first floor interior work. Meanwhile, second floor pillars and slab is going to be ready. Whenever third floor pillars and slab is going to be there, interior work of second floor is going to start. Next, the paint work of the first floor is going to start. Okay, like if multiple people are going to involve like that, instead of doing one by one, parallelly if they are going to do, is it really advantage or not? Yes, friends, are you in the position to understand? Okay, this must be required, man. Okay, like suppose here best another example to understand. I will tell. Just observe that. Suppose here assume that, okay, 1,000 kilometers road, 1,000 kilometers national highway. Sir, we have to. There is a contractor got national highway. He is responsible to construct. So what he has to do is first all the 1,000 floors. Okay. First level road, all the 1,000 kilometers, first level road means raw material they are going to flow. And then they have to keep some concrete. all the 1,000 kilometers, and then they have to go for sir, what we call damper or something like concrete, like he has to. No. They never going to do like that. What they will do is, sir, these 5 kilometers, one team is working. Okay, the first 5 kilometers, one team is working. Next 5 kilometers, another team is working. Next 5 kilometers, another team is working. Like so, these 5 kilometers, there is no dependency at all. Why we have to wait, man? Okay, in the first 5 kilometers only, all stages are going to be completed, ready to use. Next 5 kilometers, okay, so parallelly it's going on like so. This type of development is always highly recommended. Anyone? Are you in the position to understand? Yes, friends. Okay, like suppose best example, if you consider Hyderabad Metro, if any person is coming from Hyderabad Metro, or otherwise university also Metro is there, just observe that. Are first, okay, first Metro, sir, Hyderabad Metro is assume that, sir, total, sir, just, sir, 120 kilometers, total 120 kilometers, sir, 4 lines are there. Assume that 4 lines are there. Now, so all 120 kilometers, all 4 lines, first pillars has to be started, first pillars has to be constructed. Next, after completing all 120 kilometers 4 lines, then okay, next level work is going to start. No, the people are not going to do like that. What they will do is, they will start 4 lines parallelly. Okay, now once a first line completed, immediately it will be used. Okay, after 2 or 3 months, next thing is going to be completed. After 2 or 3 months, next thing is going to be completed. They never going to think about from first to last, under the next level, like. Are you in the position to understand? Okay, the problem with this waterfall model, are you seeing, right? Array, once you started here, next until completing last one, okay, there is no changes in the middle. Okay, once the last thing completed, then only we have to talk about next level. How worst it is. Yes, friend. So suppose here you are in the coding stage. Assume that. So until design completed, the developers and the testers should be vacant. They are not having any work. Okay, until coding completed, testing team will be just, they have to come to the office and they have to go free. Okay, like it is a bigger problem, unnecessary. Okay, cost of the project is going to be increases like anything. Development time is going to increase like anything. Are you getting right? Development time will be increases. Okay, remember. Next, the cost of the project development will be increases. Okay, like sir, observe. Next, it won't accept requirement changes in the middle. Okay, suppose already coding started, sir. Suddenly client came, sorry, I have some changes in my requirement. What we have to do? Have you observed? Coding already started. Now, suddenly client came, sir, we have some requirement changes. What we have to do? Nothing. So again, we have to start from beginning only. Okay, like it is. So it won't accept. Accept changes in the middle. Requirement changes in the middle. Okay, it won't accept requirement changes in the middle. Okay, like requirement changes in the middle. If it is not going to accept requirement changes in the middle, then the client satisfaction is very, very low. Okay, client satisfaction is very, very low, because so in day to day, sir, every day the changes, new trends are going to come. Sorry, okay, I don't want this. Can you please change my requirement? Can you please change the requirement? Like so, this model is not in a position to provide support. Remember a bit very carefully about this. Are you in the position to understand, right? Client satisfaction is very, very low. Okay, like next, suppose here, sir, if there is a bug, when the bug is going to be identified? Somewhere at last stages. At last stages, do you know, bug identification, the cost of bug fixing is very high, because when it will be after completing total product, then only we have to identify the bug. Are you getting? After completing total product, then only we require to identify the bug. Okay, so now bug fixing. Okay, bug fixing is very costly. Bug fixing is very costly, because okay, we can't identify bugs in early stages of life cycle. Remember this one, sir. In early stages of life cycle. Okay, we can't identify bugs. Okay, like next, not suitable if the requirements keep on changing. Have you observed, right? If the requirement keep on changing, sorry man, this type of model is the waste. So not at all suitable. Not at all suitable if requirements keep on changing. Requirements keep on changing. Next, not suitable for large projects. Remember this one. Not suitable for large projects. Not suitable for large projects like. So n number of problems are there. That's why waterfall model was the history. No one is going to use this model. Any doubt? Any doubt about this one? Okay, like then immediately ask, sir, here you are telling all the limitations. Maybe some advantages also there. Okay, advantages are okay. Everything is clear, easy to implement. So first this person, next this person, next this person, next this person. Advantages, if you want, just briefly, not required actually, but anyway, just aware. So advantages, it is very simple. It is very simple and easy to implement. And easy to implement. Correct or not? It's very simple and easy to implement. Okay. Next, and after that, okay, like it is easy to. Next, best suitable if the requirements are fixed. Okay, best suitable if requirements are fixed. If requirements are fixed. Next, best suitable for small projects. Okay, best suitable for small projects. For small projects like. Okay, but anyway, it was the history. That's why what is the use of knowing advantages? It is meaningless. Observe the problems especially, right? Why this model is not suitable? Why this model is not using that much frequently these days? You should have clear clarity. Any doubt? Yes. Was every day. Okay, no overlapping between the pages. Like there are multiple. Okay, like. So why waterfall model is not frequently used? This not frequently, no way. Why the people are not using this model? Why it was the history? So now I hope you are in the position to understand this one, right? Okay, like now take very special care. Okay, so the most recent model, hot cake model in the market. Okay, before DevOps, the most recent hot cake model in the market is, have you ever agile model? Have you heard about this one? Yes, friends. Do you know last, if you in the software company, if you can ask any person, we are using agile model, agile methodology, we are using agile. Okay, like sir, now I can use the word. This is the most frequently. Used and hot cake model. Okay, in software development. Okay, but not now. Okay, now the trend is DevOps. Okay, remember, this is the most frequently. This was, I can use the word was the most frequently used and hot cake model in software development. Almost around 10 to 20 years. This model last 10 years around. This model was the hot cake in the market. Okay, like sir, now so agile model is divided into multiple submodels are there, sir. Okay, just these words are very important, sir. Agile model is divided into multiple submodels. multiple sub models like so just observe these. Of course we are not required to worry about these things. Even the people who are working in the companies also, it is not required, just aware the words. Okay, first one, rational unify process. Okay, what is the first one, sir? Can you please spell out? Rational unify process. Rup like. Okay, rational unify process. Second, adaptive software development. Adaptive software development. Adaptive software development. Okay, development. Do you know? We can use the word ASD. Okay, ASD, adaptive software development. Next, feature driven development. Sir, feature driven development. Sir, development, feature driven development. Okay, like FDD, we can use the word FDD. Okay, like next, crystal clear. Okay, crystal clear, it is also one submodel of agile. Crystal clear. Dynamic. Okay, dynamic software, dynamic software development. Okay, method. Don't worry, all these names you are not required to worry, just aware the words, that's all. DSDM. Okay, like next, extreme programming. Extreme programming, XP. Okay, extreme. Okay, XP, something like. Okay, next, next, the most valuable, I hope this word you people may heard, scrum. Have you heard about this one? Oh, respond. Scrum model. Have you heard about this? Scrum. Okay, like now the people, especially you are working in the companies, this word is the very popular word in the company in agile. Remember that there are multiple submodels are there, but among all these submodels, okay, which model is the very popular, sir? Scrum model is the very popular. Remember a bit very carefully about. Okay, among all these models, which model is the most popular and frequently used? Scrum model. Scrum model is the most popular and frequently used model. Okay, like any doubt? Are you getting? Why this one is the most frequently used? What is the meaning of Scrum? We will discuss in detail. Don't worry at all. Just aware, sir. So, oldest model we saw, the model which was almost 1950s, 1960s, we saw waterfall model. This waterfall model is the linear sequential model. This is not at all required. Okay. Now, the most recent model in the software industry to develop software says agile model. In that, multiple submodels are there. In that, Scrum is the most popular model. Okay, like now, sir, what is agile? What is agile? Do you know agile means speed? Everything should be speed. In that, what is Scrum? You should aware. There is one more word I want to introduce. Okay, sprint. There is one more word, sprint. I want to introduce. So total 3 words are there. In the agile model, Scrum is the submodel. Scrum is a agile based model. Okay, in that sprint will be there. What is the meaning of sprint? Any idea? Any idea? Anyone? The people who are working in the companies? Okay, sprint. What is the meaning of sprint? Okay, remember, not sprint means not fixed duration. Don't tell abbreviations. Yeah, here just take a bit very special care about this one. Sir, waterfall model, the biggest problem is if you consider with the waterfall model, two important things. It is the linear sequential model. Because of that, step by step is going to be happen. Because of that, development is going to be increases like anything. Development is going to increase like anything. Next, and after that, development time cost is going to increase. Requirement changes won't be accepted in the middle. But sir, agile model, forget about the sprint. I will cover in detail next. Scrum is a agile based model. Agile based model. Okay, one thing. Next, it is not a linear sequential model. Linear sequential model. It is not linear sequential model. Remember this one, sir. It is not linear sequential model. Okay, like next, I can use the word. It is a iterative model. Okay, remember this one. It is a iterative model. What is the meaning of iterative model? Sir, have you remembered 3 examples I covered? Okay. So if you want to implement metro project for 120 kilometers of 4 lines, what we will do is, so we won't continue for 120 kilometers at a time. Okay. We will convert into small parts. We will convert into small parts. Okay. For this part, all stages are going to be developed. So for this part, all stages are going to be developed by a set of team. Okay, like now, have you observed, right? Now multiple small divisions I want to take. Total activity I want to divide into small, and the required team I will hand over this work for the required team, sir, for complete life cycle. For this complete life cycle, I will hand over the required team. Okay, like the same way. This is small part of total software project is called a sprint. Remember a bit carefully about this one. What is the word sprint? Sprint means, sir, here it is an iterative model. I told, right? So iterative model. Now total software total software product will be developed. The total software project will be developed increment by increment, and each increment is called a sprint. Remember a bit very carefully, sir. So what is the meaning of sprint? Okay, so the portion, the part of the individual part of the project, okay, which is by default considered as sprint. Are you getting the words? Respond. 3 things you people should be aware. What is agile? Agile means agile means do you know speed, something like. Scrum is a agile based model. Remember a bit carefully, right? So in the scrum, each individual part is by default considered as a sprint. Like, sir, best example, just best example is, I want to build a website of 100 pages are there, sir. I want to build a website of 100 pages. What we will do is, we want to build all 100 pages simultaneously. So what in the waterfall model, what will happen? All 100 pages development completed. Now I show to the client. Okay, suddenly client is asking, hey, this color is not good, can you please change the color? Wow, too worst. Are you getting? So now you have to change the color for all. You require to change the color for all 100 pages. Are you getting? All 100 pages. Okay, now what we will do is, so these 100 pages will be divided into around some 10 pages like. Now observe that 10 pages like part by part. Okay, now these 10 pages first we will develop. These 10 pages. In that one, 2 or 3 developers, 1 or 2 tester, and UI engineer. Okay, I mean UI designer, front end designer. Like I will add whatever required to develop these 10 pages. Almost 7 to 9 members are required. These 7 to 9 members I will assign this sprint. Okay, now this sprint is going to be delivered to the client. Regarding this sprint is going to be delivered to the client. Now immediately client is telling, sir, okay, the color is not good, can you please change the color? Oh, then immediately, so the remaining 90 pages development not yet started. Now are you going to accept this change, requirement change in the middle or not? Yes, friend, is it possible or not? You respond, is it possible or not? Yes, requirement change is going to be acceptable. Next, yeah, so sprint, so do you know, small pieces, continuous delivery. Have you observed the word? Continuous delivery. Continuous delivery, you can use continuous delivery is there. First 10 pages we are, next remaining 10 pages in the next 20 days, remaining 10 pages next, okay, like so continuous delivery. Sir, here continuous feedback, continuous feedback, client is always keep on giving, so which is going to accept requirement changes in the middle, requirement changes in the middle, requirement changes in the middle, next client satisfaction, client satisfaction is very high, I'm sure, because if he's asking any change, no problem, we are in the position to provide support, okay, like continuous delivery, continuous feedback, requirement changes in the middle, client satisfaction is very high, okay, like next lesser development time, okay, lesser development time. What is the reason for that is, so in the first sprint 2 to 3 developers, next UI engineers, UI designer, next tester, all the people are working together, all the people are working together, collaboration is there. In the second sprint so all the people 2 to 3 developers, UI developer, next test engineer, like all the members will work together simultaneously on that small piece of work, okay, that's why parallel development is possible, okay, less development time, next and after that less development cost. Are you getting? Lesser development cost. I hope everyone in the position to understand, right? Why the sprint, why the why this agile model, scrum model, why this is very popular in the industry, because of these advantages. Sometimes what will happen, if these are individual parts, parallel development is also possible, because at a time multiple sprints also going to be delivered. Parallel development itself is possible there. Clear? Are you in the position to understand? Okay. Now observe that a bit very carefully, sir. Now the word scrum. Yes, Nirmal. The parallel, multiple sprints are going to be developed. Multiple sprints are going to be delivered. Okay, it is possible. Next, scrum. Actually, the word scrum is this is derived from rugby game. Rugby game. Have you ever heard about this one? Rugby game. Have you ever heard about this one? Rugby game. So, do you know what we call the total team? The total team is going to concentrate on one particular area. The total team, testers, developers, okay, like the total 7 to 9 members who are allocated, all the people are going to concentrate on this, okay, like something like, do you know, if you observe, if I use, sir, this is a scrum in rugby. Have you observed, right? Now all these red team, just they hold the ball. It is something like football game. So they hold the ball very tightly, so that not available for the other team. Are you getting? Are you seeing something like? Yes. Okay, like so developers, okay, assume that developers, UI engineer, next a tester, all the people are going to work together to deliver that. Okay, that's why the word scrum, this word is derived from where? Rugby games. Okay, like next a sprint means a small piece of the work. In every sprint, 7 to 9 members are going to work. 7 to 9 members will work, sir. Okay, sprint, in every sprint 7 to 9 members are going to work. Next, each sprint will be delivered in from 1 week to 3 weeks time. From 1 week to 3 weeks time. General words, 3 weeks time. Remember that. Okay, like 7 to 9 members will be there. Each sprint will be delivered. Each sprint will be delivered from 1 week to 3 weeks time. Okay, this is about the agile scrum model. All the people, laymen also can understand what is the difference between sprint or agile scrum model and waterfall model. What is the difference, right? Anyone, can you please tell? Yes, friend. Are you seeing the difference? Waterfall model. Okay, here just observe very carefully. Linear sequential model. But this one is incremental model or iterative model. Next, waterfall model requirement won't change, requirement changes won't be accepted in the middle. But here scrum model requirement changes are going to be accepted in the middle. Next, so every stage is going to be started after the previous stage, but here parallel development is always possible. Okay, developers and testers can work simultaneously together. Okay, like next, and after that, development cost is less in Scrum model, but development cost is more in Agile model. In waterfall model. Okay, like that's why. So almost for the last decade, Agile model ruling the market because of these advantages. Clear, right? Are you feeling comfortable? Any doubt about this? But anyway, we are not going to talk about. Okay, like, sir, yeah. Here Nirmal is asking one small doubt. Okay, Nirmal doubt is, sir, in one sprint. Okay. Sir, in one sprint, all team members work of a particular members. All team members means no. A group of members will be allocated. Okay, from the total team. Okay, three developers, something like three developers, one UI designer. Okay, one UI designer. Next, and after that, one tester, one test engineer, something like that. Are you getting now? So almost one scrum master will be there. Like okay, this is these people. Okay, some 7 to 9 members will be allocated for that particular sprint. Different members will work together. Okay, like next another 3 developers, another UI designer, next another test engineer will concentrate on the second sprint. Something like parallel development is possible. Clear up to this? Are you feeling comfortable? What is the already waterfall model is there? Okay, why this Scrum model? Why this is very much popular, sir? You people should have clear clarity about this one. Okay, Agile, everything is the speed. Like now, okay, I have one bigger doubt. Sir, such a type of beautiful model is already there. Why we have to go for DevOps model or DevOps culture? Okay. Now, do you know why we should go for DevOps? Why we should go for DevOps? Okay. Now, take very, very special care. Most of the people are going to feel. Okay, DevOps is nothing but Agile model. DevOps is also based on the Agile. Okay, like most of the people are going to feel. Remember that DevOps and the Agile both are different models. First important clarity. Okay, even though there are some areas similarity is there, but okay, some areas similarity is there, but still both are different. Remember that, sir. Which similarities are there? Okay, remember a bit very, very carefully, sir. Which similarities are there here, right? So the first similarity, remember that both are software development methodologies. Okay, both are software development methodologies. Okay, like sir, I can use. So what is the purpose of DevOps, sir? We are going to use for software development, right? Both are software development methodologies. Okay, like 1 minute, sir. One is sir, this Agile is almost for the last 20 years it is there, but DevOps is the recent thing. But anyway, both are software development methodologies. Okay, like next, the second one, sir, both the models. Okay, both the models concentrating on rapid software development. Okay, with the team collaboration. Okay, rapid software development with the team collaboration. Okay, like sir, here in the Agile we can use the word. In the Agile we can use the word Sir, here software team collaboration we can use the word. Next and after that, rapid agile speed. Agile means speed development like. Okay, this is so based on the similarities. Don't feel that, sir, here also team collaboration is there. Here also rapid speed development is there. That's why. So DevOps is also agile based model. No such type of thing at all. Sir, which differences are there? Remember this. What differences are there? Very important point. Sir, in the interview room, maybe a chance of asking, sir, what is the difference between agile model and the DevOps model? Can you please tell some differences, right? Okay. Very important terminology. Listen carefully, right? Do you know the difference between these models will start after development of the project? Remember, until software development, both models are always the same. Okay, the difference will come once development of the project completed. What is the meaning of that, sir? What it means, sir? Sir, do you know DevOps talks about development and operations. Correct or not? Respond. Development of the project, even post development also. My DevOps is going to talk. DevOps will talk post development. After development, operations part also is going to be covered. But this bleedy agile model talks about only development. Remember, it never talks about operations part. Okay, agile model talks about only development, but not operations. But not operations. Sir, in the operations part, agile model, no. Agile model is applicable only for development, but DevOps model talks about the complete life cycle, complete product life cycle, okay, like development, and operations. Are you in the position to understand key differences, sir? Key difference between DevOps and the agile model is agile only talks about development but not operations, but DevOps talks about development as well as operations. Okay, there is one small image is there, sir. These are not my created images. Okay, these images already there in the Google. If you want, you can observe. Sir, observe that carefully. Sir, here DevOps talks about both the things, but this agile only talks about development. Have you observed? It talks about only first part. It never talks about the second part. That is the one important difference. Okay, like second difference here is, okay, very important, sir. Second difference is, in agile model, separate people are responsible for developing, testing, and deploying the software. Correct, right? Okay, in agile, tester is the different. Developer is the different. UI engineer is the UI designer is the different. Okay, deployment person is the different. Okay, but in DevOps model, the beauty of DevOps is everyone is all-rounder. Okay, developer is the operations person is the development team. Okay, everyone is all-rounder. Remember that. Even though you are specialized in the development area, sir, I'm the specializer. In the development area. Assume that. So even you are specialized in the development area, but you should have sir, complete picture on the remaining total thing. Okay, total thing, sir. So individual dependency won't be there. So that's why. So the DevOps role is also known as DevOps generalist. Okay, generalist. Arey, what is your qualification? What is your role in the DevOps? DevOps generalist. This word generalist means general. In any area I can involve. In any area I can involve. So, do you want me involved in software configuration management? Yes, no problem at all. Do you want me involved in development? No problem at all. Like so, DevOps engineer. Okay, DevOps engineer is all rounder. Remember a bit carefully. Any doubt, friends? Are you in the position to understand? Okay. Yeah. Now observe. So the second point is the very important, sir. In Agile, in Agile model, separate people. Okay. Separate people are responsible. Separate people. People are responsible for development, testing, deployment, etc. Okay, for every activity, sir, every person role is the different. But in DevOps, okay, DevOps, here just observe that. But DevOps, the DevOps engineer is responsible. The DevOps engineer is responsible for everything, development to operations to development, everything, like development to operations and operations to development, like. Okay, that's all. So now you people may ask a bigger thing, sir. Okay, sir, then we should aware total thing. Array, you are not required to worry total, but basic idea compulsory you should aware on complete process. Okay, now the developer never going to talk about release process in the earlier, but compulsory here, everything should be done. Everything should have clear idea. That's why DevOps engineer should be the generalist. Complete idea should be there on the complete process. Remember, the client is always required the source for the persons who are talking about complete picture, but not the people who are talking about only development or only operations. That is also one important thing. Okay, like sir, up to this, are you feeling comfortable, right? Yes, friends. Okay, next, agile model agile model won't force us to use automation tools. Are you getting? Automation tools, that person is always talks about, array, total job, can you please divide into small activities? Better to do small activities, okay, parallelly. That model is always talks, it never talks force us to use automation tools, but DevOps model is completely based on automation. Okay, remember that most of the work will be done automatically. We are not required to do much activity. Most of the work is based on automation. We are not required to do much activity. Because of this automation also, n number of advantages are there. Okay, like so bug fixing is the very easy. So just monitoring will be there everywhere. Automation tools we are going to use. That is the beauty, sir. That is automation is the biggest important strength of DevOps. Remember a bit carefully, right? Next, sir, one more difference. Agile is always gives the importance, always giving highest priority. Agile always giving highest priority, highest priority for highest priority for speed. Because the name itself indicates agile speed development, rapid development, right? But sir, DevOps giving the priority, giving the priority. DevOps giving the priority for both the quality and both the quality and the speed. Remember this one. Quality is also important. Quality of the product is also important, sir. Okay, cut into pieces, and each piece you are going to develop individually. Maybe a problem. Okay, like clear, right? Agile is always giving highest priority only for speed. Only for speed. Sometimes may compromise with the quality, but here DevOps is always talks about both quality and the speed. Okay. Next thing, very very important thing, sir. Okay, sir. Here just observe in the agile model when we will get the feedback from who is the responsible to give the feedback? Respond. Who is the responsible to give the feedback in the agile model? Client is the responsible. Correct. Client is the responsible after seeing the product. Okay. In agile, client is the responsible to give the feedback. Feedback for the sprint. Okay. Like, but in DevOps, immediate feedback is available. In DevOps, immediate feedback is available because the total activity will be configured, will be monitored. There are some monitoring, self-monitoring tools are available. Self-feedback is there. Immediate feedback is there. We are not required to project it to the client and waiting for feedback. No, immediate feedback from our monitoring tools. Remember this, there are several automation tools we can configure for monitoring of every stage in our DevOps. Remember, that is also one important beauty. So, in Agile, client is the responsible. Client is the responsible. Okay, to give the feedback. Client is the responsible to give the feedback, right? So for the sprint, like client is the responsible to give the feedback for the sprint. But in DevOps, immediate feedback. But in DevOps, immediate feedback is available from the monitoring tools. Remember this one, sir, from monitoring tools. Okay, like that's what you should aware. Are you in the position to understand? Now with this, sir, have you observed, right? Okay, multiple differences are there, friends. Just only collaboration, team collaboration, and rapid software development. By seeing these two things, DevOps is the agile based model. No, agile based model is the different. DevOps model is the different. DevOps is always talks about automation. DevOps is always talks about okay, like yes, STLs until development, both the things are same. But this one is going to talk about the next level things also. Next in the SDLC also, okay, SDLC also, there is a difference. This person is always going to impose everywhere automation tools. Yes, Edgondala is asking something. In SDLC, is there any difference? Yes, this person is always talks about everywhere automation tool is the mandatory. But there, automation tools are not mandatory. Technically, any disadvantage automation apart from losing jobs? Was there already no chance at all? That is the trending we require to do. Monitoring tools, Nirmal, monitoring tools means if a server, my server is there, my application is running, keep on running, sir. Keep on running, provide the service. By mistake, my application is down, maybe some problem in the server. Okay. So I have to check manually whether my application is running or not. Instead of that, I will configure one automation tool. Immediately, once this application is down, immediately this monitoring tool is going to raise the alert saying, boss, there is so and so application is not running for the last 5 minutes onwards. Please check. Like immediately alert is going to be raised by monitoring tool. Okay, we can configure monitoring tools. Okay, like next automation tool means which is going to be performed automatically. Monitoring tool is also automation tool only. We are not required to operate. Automatically it's going to do that. Okay, clear. So if any person is asking what is the difference between DevOps and Agile, are you in the position to understand? Yes, friends, everyone in the position to understand, everyone in the position to give left and right to that person. Yes, these are various things you should aware. So in the olden days, one worst model we have, waterfall model. Next level, the most hot cake model, Agile model. Okay, now the people are always talks about DevOps. Okay, this is the future trend as of now. Okay, DevOps. The biggest specialty of DevOps is end to end, completing it's going to talk both development and operations. End to end, completing is always going to talk. Remember very carefully about that. Okay, next, the biggest specialty, automation. Everywhere automation. We are not required to do anything. Automation tools by default will be there. Continuous monitoring by default will be there. Continuous feedback is their biggest asset to the DevOps model, right? Okay. Now, can you please, from this total discussion, okay, what is DevOps? Okay, can you please confirm again? Is it a new tool or is it a new technology in the market? Respond. Is it a new tool? Is it a new technology in the market? No, it is. A new culture. It is a new culture or process we have to follow for software development and operations. Okay, DevOps talks about both the development and operations. Is a combination of development and operations. It is the process of process of continuous. It is the process of continuous development. Okay, continuous development, continuous build. Okay, like we can use the word, it is the continuous development, continuous build. Okay, it is not going to be stopped, sir. Continuous build, continuous test. Okay, continuous test, continuous release, continuous release, like release of the software. Okay, continuous, everything is always continuous. It is a culture. Okay, what is the meaning of continuous integration, continuous delivery? Like this part I will discuss. Sir, have you observed? If you observe the logo of the DevOps, okay, it is a continuous process. Have you observed, right? It is a continuous process. The beauty, have a look once. It is a continuous process, infinity. It is never going to be stopped. Okay, for every new change, if this model, this cycle is going to provide the support. Okay, this culture is highly recommended, okay, to follow. This is the next level trend in the software industry, sir. Clear? Are you getting the basic introduction? Why DevOps? DevOps versus Agile, DevOps versus waterfall model. Okay, what this new culture like? But anyway, technical words I didn't use. Sir, what are various automation tools are there? Okay, automation DevOps tools. Which tools are there? I didn't use these words. Maybe in the next session I will talk about which tools we are going to use, for which purpose these tools, which are very popular tools. Okay, like we will discuss. And then, sir, each tool one by one, we have to perform post-mortem, okay, with the integration things. That's what you people should be aware about DevOps. Yeah, how is defined DevOps, water flow, etc. Any organization? What is the meaning? What is the meaning of that? Most of the people are always going to waterfall already gone. Waterfall. Who is going to decide? Who is going to decide? So mostly the client came up with the requirement. Software company people are responsible, sir, to provide guidelines. Or the client side IT team will be there. They are going to impose. Can you please implement based on DevOps model like? So client side IT experts will be there. If the client is a small client or otherwise, okay, small scale client, then the software company itself is going to tell these are the possibilities like. Okay, like. Yeah. Next, Vasudev Reddy is asking one small doubt. Okay, his doubt is, sir, even after using the product by client for 2 years, still DevOps will provide continuous support will be there. Yes, that's what. That is the beauty. My DevOps cycle, once my cycle is going to start, where it is going to end? Have you observed, right? Is it going to end anywhere? This is the DevOps cycle. Is it going to end anywhere? Are you seeing anywhere end point of my DevOps? It is infinite loop. Forever, this loop is going to execute. That's why beautifully they design logo. Okay, good. So, what is the difference between Ashutosh? What is the difference between Scrum and DevOps. Now you should not ask this question. Sir, what is the difference between Scrum and DevOps? You should not ask this question just because we covered almost multiple things. Just go through the video. Okay. Yeah. Sir, for DevOps generalist role, what development technology? Yeah, that's what. Okay. So here for DevOps generalist role, what development technology we have to aware? That is our next cinema. Okay. Which technologies you have to, which tools you have to adapt to tell your role is DevOps generalist. So almost around 7 to 8 main tools are there. These tools I will discuss. Yes, Viraj, same. Yeah, same product can be modified again and again according to new requirement. If the product there is a change, sir, DevOps cycle is going to start another cycle. Okay, like yeah. DevOps is the process. Have you observed, Ryan? DevOps is the culture. Okay, what should be followed? Like we will discuss all these things, the technical terms in the next level, so that you people can feel more comfortable. Okay, right. So thanks for everyone. I hope by this time you are getting the basic idea. What is the DevOps like? We will discuss in the next session, sir. Okay, thank you. Thanks for everyone. So in the last session, we covered the basic introduction to DevOps. Have you remembered, right? The basic introduction to DevOps we covered already. Okay, what is the difference between waterfall model versus agile model, and then DevOps culture? Okay, we covered about this one, sir. Next, even multiple important conclusions about DevOps we covered already, where everything is continuous. In the DevOps, have you observed, right? Where which is going to cover both the development and dev and operations, both it's going to be covered, where everything is continuous. Infinite cycle. If you remember that infinite cycle, if you remember, yes, the diagram, just have a look once, where everything is continuous planning, continuous coding, continuous build, continuous test, continuous release, continuous deploy, continuous operations, continuous monitoring. Sir, everything is continuous. It is infinite cycle, like I covered very clearly, yes, in the last sessions about these things, right? Okay, so related to that, whatever we discussed, just the top most important conclusions. Okay, just to enter into that world again, have a look once about these things, right? Okay, here just these are top most important conclusions what we discussed in the last session, right? Sir, DevOps is not a new tool or technology in the market. Yes, correct. It is a new culture or process to develop, release, and maintain software products. Next, DevOps is a combination of development and operations. Next, the main objective of DevOps is to implement a collaboration between development and operation teams, so that so we can develop within the less time, and we can operate very effectively. Okay, like everything is going to work very smooth way. Okay, to meet the client requirements, right? Next, here this point is the very important, sir. The beauty of DevOps is everything is automated, and we can use several automation tools for development and operations, right? Can you please spell out, sir? Very important in DevOps. Everything is automated. We can use several automation tools for development and operations, right? So if you want to become DevOps engineer, there are multiple tools you require to perfect. Okay, there are multiple tools, version control tool, next build tool, next and after that integration tools, configuration management tool, software, sir, hardware configuration, dockerization tool, like multiple tools you have to familiar, right? Of course, course, those tools, the people who got perfection about these tools will become sir DevOps engineer, right? Next, DevOps engineer should be all-rounder. He should aware everything else. His role is considered as the DevOps generalist. Okay, like sir, next, DevOps is not agile model. Most of the people are always going to feel that it is the agile model. No, agile model always talks about until development only, but DevOps is going to talk about development and post development. Post development means even operations also. Complete cycle is going to be take care by DevOps. Okay, next, DevOps is an infinite loop where everything is continuous. Okay, like sir, have you remembered, right? These words seems to be known words or not? Can you please confirm? Yes, friends, we covered already these things. Okay, like next, sir, as the part of DevOps, okay, tools we require to discuss. So the first tool, the first concept what we have to talk, sir, in the development, if you observe the cycle, the first thing in the development part, okay, source code management, version control tool we require to discuss first. Okay, and then build tool, next release tool, next deploy tool, like multiple tools we are going to discuss. Don't worry at all. Okay, now the first tool what we have to talk about, version control system tool. Okay, this is the first thing what we have to discuss, right? Version control system tool. Okay, like this concept we have to discuss. Do you know version control system is also known as, okay, is also known as, any other word is there? Anyone, can you please confirm? Yes, friends, is also known as, version control system is also known as any other word? Please confirm. Respond. Version control system is also known as, some people may use the word software configuration management. Software configuration management. Okay, management, software configuration management, SCM. Okay, some people may use the word source code management also. Source code management, like of course it is also SCM only, source code management also, like but more meaningful word is either version control or software configuration management. Okay, this is you should aware, sir. First thing, what is the need of version control system? You people should be aware. What the need? Why we have to go for this version control system? What the need of version control system? Next, how version control system will work? How version control system will work, sir? How it is going to work? Next, what are various benefits on version control system? Okay, if we discuss these, then you will have basic idea, right? Okay, next, and after that, okay, what are various types of version control systems? Types are version control control systems. Of course, there are two types are there: centralized and decentralized or distributed. Okay, so types are version control. Next, what the difference between okay, difference between, okay, centralized version control system and distributed version control system? What the difference, right? Next, and after that, okay, why we have to, sir, which tool we are going to discuss? Git we are going to discuss. What is the why what is about functionality of the Git, why it is the popular, and so on. Next, cinema is going to come. So this is this total is the basic introduction, which is the common for every version control system tools, basic theoretical introduction. And then one special tool we are going to discuss, sir, version control system tool, which is nothing but Git. This is our agenda for the next 2 sessions, right? Is it clear, right? Yes, friends. What the need of version control system? How the version control system is going to work? Next, what are various benefits are there? Next, types of version control system, difference between centralized and distributed version control system. Next, Git is next one tool we are going to discuss. That tool itself is Git, sir. Okay, now let me talk about need a version control system. Sir, the people who don't know about version control system, compulsory you should have clear, you should concentrate more, because this basic terminology is the very important, sir. The people already familiar with some other version control systems like CVS or SVN or purpose, like no problem at all, just a basic idea better to get. Okay, like, so now what is the need? Why we have to go for version control system? Sir, one small scenario I will discuss for you people, so that you may get much clarity about this one, sir. Okay, like, sir, do you know, here assume I'm the developer. Okay, I'm the developer, sir. Assume that, okay, developer job is what? He's always going to respond. He's always going to write code. He's always going to write code. So this code will be maintained in the form of files. Okay, the files which contain code. Okay, like maybe .java program, .java files, or otherwise .py files, Python files. Anyway, sir, this is, sir. Now a client came, sir. Assume that a small client came, sir. He approached me. Assume that so Durga, he approached me. Sir, this is about my requirement. Can you please develop? Can you please? This is about my requirement. Can you please develop? Okay, code develop. Please develop this project. Develop this project. Like a small client came. Assume that I'm the freelancer. Small projects I can build on my own. Okay, like just assume that, sir. One client approached me. Then automatically I told yes. Okay, why not? I will develop the code for your requirement. Like, now what I did is, just observe carefully, sir. I started working on this one. Okay, like what happened is, sir, I created one folder. Assume for this client. Okay, for this client, this is just a client project, something like I created one folder. Now I wrote almost around 100 files. Assume .java files or .py files. Like I wrote multiple files to fulfill is a requirement. Okay, so client project, a folder I took, or a directory I took. In that, how many files I wrote, sir? Almost 100 files I wrote. 100 files developers, sir. Of course, each file contains the code only, right? Assume that. Now, sir, after developing this, just I went for the demo. Assume that I went for the demo. So I asked the client, okay, sir, I developed, completed my work. Can you please have a look? Like I told. Then immediately, client, yes, observed, client watched the demo clearly. Sir, after completing my demo, the client asked, so these are small changes I'm expecting. Can you please do these changes? Okay, so accept that everything is good. Can you please do these changes? Like he suggested some changes. He suggested some changes, right? Okay. Now what I did is, so to make the client here, just observe the cycle here, right? Client, okay, client suggested some changes. Okay, so these changes I required. Like what I did is, in these 100 files, whatever I have, 100 files are there, right? So I changed some files, some files code, some files source code to meet the client requirement. Okay, to meet the client requirement. Like now observe very carefully, sir. Sir, are you imagining this scenario, right? Okay, if you are very freelancer, like yes, I hope you can imagine this scenario. Sir, I developed 100 files to meet his requirement. I gave the demo, but he asked some changes. So to meet these changes, all these 100 files, I changed some files. I changed some files, right? Okay, like again I gave the demo. Assume that again I gave the demo. Sir, now where I did these changes, right? In the existing files only. Here assume that some changes I did, here some changes I did, and I gave the demo. Again client asked, array, everything is good, but still some more changes. He suggested. Okay, what we did is, I gave the demo, and client suggested some more changes. Client required some more changes like then again what I did is, sir, I changed some files again to meet the client requirement, right? Okay, assume that it may be repeated process until client satisfied, right? Now, so some more files I changed, assume that here this file I changed, this file I changed. Next, sir, first demo completed, second demo completed. Okay, first demo completed, sir, and after performing the changes, second demo also completed. Now I did, sir, the changes again, and I went for the demo. Okay, assume that, sir, I gave demo third time. Third, I gave third demo third time. Sir, what happened is after listening this, then the client asked, now observe that, Ray Durga, the day one, whatever you showed, it seems that thing is good. Can you please show one? Can you please show that code again? Okay, like he asked. Have you observed, right? So can you please, because the client is always crazy, we don't know. So I thought that these changes are going to be, but these changes are not good after implementation. The day one, whatever you show, can you please show the code like? Then automatically my face with the bigger question mark face. What is the problem? What is the problem with me is because in the same folder, in the same files, I performed every time changes. Are you getting? I performed every time changes. Okay, where is so first day one code, day two code, day three code, like such type of thing is not there with me. Then automatically, sir, that code is not there. The same code only I overwrite like. Then immediately the client asked, no, I don't know what you are going to do. I want day one, whatever the code you showed, can you please let me know? Okay, like. Then immediately I have to recollect that day what colors I used, that day what code I changed and so on. Is it a bigger problem or not? Yes, friend. Is it a bigger problem or not? Yes. So we should not overwrite our code. Remember this one. We should not overwrite our code. Okay, every version we have to maintain. Every version we have to maintain. Okay, like sir, now observe that. Sir, this is demo 1. This is for demo 2, version 1, version 2, version 3, version 4. Like I have to maintain. Sir, here one developer is there. Okay, one developer is there. We can maintain multiple folders. No problem at all. Suppose 100 developers are there. Are you getting? Suppose 100 developers are there. If 100 developers are there, how they are going to maintain? So each person is required to maintain multiple versions and so on. Is it a big difficult task or not? Please confirm. Is it very difficult task or not? Yes. Manually, sir, here do you know? Manually maintaining these many versions manually is a very big difficult task. This is one, maintaining multiple versions. Maintaining multiple versions manually is a bigger task. Manually is a very difficult, very complex activity, sir. Activity, error prone. Okay, like next, each and every change should be tracked. Array, who did the change? When sir this person did, next which lines he changed, because assume scenario not one developer, assume scenario multiple developers like who did the change, what changes he did, every change should be tracked. Okay, sir, who did every change should be tracked. Every change should be tracked, like who did the change, who did the change. Okay, this is a bit important. Who did the change. Next, and after that, when he did the change, next which changes he did, at which lines he did the change, which changes he did, like everything compulsory we require to maintain. Remember that a bit very carefully about this one, sir. Okay, suppose assume the scenario, assume this is one scenario, right? Assume I have another scenario is there. Sir, developer A and the developer B, two developers are working. Okay, assume this is the developer A. Okay, developer A. Okay, assume that this is the developer B. Okay, sorry, here assume this is the developer A and this person is the developer B. two members are working, okay, for the client requirement, right? Okay, like, sir, now my requirement is, as a part of his development, he developed a file named with util.java. Assume that, sir, util.java. He used one file. Next, he developed a file named with util.java. Okay, assume that. Maybe common generic terminology. He developed the code util.java. He developed the code util.java. If tomorrow, if I'm going to integrate this code and if I want to deliver to the client, assume that if I'm going to integrate this code, if I deliver to the client, then definitely one file is going to overwrite with another. Correct or not? Yes, one file is going to overwrite with another at the time of integration, which may show abnormal behavior. Okay, like, so what? These changes should be there. These changes also should be there. Sir, overwriting of the files should not be happen. Both the changes should be there. Okay, like how you can do, some mechanism must be required. That mechanism is nothing but version control system. Are you in the position to understand what is the need? Array version control system, main purpose is to maintain different versions. Different versions. Second thing is, sir, here each and every change should be tracked. Okay, like, so overwriting of the code, should not be happen. Remember this one, sir. We should not overwrite. Overwriting of the code should not be happen. Okay, like, next, assume that it is a bigger project. Assume that it is a bigger project, sir. Assume, sir, multiple developers are working. Sir, here assume that this is, sir, my code. Developer A is working here. Developer B is working here. Developer C is working here. Developer D is working here. Assume that multiple people are working. Multiple people are working, sir. Sir, the code which is developed by A, he has to share to the remaining people. Are you getting right? He has to share to the remaining people. Remaining people should access the code which is developed by A. Same way, the code which is developed by B, he has to share to the peer developers, because all the people are working for the same project. They require to share the code. So to share this code to the peer developer, compulsory some mechanism must be required. That mechanism is nothing but version control system. Remember this one, sir. So developers have to share their code to peer developers. Developers has to share their code to peer developers. Next, so that multiple developers, so that here just observe that, so that multiple developers will work. Here just observe that multiple developers will work in collaborated way. It is the very important, sir. Next, parallel development must be required or not? Parallel development must be required. Okay, like, so these are various reasons are there why we require to go for version control systems. Remember a bit very carefully about this terminology, right? Any doubt about this? Can you please confirm what is the need of version control system? So multiple versions we require to maintain. Each and every change should be tracked, should be stored. Remember that. So tomorrow I want version 1. Yes, no problem. You should be in the position to provide, whether it is a small project, whether it is a big project. Okay, like, next, and after that, Okay, multiple developers should work in the collaborated way, sir, with the parallel development. Okay, like all these objectives, if you required at enterprise level, compulsory some system must be required, sir, to manage our software code, to manage our source code. Such a type of source code management system is nothing but version control system. All the people are in the position to understand clearly what the need of version control system. Any doubt? Respond so that I will continue. Okay, well, now how the version control system works, sir? You are telling all the files, if you are going to maintain in the same folder, we are not maintaining the versions, that's why the problems are going to come. Then if I use automatic, if I use some tool, that tool itself is the responsible to manage our versions. We are not required to create separate folders, we are not required to do all those things. My tool, my system itself is going to maintain how this version control system will work. You should aware. Okay, how version control system, how version control system works, sir? Take very special care, sir. Okay, like sir, do you know version control system always talks about files, correct or not? Array, because code talks about files, like so version control system always talks about files. Remember this one, version control system always talks about files, which contain source code, source code like, sir, VC system, name of the no VC system is nothing but version control system. Name of the method, no, normal. Clear, right? Version control system always talks about the files which contain source code. Sir, here one small clarity you people should aware. What is that clarity is? Remember carefully, sir. Sir, version control system is required for the developers or not? Hey, respond. Hey, version control system is required for the developers or not? Yes. Version control system is required for the testers. Version control system is required for the testers. Yes or no? Version control system is required for the architect. Architect. Yes or no? Okay. There are some people who are telling no, some people who are telling yes. Please make sure, sir. Don't feel version control system always talks about the source code. Okay, any file, any document, I want to maintain multiple versions. Tomorrow tester is going to write some test script, multiple versions of same script is required to maintain. Version control system is required. Next, and after that, here architect is there. Architect is there. He may develop some documents. He may develop some documents, design documents, like he may develop. So these multiple versions of these documents must be required. Remember that. Okay, like sir, next and after that, project manager is there. Assume that project manager is there. He's always going to work with Excel sheets only. Excel sheets only. He's always going to work with Excel sheets. Multiple, do you know, sir, the same Excel sheet, multiple versions he may require to maintain. Okay, like so wherever multiple versions of same file is required to maintain, then we require to go for version control system. Okay, don't feel it is applicable only for the source code, it is applicable only for the program code. No, for any document, it is applicable. Remember, first you people should got this clarity, sir. Every person can use version control system. Okay, because they may require to maintain some document. For the document, multiple versions are required. For that, compulsory version control system is required. Most of the people are going to feel, sir, it is required only for source code. But being a developer, most of the times a DevOps engineer or developer, he's always talks about source code. That's why they may have that feeling. But every person required version control system tool. Remember, right? Okay, well. So now my question is, how this version control system works, sir. Sir, listen very carefully. Very carefully. This is the very important, sir. If you can understand this, nothing will be there in the remaining. Listen carefully, sir. Sir, here, assume that, sir, I have one directory is there where I'm going to develop all my files. Remember this. Okay, this is, I can use the word working directory. Okay, remember a bit very carefully, sir. Working directory, or sometimes we may use the word workspace. Working directory, or sometimes we may use the word workspace. Okay, like there, I have to develop the code. Assume that. Sir, I want to develop 3 files. Assume, sir, multiple files I may require to write. Sir, assume that three files I'm going to develop. I developed 3 files. Assume that, sir. Sir, the first file a.java. I'm taking a.java. Next and after that, here second file b.java. Next the third file c.java. Okay. Now observe very carefully. It is just like our project folder where I'm maintaining 3 files. Can you please tell for these files, version control system is available or not? Not applicable. Remember that, not applicable. If you want a version control system, something must be required. That the thing itself is considered as a repository. Remember very carefully. What is this word, sir? Very important. Do you know lakhs of times you people are going to legend this word repository. So what is the difference between working directory or workspace and a repository? Very important, sir. Can you please spell out what is the difference? Anyone? So repository, here version control is applicable, but working directory version control is not applicable. But both to store files only. Remember that repository maintain files, a group of files. Working directory also maintain group of files. But in the working directory, you never going to use the word version 0, version 1, version 2, version 3. But repository always talks about version 0, version 1, version 2. Are you getting? Repository is under version control, but working directory is not under version control. Remember this one. Getting right? So working directory is what the developer is working currently. That thing is by default considered as working directory. Manish. Yes, whatever the version is going to pull. Okay, whatever the version is going to that particular version files these working directory. But anyway, so observe very important, sir. So working directory where developers are required to create or modify files. Okay, like next here version control is not applicable. Any doubt about this one? Here we never going to use the word. Here we can't use or we won't use the word like version 1, version 2, version 3, etc. There is no such type of terminology. It is a simple folder. Okay, like any doubt? Don't get confused. First you have to get clear picture. Okay, like next repository. Okay, like repository where we have to store files. We have to store files and metadata. What is the metadata? We will discuss in detail, sir. Okay, metadata where we have to store files and metadata. Okay, what is the meaning of metadata? Extra data. What is the meaning of that? I will read. So next here version control is applicable. Remember here we can talk about sir versions. Here we can talk about versions like version 0. Okay, version 0, version 1, version 2, okay, etc. Yeah, good. So what is the difference between working directory and the repository. Any doubt about this one? Sir, this is the basic terminology, friends. Throughout, if you use any version control system tool, this terminology is the very, very important, right? Okay, now observe carefully. Sir, developer, he developed these three. He want to go for the demo. Before going for the demo, what this person did is he saved all these files inside the repository. Okay, like sir, can you please observe? He sent these files inside a repository, into the repository. He sent these files, right? For that, so he may require some client version control system. Client he may require, sir. Don't worry about this. So what is this Git or otherwise like SVN, CVS, like some client program will be there. Okay, client program will be there to send these files to the repository. Okay, like sir, before giving the demo, what he did is he saved these files inside a repository. How many files he saved? Can you please spell out? Respond. How many files he saved? He saved how many files? 3 files. A.java, B.java, C.java. Like now, what happened is, now observe very carefully, sir. Sir, here these 3 files will be stored in the form of commit. Remember this one, in the form of commit. Sir, here for every commit, a separate commit ID will be there. Assume that C101. Actually, if it is the Git, sir, a unique ID which is going to represent this particular version, this particular commit. Okay, like I can use the word this is version 0 or version 1. Okay, like sir, now observe in the repository, all this data stored in the form of commit. Okay, like the process of sending files from working directory to the repository, this process is by default considered as commit. Remember this one, very, very important word. What is the meaning of commit, sir? Committing the changes. Okay, like sir, what is the meaning of commit? Just at very top level I'm talking the process of sending files from working directory to the repository. Okay, like this process is by default considered as commit. Every commit associated with a unique ID hash, which is nothing but a commit ID. Okay, like assume that this is the version 1. Any doubt? Please confirm. Clear up to this? Okay, well, sir, now what happened is he gave the demo to the client. The client told, array, some changes are required. Please do the changes. Like he asked to do some changes, right? Okay. To meet his requirement, the client requirement, he did some changes inside A.java and C.java. He did some modifications. Assume that, sir. He did some modifications. Assume. Now, before going to the second demo, again, these changes he committed, sir. Again, these changes he committed in the repository. Okay, like he sent to the repository. But this time, how many files he is going to send? Can you please confirm? Respond. How many files he is going to send? Because he did modification only 2 files. Only 2 files. That's why these 2 files are required to store. The remaining file will be considered automatically from the previous version. No problem, because only modified things, sir, we require to send. Assume that the corresponding commit ID, assume that the corresponding commit ID C102 and it is version 2. Okay, like version 2. Okay, like now, sir, in every commit ID, okay, complete information is there. When this commit happened, who did this change, what changes he did, everything is going to be recorded, friend. Okay, if you want, you can ask, hey, commit 101, what changes, which files are there, which changes did, who did, what is his mail ID, what is his surname, like everything is going to be there in the commit. In detail, we are going to discuss. Next, second time he gave for the demo. Assume that first time he gave, so he developed. Sir, second time also he gave for the demo. What happened is, okay, he told some changes. Array, can you please do some changes in b.java, like he asked, can you please do some changes inside b.java, like he asked, sir. What happened is, yes, he did some changes inside b.java, and then he went, sir, to give the demo, but before that he saved these files in the repository. Okay, now can you please tell how many files he required to save? Please confirm. This time he did modification only for one file b.java, only one file b.java. Now for this, associated with the commit C103, and I can use the word, it is the version 3. Version 3. Remember this one, sir? Okay, like now, sir, the client, after seeing this demo, array, I not happy with these changes. Whatever you showed on the day one, can you please provide? Can you please show? Can you please show the day one, whatever you gave the demo? I want those files. I want that demo. Can you please show again? Like he asked. Yeah, am I in a position to give the demo or not? Can I bring first day one? Day one means version 1. Am I in the position to give the demo or not? Yes. From the repository, array repository. So and so date on 7th. On 7th, I saved one commit is there. Can you please provide the files related to that commit? Like I can ask. Now I have to bring files from repository. Okay, from repository to my current working directory. Then all these files, whatever there, will override with these specified version files. Remember this one. This process is by default considered as check out process. Sometimes we can use the word pull operation, clone operation, like so version 2, I mean tool to tool, that terminology is going to be changed. Don't worry at all. Check out operation, right? Okay, right. Sir, now can you please tell what is the meaning of checkout? Please confirm. Can you please confirm what is the meaning of checkout? Checkout means the process of sending files from. Respond. The process of sending files from. The process of sending files from repository to working directory. Right? Okay, now, sir, all these old files are going to overwrite with this particular version file. Now I'm in the position to give the demo to the client. Okay, now if the client is asking about version 1, version 2, version 3, any version, I'm in the position to tell clearly. Okay, so there we required some mechanism to maintain all our versions. We required some mechanism to track all my changes. Such type of mechanism is nothing but version control mechanism. I hope everyone in the position to understand. Any explanation is required about this one? How the version control system will work? Files store as the form of commit. Yes. 1 minute. Some student is asking the doubt. File. Yes, file store in the form of commit. What is the meaning of commit in this statement? Sir, what is the commit? Commit means a group of files which are stored at a particular point of time. Normal. A group of files. Okay, it is one version, something like. So don't worry, we are going to do multiple commits. So multiple commits, like it is just one ID or one commit object which is going to contain the state of particular time interval. It is not a directory. Okay, don't feel it's not a directory. Okay, repo is a directory. In that all these commits will be stored. Commit object which internally contain these files. Okay, something like you can consider. Yeah, clear? Everyone in the position to understand how version control system works. Okay, this is what is next. The basic basic version control system terminology. Version control system terminology also must be important. The basic version control system terminology, it is also very important, sir. What is the meaning of working directory? Sir, where developers are required to work? Where developers are required to work? This is also known as workspace. Here, version control is not applicable. Here, you can't use the word version 1, version 2 like repository. Okay, like repository where we have to store files and metadata. Here, version control is applicable. Here, we can talk about versions like version 1, version 2, version 3, something like this. Next, and after that, what is the meaning of commit operation? What is the meaning of commit operation? And what is the meaning of checkout operation, right? You should have clarity about this terminology. Any doubt? So the basic idea, but this repository, this what we are going to use lakhs of times. Commit, this what we are going to use lakhs of times in our version control system, day to day being developer's life. Clear, right? Are you getting the basic idea? What is how the version control system is going to work? That's it. Sir, now the next thing what I have to discuss. Sir, what are various benefits of version control system? Yeah, we know we are seeing multiple benefits. Benefits of version control system. What are various benefits are there? Benefits of version control system. Sir, can you please tell what are various benefits of version control system? It is like various versions of Python, versions of Linux they are using. Yes, Viraj, same thing only. Commit is the process name or group of files. Yes, both. Nirmal, commit can be used as a verb. Commit can be used as a noun. Remember this. Commit is a verb. At the same time, commit is a verb, noun. So means it is a process. Next, at the same time, it is the thing which is going to hold. Yeah. So can you please tell, sir, what are various benefits are there for the version control system? We can maintain different versions or not? Can you please confirm? We can maintain different versions, and we can choose any version, any version based on client requirement. Like, okay. Now, next, with every version or commit, okay, we can maintain metadata. Remember this very carefully, sir. With every version or commit, we can maintain, sir, metadata. We can add metadata like, sir, here, like commit message. Sir, this command, so just this command for so and so purpose. Okay, like a commit message. Next, and after that, do you know who did the changes? Next, when he did the change. When he did the change. Next, and after that, next, when he did the change. Next, sir, next, what changes he did? He did like a complete extra information will be maintained with every version or with every commit. Remember, are you getting? Yes, metadata. Now, Ashutosh, I hope you can understand what is the meaning of metadata. Sir, who commit these changes? When the commit message happened? Okay, like, sir, git log, like you are going to use, right? The same. Of course, I don't want to use technical terminology. First, get the basic idea right. That is the very, very important. Next, sir, you know, it provides environment. Version control system provides environment to share his code to the other developers, right? Okay, developers can share the code to the peer developers, right? So any developer can share the code to the peer developer in very easy way. Okay, next, multiple developers can work, multiple developers can work in collaborated way. Very, very important, sir. collaborative way. Okay, like next collaborated way. Next, is it enable parallel development or not? Yes, parallel development, it is enabled, sir. So if version control system is not there, then what will happen here? First developer 1 is required to work, and then developer 2, and then developer 3, like no. Now version control system is there, all changes will be tracked, no problem. Developer A, developer B, developer C can work simultaneously. Whatever he changes, okay, whatever the changes he did will be stored. Whatever changes he did will be stored. Whatever changes will be stored will be stored. Next, the final version also will be ready. If there is any conflict, there is a mechanism is there to resolve those conflicts also. Don't worry at all. Okay, so these are various benefits are there because of version control. Next, one more thing, maybe at this stage you may not get much clarity, but at while going on you will get much clarity about this. Sir, we can, do you know, we can provide access control. We can provide access control, like who can read code, who can modify code, who can modify code, something like even such type of access control also we can implement by using version control mechanism. Clear, friends? Are you in the position to understand what is the meaning? Sir, what are various benefits are there for the version control system? So a layman also should understand, the people who are not having any technical terminology, because most of the times DevOps engineer is non-technical people also will be there. Compulsory they should aware. Okay, are you feeling comfortable? Sir, up to this, what we covered? What is the need of version control system? What is the need of version control system? Okay. Next, how version control system will work? How version control system will work? Okay. Next, the basic terminology of version control system, version control system. Okay. Next, what are various benefits are there? Benefits are version control system. Benefits are version control system. That's all. These are various things what you people should aware. Okay. In the next, we will talk about what are types of version control systems. Types of version control systems. Types of version control systems we will discuss. Okay, there are multiple types are there. I mean, 2 types are there basically. Next, what is the difference between difference between these types? Difference between centralized and distributed. Okay. Next, the basic idea I will provide, the basic introduction to the Git, so that you people can feel comfortable, right? That's all. Yes, sir. Version control system control is never ending. Yes, obviously in DevOps, any terminology if you are going to use, for every word continuous continuous delivery, continuous development, continuous delivery, continuous development, continuous testing. So in the DevOps terminology, everything is the continuous. So version control also never going to end. It is also under infinite loop only. Is your development is going to end anywhere? Is it continuous process or not? Yes, it is a continuous process. Then obviously version control is also continuous process only. Yeah, that's all, friends. Client is always, so that particular version will be there, okay, which is there in the production as of now. But tomorrow changes are there, then obviously next level changes, next version, next level changes, next version. Okay, like yeah. Okay, that's all, friends. So in the next session we will talk about this, okay, so that you will get much clarity. Thanks for everyone. In the last video, we covered very clearly about, okay, the basic introduction to DevOps already we did, sir. Okay, sir, why DevOps is required? Yes, already waterfall model is there. Next, agile model is there, waterfall model versus agile, and then versus agile, and then sir DevOps. I told very clearly the differences between these models, why DevOps is the very popular. I covered in the first session, right? Sir, in the next, sir, we covered about, sir, version control. The first tool, sir, what we started, version control systems. We covered about this discussion, right? What is the need of version control systems, sir? Why what is the need of version control systems? Okay, like we discussed how version control systems work, sir, how the version control systems are going to work. Next, the basic terminology of version control systems, the basic terminology of version control systems we covered. Next, and after that, even version control system we covered. Next, what are various benefits of version control system? Okay, like we discussed about these things in the second session. I hope you people are in the position to understand clearly, right? Yes, up to this, any doubt, any explanation is required for you people, right? So just these two things, right? But anyway, here, so just 2 minutes, let me review, because very important, right? Can you please spell out what are various benefits are there for the version control system? Anyone, can you please tell, sir? Sir, we can maintain what the main benefits, right? We can maintain different versions. We can maintain different versions of our software product, so that based on our requirement, we can choose any version. Okay, sir, new version won't overwrite old version. Remember this one, sir. Next, every change should be tracked. Correct or not? Every change should be tracked. Okay, who did the change? Next, when who did the change? Next, when he did the change, when he did the change. Next, sir, what changes he did? Okay, like everything should be tracked. Like tracking is there. Next, and after that, okay, the developers can work, can work in collaborated way. Okay, have you observed, right? In collaborated way. Okay, developers will work, multiple developers, they can work in collaborated way. Okay, like next, and after that, it enables parallel development. Have you remembered, right? It enables parallel development. Okay, like so that we can complete the project development within the less time and so on. So n number of advantages are there for the version control systems. Compulsory, in real time, compulsory we have to use a version control system, sir, while developing our code. Any doubt about this? Please confirm. Are you in the position to understand, right? In the last session, all these things I covered very clearly, sir, very clearly, right? Okay, like next, and after that, this basic terminology of version control system, it is the very important, sir, to continue further even in today's session also. Okay, what basic terminology, right? Sir, I covered about workspace. Okay, workspace or working directory. Have you remembered? Next, I covered about the most valuable, very important things, sir. What is that? Repository. Regarding what is that? Repository. Next, and after that, commit. Next, and after that, I used the word checkout. Okay, these are 4 words also very important, sir, for further continuation. Any doubt about this, sir? Workspace or working directory? What about repository? What about commit? And what about checkout? Okay, very simple terminology here. Just observe carefully, right? Suppose here, just assume that this is my working directory. Okay, whatever files I want to create, here I require to create my files. Assume that, sir. Okay, these are various files. Okay, sir, whatever files we are going to create, whatever files we are going to modify, all those things, where it will be there, sir? Version will be there in working directory. Sir, working directory, some people may use the word workspace. Okay, workspace holds the files which are created or which are developed by okay, developer, right? Any doubt about this one, sir? Here one small thing is there. Okay, here just if you observe, assume that it is the repository. Okay, assume that it is the repository, right? Okay, inside the repository also, inside the repository also, of course our files are available. Okay, our files are available, right? So in the repository also our files are available. But what is the difference between working directory and the repository? Anyone, can you please tell? Very, very important. To continue further, this difference must be compulsory. You people should be aware, sir. What is the difference between working directory and repository? Ashutosh, yes. What the difference between these two things, right? Can you please spell out? Yes. Okay. Here very simple, sir. Working directory, sir, not having version control. Remember this one, sir. Not having working directory, not having version control. Okay, version control. Here we never going to talk about. Versions. Array first version, second version, such type of terminology. Versions terminology not applicable. Not applicable. Okay, remember this one. So version control, such type of terminology is not there here. Okay, next sir, version, next versions, first version, second version, such type of things are not applicable. But in repository, all files are under version control. All files are under version control. Version control. Here we will maintain different versions. Okay, we will maintain different versions based on our requirement. We can choose the required version. Okay, like sir, here also files are available, here also files are there, but here also files are there, but here the files will be stored in the form of versions. Remember a bit very carefully about this one, sir. Sir, all files are under version control. Remember, here we can talk about first version, second version, third version, like that's all. Any doubt? So what is the difference between working directory and repository? So once you have repository, then only version control is available. Just like a workspace, only with workspace you never going to get version control. Okay, clear? I hope these first two words are clear. Next term, what about commit, sir? Commit means, sir, I developed some files. My work got completed. I have to save these files. Okay, for the future purpose. What I have to take is, you have to send these files from working directory to repository for versioning purpose. Are you getting right? We have to send our files from working directory to repository for versioning purpose. Okay, sir, this operation is by default considered. Yes, can you please spell out what is this operation, sir? Commit operation, right? Commit means sending files from working directory to repository at very top level general terminology, right? Remember this a bit carefully, sir. But in the Git, maybe small differences are there. Maybe in the clear cases, small differences are there. But this terminology, the general terminology, which is applicable for any version control systems. Okay, like sir, tomorrow I want version 2. Assume that, sir, I want version 2, sir. These version 2 files I want to move from repository to current working directory. Okay, this process, the process of bringing the files from repository to current working directory, this process is by default considered, yeah, checkout. Remember that this process is by default considered as what? Checkout. Is it clear for all of you, right? These 4 words are very important, sir, to continue further. Okay, but anyway, all these things I covered very clearly in the last session, not required to keep much explanation about this terminology, right? Okay, well, sir, now in today's session, what we have to talk, sir? Sir, these basics already we discussed, sir. What is the need? What is the need of version control system? How version control system works. Next, and after that, here, next, the basic terminology related to version control system. Next, what are various benefits are there? These things we covered. Now, the next important thing, sir, types of version control systems. Types of version control system. This part we have to discuss, right? Remember this, sir. All version control systems are divided into, sir, 2 types. Remember this one, sir. All version control systems are divided into how many types? Can you please spell out? Respond. How many types? Two types, right? Sir, the first one is centralized. Observe carefully, sir. The first one is centralized version control system. Centralized version control system is the first one. Sir, if the first one is the centralized, you can guess automatically what the second one. What the second one? Here the first one is the centralized. Obviously, what is the second one, sir? Can you please confirm? Sir, centralized. Centralized means decentralized. Okay, decentralized. Okay, like sir, the second model is decentralized, which is also known as distributed version control systems. Okay, like so all version control systems are divided into two types, right? Based on working style. Okay, how they are going to work based on that. Two types of version control systems are there. The first one, centralized version control system. Second one, sir, decentralized or distributed version control system. Is it clear for all of you, right? Two categories are there. But what is about these things, right? Okay, like how the functionality, like next one more thing you should be aware. Sir, one thing is enough. Why we have second one? Anyone, can you please tell? If second one also came in the picture means general idea. What? Array, with the first one, there are some problems got raised. To overcome these problems, we should go for second one. Yes, usually it is the general tendency or not. If two things are there, two models are there, in the first one, assume that in the first one, okay, there are some problems are there. To overcome these problems, we have to go for second one. Yes, your assumption is the correct. The same. Which problems are there in the first one? How you can overcome these problems in the second? We are going to discuss in detail. Don't worry at all, sir. Okay, like sir. Now let me go for the first one, centralized version control system. Can I go further up to this? Any doubt? Please confirm. How many types of version control systems are there? Two types, sir. In that, the first category is the centralized, second category is the decentralized or distributed. Sir, what is the working style? How the functionality of these and what problems are there? What positives are there? We have to perform post-mortem. Okay, like now here just observe a bit carefully about one important terminology, right? Sir, centralized version control system. The name itself indicates, sir, centralized. What is the meaning of centralized? Respond. Sir, here in this, we are using centralized. What is the meaning of centralized? The name itself indicates this type of version control system contains only one central, only one, sir, only one repository. Are you getting right? Only one repository. Okay, like sir, working directories maybe multiple things are there, no problem at all. But this repository will be only one central repository. Okay, that's why only one central repository. Every developer is required to connect with that. And to connect with that to continue his work. Remember this one, sir. So here in the centralized version control system, how many repositories are there? Only one repository. Even 100 developers are there, 1000 developers are there, but how many repositories are there? Only one repository. Right? Only one central repository will be there. Every developer is required to connect with them to continue his work. Remember this a bit very carefully, sir. Here just observe this a bit carefully, right? Okay, now I'm taking, assume that this is a central repository server. The machine on which central repository is there. Okay, like central repository server. Okay, in the central repository, the data will be stored in the form of versions. I hope you people may be aware, right? Yes, friends. Sir, version database like versions will be there in the repository, either responsible to maintain our files in the form of versions. Okay, assume that this is the version 1. Okay, like sir, now assume that this is the version 2. Okay, like next and after that, assume this is the version 3. Like multiple versions by default will be there. Okay, assume that, sir. Sir, now all the developers, okay, assume that there are multiple developers are there. Assume, sir, this is a developers workspace. Okay, assume that this is the developers workspace, right? Okay, developers, developers workspace, developers workspace or working directory. Any word you can use, right? No problem at all, sir. This is the developers workspace, like I'm taking, sir. Now here in this developers workspace, whatever files he required, he will get the files from the central repository and he will work. Okay, assume that, sir, here there are several files are available. Okay, sir, there are several files. What he is going to provide to the central repository, or he will get the files from the central repository. Like now, observe this, sir. If a developer is required to work, what he will do is he will connect with the central repository and he will get the required files. And he will start working on those files. Now observe very carefully. This process is very important, sir. How the developer will get the files? How the developer will get the files? Two ways. He may create new file, or he will get from the repository. Okay, anyway. Sir, after completing his total work, now he has to commit that work to central repository. Remember this a bit carefully, sir. Sir, getting files from central repository to the working directory. This process is by default considered as, can you please confirm? Can you please confirm this process is by default considered what? Check out. Okay, have you observed, right? This process is by default considered checkout. Now, sir, once the developer completed his work, he has to, sir, send these files to the central repository for versioning. Okay, for tracking sake. Okay, this process is by default considered. Yeah, what is this operation, sir? Please guide. I forgot to commit. Okay, like any doubt about this one? Please confirm up to this. So the developer's mission contain the files, whatever the files on which files he is working, only those files are there, but the total code will be available in the central repository. Remember a bit carefully, sir. Like how many developers will be there, sir? Okay, maybe a chance multiple developers are there. Okay, just observe carefully, right? Okay, sir, multiple developers are there. Okay, like now developer 1, developer 2, developer 3, like developer 4, multiple developers are going to work. So all these developers, every time he required to communicate with the central repository, he will get some files. After completing the work, he will commit those things to the central repository. Sir, any doubt about this diagram? Can you please confirm? Please observe that. So everything is available. Yet our code is available. Total code is available at a central repository. That's why this model is considered a centralized version control system. So version control is happening at only one place. Version control is happening at only one place. That place is a central repository. Okay, like sir, now it is a very easy to use. It's very easy to set up, sir. So I hope why the word centralized. Is that clear for all of you, right? Yes, friends. Any doubt about this one? Okay. Now, can you please tell the total work, the total project code will be stored where? Please confirm. You have to tell. Will be stored where? Will be stored in. The total project code will be stored in central repository. Correct or not? The total project code will be stored in central repository. Developer will connect with that central repository server and he will get some files. He will work on those files. After completing his work, he will send those files to the repository. Okay, like next, all operations. Okay, like sir, this is checkout, commit. All these operations will be performed on the central repository, but not in in the developer's workspace. Okay, remember that developer workspace in this model is the dummy which contain only working files. Okay, like next, this type of version control system is very easy to set up, very easy to set up, and easy to use, and easy to use. Remember this one, sir. This type of version control system is very easy to set up and very easy to use. Sir, have you ever heard about CVS? I respond, CVS. I hope you people may heard about CVS. Yes, a CVS is one type of version control system tool. Remember that, CVS. Okay, next and after that, SVN. Next and after that, purpose. Okay, just aware the words. The people who don't know, the people who are very beginners, who don't know, who are not having a real-time experience, this terminology just you should aware. Sir, in companies, the people who are working already in the companies, you people can aware. CVS, SVN, purpose. Next, clear case. Okay, clear case, TFS, all these things are, all these tools are based on centralized version control system. Remember that CVS, if you want to learn CVS, SVN, clear case, purpose, all these tools are based on centralized version control system model only. Clear, right? So there are multiple tools are there, sir. Almost, do you know, just very recently this distributed came, but before that years the people worked on these models only. I mean, with these tools only. Okay, like so. How centralized version control system? What is the functionality of this? How many repositories are there? How the developers are going to connect, and so on. Everyone got the basic idea about this with this diagram. Any explanation is required? Clear, I hope. Regarding the functionality basic idea, everyone got. Now my question is, I told already at the beginning, array, if two things are there, compulsory the first one having some limitations. That's why we have to go for second one, right? We have to go for second one. Something like the king married second marriage. Okay, second marriage, even though he has first wife, but still he's going for second marriage for second wife. Are you getting? So maybe he's not feeling comfortable with the first wife. Okay, the king is not feeling that much comfortable with the first wife. That's why he is going for alternative second type of model. Okay, like a decentralized or distributed version control. Now my question is, which problems are there? Which problems are there with the centralized version control system? Limitations. Okay, limitations of this centralized version control system. Okay, like sir, can you please confirm what is the problem number one? We will list out easily, you can understand, nothing will be there, sir. So the first thing, the first problem, sir, here the total project code is available where? Is available where? The total project code is saved at a central repository. Regarding a central repository, tomorrow if something happened to the central repository server, regarding if something happened to this central repository server, then recovery, is it easy or difficult? Can you please confirm? Is it recovery? Is it easy or difficult? Yes, definitely it is difficult. Remember this one, sir. Remember this. Compulsory, it's a difficult because everything stored at single place, but something happened to that place, then it's always a bigger problem, friend. Okay, like so limitations. Remember that the first limitation, the total project, the total code stored at a single place. Stored at a single place, central server, central repository. Okay, if something goes wrong to this central repository server, then recovery is difficult, which causes a single point of failure. Remember this one, which is a very dangerous. If you identified single point of failure, if something happened to this centralized server, then automatically the total system is going to be, the total investment environment is going to be collapsed. Remember, single point of failure, there is a chance. If something goes wrong, okay, recovery is very difficult. Recovery is very, very difficult. Is it clear for all of you, right? First one, okay, because all the things are available at same place. If something goes wrong, then recovery is the very difficult. This is first problem, okay, with this model, right? Now the second problem, sir, this is also very, very important, sir. Sir, if I want to, I'm the developer A. Assume that I'm the developer A. I want to perform checkout operation. How you can perform checkout operation? You have to connect with the, where respond, you have to connect with the remote repository server, central repository server, okay, and then over the network, because don't feel central repository server is available in your local machine. It is available somewhere at a remote location. You require to connect via network to the central repository server, and then you have to require to get those files. Okay, well, checkout operation should be happen over the network by connecting with the remote server. Okay, like next, I want to perform. Yes, I did my required changes. I want to commit these changes. Again, where commit operation should be performed, right? Can you please tell where the commit operation should be performed? Again, commit operation should be performed on central repository server. Remember a bit very carefully, right? Now, sir, all checkout and commit operations, all checkout and commit operations will be performed by connecting with the remote central repository server, like all checkout and commit operations will be performed by connecting with the central repository server. Okay, like now, so the central repository server, that is, so all developers should be connected with the central repository always. Correct or not? Central repository always should be connected, sir, because every version control operation should be performed with the central repository server only. Okay, so compulsory should be connected, sir. Checkout operation, you require to connect. Commit operation, you require to connect. Checkout operation, you require to connect. Commit operation, you require to connect. Then automatically, so central, that is all developers should be connected with the central repository always. By mistake, if network outage, if network outage, sir, network down, what will happen? Have you observed, right? What will happen if the network outage, sir? Okay, there is a problem came in the network. Network is down. What will happen now? Have you observed the problem? Now version control won't be there for the developers. Have you observed? Version control won't be available for the developers. I hope, are you imagining the problem, right? Yes, friend, are you visualizing the problem, right? If there is a network outage, maybe a chance. If there is a network outage, version control won't be available for the developers. Remember that a bit very carefully, right? Okay, so compulsory, sir, developers mission, developers workspace and the central repository should be connected always. If there is any network outage, version control won't be available for the developers. Sir, do you know, sometimes you went to the bank, this type of problems are there. You went to the bank, sir, I want to deposit some amount. Sometimes you may got server down. Okay, server down, can you please come after server down, can you please come after 1 hour, after some time, like. Okay, if you are going for registration office, okay, registration office to register some land or otherwise some place you want to register, sir. If you are going for registration office, sometimes you may get sir, server down, sorry, registrations are not going to be happen. Sir, when the server will up, I don't know, maybe today or tomorrow sometime. Have you ever faced this type of problem? Yes, friends, have you ever faced this type of problem? Server down, server down, something like. So if the network outage is there, then this developer's workspace, sir, developer can't communicate with the central repository server. Then automatically, do you know? So version control are not available to the developer's machine until network again, sir. Until network availability, compulsory this developer is required to wait. Okay, there is no other alternative at all. So either clear? Any doubt about this second problem? Yes, Ashutosh, we will discuss that part. Yes, are you seeing any doubt about this problem? Can you please confirm? Either clear, right? What the meaning of outage? Normal outage means network down. Network down. There is a network failure. That a technical word outage, like if network outage is there means. Okay, clear. Next, third very important thing, sir. Third one very important point, sir. Observe carefully, sir. Commit operation and a checkout operation. If you want to perform commit and checkout operation, compulsory, okay, we have to connect with the central repository server or not? Yes, yes, all commit and checkout operations will be performed by connecting with the remote central repository server only. Okay, like all checkout and commit operations will be performed by connecting with remote central repository server. Okay, like now, so means the operations should be performed over the network. Remember this, the operations will be performed over the network, and these are not local operations. Remember this one, sir. These are not local operations. Sorry, in your mission, I want to perform commit. Sorry, man. In your mission, I want to perform checkout. Sorry. Compulsory to perform commit or to perform checkout, you require to connect. You require to connect with the remote repository. These are not local operations. Once these are not local operations, so the operation is going to take much time, which affect the performance. Regarding performance is sir low because of this network issue, right? Okay, so because the operations are not local, remote operations we require to perform, definitely it is going to take some time. That's why the speed is very, very low, or performance is low. Okay, like you should aware. Clear? Any doubt? Are you in the position to understand, right? Okay, the third problem. Now the fourth problem, sir. Okay, very important, sir. Everything is going to be available at a central repository server. Organization of central repository server is very difficult if number of developers increases or number of files are huge. If huge number of developers are otherwise, if the number of developers increases, okay, or number of files increases, for version control increases, number of files increases, then organization of central repository is a bit difficult. Organization of central repository is a bit difficult. Remember this a bit carefully, sir. Sir, for the if less number of developers are there, if less code is there, then no problem at all. If tomorrow instead of 100 developers, 1000 developers are required to work, it will become huge project. There are huge number of files I require to maintain for version control. Then automatically this centralized version control system is completely hands up. Sorry, I can't provide support. Clear, right? Are you seeing multiple problems with this central repository, centralized version control system or not? Yes, the first problems are single point of failure. Remember this one. If something goes wrong to the central repository, there is a bigger problem. Recovery is not that much easy. Next, client mission and repository mission, developer mission, repository mission should be connected always. By mistake network outage is there, then automatically there is a bigger problem is going to come. Okay, like next, the third one, sir, the operation should be performed remotely but not locally. That's why performance impact is also there. If the number of developers increases, the number of files for version control increases, then central repository, organization of central repository server is become more complex. That's why for small projects or for small application, this type of model is good. If a huge number of developers are required to work, if it is a big project, this model is not at all recommended. Clear? Are you in the position to understand why the king goes for second marriage? Are you getting? So he's not happy with his first wife. That's why he's going for the second marriage. But the reason for that, these are the problems, okay, with the first wife. Now it's a very clear for you people, right? Okay, but anyway, there are multiple tools, man. This is not so don't underestimate this model. This model is also provides good support, but up to certain level. If for huge projects, this model is not at all recommended. CVS, SVN, Purpose, Clear Case, next TFS, like all these tools, all these tools, do you know, is already all these tools are based on centralized version control system only. Remember clearly, right? Okay. Now here, to overcome these limitations, we have to go for decentralized or distributed version control system. Are you getting right? What is the second one we have to talk? Sir, distributed version control system. Remember this a bit carefully, sir. Sir, in this first diagram, are you feeling any difficulty to understand this one? Yes, friends. Everyone feels comfortable, right? Nothing, no unknown thing, no Greek and Latin. Easy, understandable thing only. Okay, like now here, let me go for second model. How this model answer all the problems whatever we have in the central model, okay, like in the centralized version control system, which problems are there, like I will discuss. Now observe very carefully about this one. Now observe carefully, right? Sir, here the first one centralized. Which one is the centralized? Friend, which one is the centralized? Ayo, you have to tell. The first one is the centralizer. Which one is the centralizer? Why you are silent? Respond. Repository is the centralizer. A single repository we are maintaining for all the developers, right? Now the second one is distributed. Sir, now which is the distributed? Have you observed which is the distributed? Again, can you please tell which thing got distributed, right? Now again repository is distributed. Again repository is distributed. Okay, like sir, now what is the meaning of this one, sir? Okay, if 4 developers are there, how many repositories are there in the first model? Respond. If 4 developers are there, how many repositories are there in the first model? Only 1 repository. If 4 developers are there, okay, if 4 developers are there, then how many repositories will be there? Then can you please spell out, sir? If 4 developers are there, then how many repositories will be there? Okay, 4 repositories will be there. Remember this one. 4 repositories will be there. But there is one concept named with remote repository. If it is there, +1. Anyway, as of now, don't worry about much. But just to simplify that, sir, if 4 developers are there, then how many repositories are there? 4 repositories are there. The name itself indicates distributed. In this single line, you can understand what is the meaning of distributed. Correct, friends? Are you in the position to understand that what is the meaning of distributed? Single line itself is going to tell. Now the repository is not centralized. Remember carefully, right? Okay. Now here, how this model is going to work? Let me explain, right? Okay. What can you please just spell out? This is working directory. Assume that, sir. Sir, this is the developers working directory or workspace. Working directory or workspace. You can use any word, no problem at all. Sir, in the previous model, working directory contain only files. Okay, no versions kind of thing is not there. Okay, like, but in distributed version control system, every workspace has a local repository. Remember a bit very carefully, sir. Every workspace has a local repository. Okay, remember this, sir. This word itself is very important, sir. What is this word? Can you please spell out, sir? Respond. What is this word? What is this one, sir? This one itself is a local repository. Local repository. Okay. Every workspace contain local repository. Okay, like, now take very special care. If 10 developers are there, in every developer has his own local repository, then so there is no question of centralized repository. Up to this, any doubt? Okay, all versions will be maintained, sorry, all these versions will be maintained in this local repository. Okay, like, these are versions. Okay, I hope you can understand from the previous diagrams. These are the versions, right? Okay, it is the local repository. Next, sir, here in this working directory, he is going to work with the files. Whatever is going to work, the files here. Now take very special care. He want to perform checkout operation. Sir, developer is required some files to work. Developer is required some files to work. So where he will perform checkout operation? Please respond. Where he will perform checkout operation? The checkout operation will be performed from the local repository. From the local repository. Yes. Have you observed? He is not required to connect with any remote machine. He is not required to connect with any remote central repository. Sir, checkout operation will be performed here only. Next. Sir, he worked on some files. He want to perform commit operation. Can you please tell on which mission he is required to perform commit operation? In the same mission or not? In the same, because, sir, in the same local, okay, commit. So checkout operation and commit operation will become local operations, and these are not remote operations. Remember this one multiple times. If the developer is required to perform checkout 10 times, so 10 operations are local only, not remote operations, right? Sir, he required to perform commit 10 times. 10 times it will become local operation only, but not remote operation. Then obviously, can you please tell what is the advantage? Yes, friends. Can you please tell what is the advantage? Advantage in this model? Yes, you have to tell. I don't know about that. So here the biggest advantage, sir, all commit and checkout operations will be performed locally. Regarding checkout and commit operations will be performed locally, and hence performance is more. Okay, performance is more. Okay, like, sir, this is the first one. Okay, now the second one. Okay, next, the second one, sir, performance is more. Okay, speed operations will become very speed, sir. We are not required to wait some time. Okay, like, no. Next, sir, here if the network outage is there, no problem. In your local repository, you require to perform. So even network outage is there. Network outage. Still version control is available or not? Can you please confirm? Even network outage, still version control is available or not? Yes, available. So the client mission, I mean developer's mission, and the developer's mission is not, so need not be connected always. Suppose here even remote repository is there for just for sharing sake. Okay, that model I will discuss soon. Don't worry at all. So network issues much won't be there. Okay, like, this is the second. Next, every developer Every developer has his own local copy. Have you observed? Every developer has his own local repository. That's why there is no question of single point of failure. Single point of failure. Correct or not? Array, developers A mission gone. Okay, no problem at all. That repository is already available at the developers B. So he will take that repository and he will continue his work. Yes, friend. Is there any chance of single point of failure? No, there is no question of single point of failure. Okay, like that. So majority of the problems already addressed. But here one small issue is going to come with this. What is that? I will spell out. Sir, up to this any doubt? Can you please confirm? All the operations will be performed. All the operations will be performed locally. That's why performance is more. Next and after that, even network outage, still version control is available. Okay, version control is available. Okay, like next, there is no question of single point of failure because every developer has his own local repository because repository is available. Repository is available on every developer's mission. Okay, like so that's why on every developer's mission repository is available. Okay, like sir, clear, right? Up to this? Okay. So if you feel comfortable, next there is one small issue is there. That issue we are going to discuss. Of course, it is not issue. That is the next level discussion, right? Sir, up to this, any doubt? Can you please confirm once? All the people are in the position to feel comfortable. Okay, listen very carefully about this. These words are very important, sir. Okay, like now my next question here. Observe that, sir. Okay, commit operation, checkout operation, all these things are happening. So within the same system only, from working directory to repository, something like it's okay. But now my question is, how multiple developers can work in collaborated way? How this developer can share his work to other peer developers? That is a important issue. Correct or not? So that's about your doubt. Okay, sir. In the earlier diagram, okay, all the developers are going to connect with the same repository. That's why there is no problem. But here, what is the issue? Observe that carefully, sir. Here, don't worry at all. Here also, multiple developers are going to work, sir, together in collaborated way. Sir, how it is going to be happen? Can you please explain? Like you may ask, sir. Very simple. Here, just listen this terminology, right? Okay. Now this is working directory. Okay, let me take this is the developer 2. Next and after that, let me take this is the developer 3. Okay, this is the developer 3. Next and after that, here this is the developer 4. Okay, like there are 4 developers are working, sir. Every developer has his own local copy. Okay, well, excellent. Okay, now here just observe that if a developer A want to share his code, okay, developer A want to share his code to the developer B. That's about my requirement, right? Okay, how we can do that? No problem at all. Now he can push his repository to sir developer other developers repository. Okay, this operation is by default considered as what is this one, sir? Push operation, right? Very important, sir. So if you want to send changes of your repository to others repository, to other developers repository, which operation we require to perform? Can you please tell what is that operation? Hey, respond. What is that operation? Can you please spell out? Push operation. Yes, it is the Git related terminology, friends. So we are going to use thousands of times this word. That's why you people should aware. Push operation, right? Okay. So that whatever changes he did in his repository, all these changes will be merged in this repository. Remember carefully. Okay, like similarly, suppose I don't want to push. Array, developer B, you did some changes, right? Can you please, I want your changes. Can you please, you can pull the changes from others repository, sir, to your local repository. Yes, sir, this one is also possible. This operation is by default considered as pull operation. Okay, remember that. What is the first operation? Hey, respond. Very important. What is the first operation? Push operation. What is the second operation? Pull operation. Pull operation. These words are very important. What is the push operation? What the push operation is doing? The process of sending files from our repository to other repository is by default considered as push operation. Okay, like next, the pull operation, the process of getting files from other repository to our local repository is nothing but pull. Okay, any doubt? Any doubt? Don't get confused. Okay, here some people may have the bigger doubts, sir. Sir, commit and checkout. Sir, commit and checkout. These operations will be performed locally between working directory, and repository, correct or not? Can I use the word, is it correct or not, sir? Where these operations will be performed? Commit and checkout operations will be performed locally between working directory and the repository. Sir, these operations are commit operation and checkout operations, right? These operations like so between, like so to perform these operations, network is required or not required? Network is is it required or not required? Can you please confirm? Network is not required. Network is not required. Remember this one, sir. Okay, like next, what is about push and pull operation? Push and pull operations, right? Okay, sir, very important, right? Yeah. How to get old code which is not in developer's local repository? Yes, that's what Manish, we will discuss that. Don't worry at all. Just observe the words first. Okay, like now here just observe that push and pull operations, right? Sir, push means what is the meaning? Can you please tell from this diagram? Can you please tell what is the meaning of push? The process of sending files from our repository to others repository, correct or not? Okay, the process of sending files from our repository to others, from our repository to others means other developers, peer developers, right? Repository, like next, what is the purpose of pull operation? Pull operation. Okay, pull means the process of, can you please tell, the process of getting files from others repository to local repository, local repository, others repository to local repository. This operation is by default considered pull operation, right? Okay, first evaluate this. Now if you observe at the very top level, sir, push operation is happening from this repository to this repository. Pull operation is happening from this repository to this repository. Okay, like that's why. So these operations, push and pull, will be performed between two repositories. Remember a bit very carefully, right? Two repositories. Okay, not between working directory and the repository. Are you seeing the difference? Commit and checkout are local operations. Push and pull will be performed between two repositories. These are remote operations. Correct or not? Yes, friends. Can you please confirm? These are remote operations or not? Remote operations, right? Compulsory network must be there. Okay, to perform these operations, compulsory network must be there. Okay, like then immediately must, sir, in distributed model also network must be required. Array, sir, 1 lakh checkout and 1 lakh commit operations you are going to perform. Just 2 to 3 pull operations, 2 to 3 push operations you are going to do. Okay, just very rare. The number of push and pull operations are very less when compared with the checkout and commit. That's why very rare we required network. Remember this one. That's why these are very rare operations, right? Sir, friends, these words are very important. Please take a bit special care. I'm spending huge time to inject these points in your mind. Any doubt? Clear for you people? Any explanation is required about this? Okay, push and pull. Next and after that, commit and checkout. So now in the distributed model, there is a way to share our changes to other developers. Yes, how we can perform those changes, how you can perform, how you can share our code to other peer developers. Push and pull operations are available. Remember this one, sir. If you want, this person can perform push operation, pull operation like so. There is a way to share our code to peer developers in this. Now, this model is nothing but distributed model. Are you seeing anywhere centralized repository? Are you seeing anywhere centralized repository? No. There is no question of single point of failure. First thing. Next and after that, commit and checkout operations are performing locally. So which is increases performance wise speed will be increases, right? Performance is going to be improved. Okay, like next, even network outage is there, still no problem at all. Version control is applicable because our local directory has a repository. That's all. This model is nothing but decentralized or distributed version control system model. All the people are in the position to understand clearly. Any explanation is required? Yeah, Nirmal, that part we are going to discuss now. Sir, it's between two local repositories. Ketan, what that? What your doubt, Ketan? I didn't get it. Is there any many developers how integrity maintain, which is the final code for production? Yes, that's what we will consider. Here, Dev is asking, sorry, Dev Yadav is asking a small doubt. Okay, this is, sir, there are many developers how integrity maintain, which is the final code for production. That's what we will come into the picture. Sir, up to this, okay, there are still some doubts are there. Sir, up to this is the clear right concept. So when compared with the centralized model, okay, distributed model, why it is going to be preferred? Okay, what advantages are there like in this? Okay, like, do you know which tools following this distributed model? Okay, there are multiple tools, right? Which tools? Anyone can you please tell? Git is whatever we are going to discuss as the part of DevOps automation tool. Git we are going to discuss, right? Git is belongs to, okay, this decentralized distributed model. Next, have you heard about anything like Mercurial? Okay, have you ever heard about this one, sir? Mercurial. Okay, Mercurial. Okay, like Mercurial is also there. Next and after that, Fossil. Okay, like sir, Fossil. Like sir, all these are various version control tools. Okay, which are based on distributed model. Okay, Git, Mercurial, Fossil. Okay, like there are multiple models are available. Multiple tools are available based on this model also. Okay, like next, there is one important point, sir. Fossil. Okay, like there is one important point is there. This point is going to answer, sir, several doubts, whatever you have in your mind. Okay, like now listen carefully, sir. Sir, just I want to change my diagram. Sir, between this diagram, between centralized model and the distributed model, is clear for all of you, right? Sir, why push and pull is very rare? Yeah, Nirmal, you are going to get this because every time we are not going to change, every time we are not going to share to the peer developers. Once our total work completed, then only we are going to share. Remember this. Once our total work got completed, then only we are going to share. Okay, so at the beginning, if we are not having any files, only one time we are going to perform pull operation. Now, so we will start working on that. Okay, like So share to peer developers is definitely a bit a rare process when compared with the commit operation, when compared with the checkout operation. Okay, like so these two diagrams. Okay, now I want to go for one more style. Of course, it is the distributed style only. What that is? Distributed version control. It is a very important, sir. Distributed version control system with a remote repository. Okay, just observe this, because most of the times in real time, distributed version control system with a remote repository, this model most of the people are always going to use. Remember that there is no change in our diagram, everything is the same. Okay, like sir, what the difference is? Now listen carefully, sir. Very speedily I will draw this diagram so that you can get much clarity. Here just observe that, just observe, sorry, just have a look once about this one. Okay, sir, here just this one is it is not combo. Normal, don't use the word it is a combo. It is a combo, sir. Distributed version control system with a remote repository, it is not mixed approach. Don't misunderstanding, this word is distributed only. Okay, like sir, now it is the developer's mission. Sir, now here just I can use the word it is the local repository. Next, there are multiple versions I'm going to maintain. Just you can understand very easily, sir, these words. Okay. Next, and after that, here there are several files are there. Okay, like sir, this is the developers A workspace. This is the workspace. Okay, like I can use the word. Sir, in this diagram, everything you can understand, right? Please confirm. Everything you can understand, right? Sir, these are the files and so on. Everything you can understand. Okay, like now here just observe that carefully, right? Okay, let me like this. Multiple developers are there. Okay, here one developer is there. Next, and after that, here another developer is there. Okay, like next, and after that, another developer will be there here. Okay, like 4 developers are there. Assume that, sir. Now, very important, sir. Here we will maintain one remote repository. Here we will maintain one remote repository. One remote repository. Remote repository. Okay, like a remote repository server. Okay, like next, here we will have multiple versions. Okay, you know, version database will be available here, sir. This is version 0, version 1, version 2. Like sir, this is remote repository will be there. Okay, like now here these things are by default considered as versions. Okay, take very special care about this one, sir. Version. Okay, version 1. Next, and after that version 2, something like version 2. Next, version 3, like we have. Okay, now what I will do is, sir, at the beginning, assume that this developer not is the new developer, right? Assume that he is a new developer, right? He is not having anything, sir. He is not having anything. What he will do is he will, sir, he will perform which operation, right? Can you please tell? He will perform which operation to bring this repository to his workspace? Pull. Okay, at the beginning we can use the word clone. Okay, don't worry at all. As of now, just you can use the word pull, like he will pull like sir. Now what will happen is this total repository, I mean whatever there in the central, by default will get for this, will get for this person. one minute, because just instead of copying. Okay, sir, this total repository by default, whatever repository, remote repository is there, now will come to the, sir, this workspace developer's mission. Now he will perform checkout operation from this local repository, perform several commit operations on this. Next, after completing all these, sir, whatever final code, if we want to share to his peer developers, then what this person is going to do is he will perform which operation, right? Can you please tell? Push operation. Okay, push operation, right? Now this developer B, sir, want to get updates, then what he is going to do? He will, okay, he will ask pull. Okay, if he is performing pull operation, all these updates will move from remote repository to local repository. Okay, like if we want to share to the peer developer, then he will perform which operations are push operation. Are you in the position to understand? Yes, friends. Okay, like now observe. Okay, there is a single place where our total code, okay, we are going to place where there is a single place here. Just observe, we are maintaining a remote repository. Like now my question is, okay, like sir, if any developer required code updates, he's connected with the remote repository and he's going to get updates. Next, once he got sir, his own local repository, then he can start working on that. Sir, here, can I use the word, is it centralized model? Please confirm. Is it centralized version control system? No. No. I can't use the word no. No. It is not centralized. It is not centralized version control system. What is the reason for that? Here, just observe that. Remote repository, here very, very important, sir. Remote repository versus centralized repository. There are n number of differences are there. Okay, like so you can't use the word this remote repository is the central repository, right? What is the reason for that? What is the reason for that is, in the centralized repository where we are performing commit operation and checkout operation, please confirm. Commit operation and checkout operations are performing on centralized repository. Correct or not? Centralized repository. But in the case of remote repository, in this remote repository distributed model, where the commit and checkout operations are happening, commit and checkout operations are happening locally only. Then how you can consider that it is the centralized version control system? Have you observed? That is one thing. So first difference here. First difference, commit and checkout operations. Commit and checkout operations are performing on commit and checkout operations are performing on sir, local repository, but not on remote repository. That's why remote repository, I can't use the word is the centralized repository. One thing. Next, second one, sir. If it is the centralized, okay, distributed centralized version control, how many repositories will be there? In the centralized version control system, how many repositories will be there? Only one repository, only one. But here, how many repositories are there? How many repositories are there? Every developer has his own local repository. Every developer has his own local repository. Then where is the question of centralized? Okay. So every developer has sir, his own local repository. Then where is the question of centralized repository? That's why even though by adding this remote repository server, don't feel, sir, it is a combo package, it is the distribute, it is the combo, something like that. No. Then immediately you ask, sir, okay, commit operations you are not performing, checkout operations you are not performing, so you won't perform any modifications here. Remember this one, you won't commit any changes here. Then what is the use of this remote repository? Just the main purpose of remote repository is to share changes for other developers. Are you in the position to understand? The main job of remote repository just to share our work to peer developers. That is the main purpose, right? So the main job of remote repository, is just to share our work to share our code to peer developers. Okay, just peer developers. That's it. So don't misunderstanding by adding remote repository here. Okay, like clear, right? Yes, Dev Yadav. I hope your doubt got clarified. Now, sir, final project is going to be delivered from where? Final project is going to be delivered from where? From where? Okay, is from the remote repository. Final delivery is going to be happen. Final delivery of the project, sir, from where it is going to be happen? From the remote repository. But in the remote repository, we never going to develop any code. The code development, commit operations, checkout operations, everything is going to be happen on the local machine. Okay, just to merge this repository with this remote repository, push operation we are going to use. Okay, to get this repository, to merge this repository to our local repository, pull operation we are going to use. Clear? Checkout and pull, commit and push. Nirmal, already I told. What is the difference between? What is the difference between? Sir, commit and checkout, push and pull operations. Okay, commit and checkout operations always happening between working directory and the local repository. Here commit and checkout operations will be there. Push and pull operations will be happen between workspace and then remote repository. Okay, like clear, right? Okay, in case of remote, push and pull operation will be limited. Once code is completed, tested, then only push will be done. Just that is the developers. If the developer level testing is completed, everything is fine, then he will perform push operation to the remote repository. Developers level. Next, okay, like normal. So push and pull operations are happening between two repositories. Remember that, local repository and a remote repository. Ashutosh, push and pull operations are happening between two repositories, local repository and a remote repository. These operations, push and pull operations, are performed between two repositories. These are remote operations. Compulsory network must be there. Next, commit and checkout operations will be performed locally between working directory and the repository. To perform these operations, network is not required. Clear, right? Next, the biggest advantage here is, so one developer can sit in the US, the other developer can sit in the UK, the other developer can sit in the India, somewhere else. No problem at all. Happily, without network, they can develop the code. So 10 days once or 20 days once, they are going to commit their work to the remote repository. I mean, they are going to share the work to the remote repository. Okay, like clear? This remote repository server is nothing but, can you please give any example for remote repository servers? Remember this one, remote repository server. Okay, any, can you please give any example for that? Yes, the people who are working already, okay, having the idea. Remote repository server is best example. GitHub, we can use the word. Next, and after that, GitLab, we can use the word. Next, and after that, Bitbucket, we can use the word. Next, and after that, cloud platforms, like anywhere, sir, cloud platforms, like anywhere you can store. This is what. Yeah. Clear. So, not required to keep much explanation about this terminology. All the people are in the position to understand. Okay, how many types of version control systems are there? Two types, right? Centralized, decentralized. Next, with the centralized, what will happen? Decentralized, what will happen, sir? In the centralized repository, the total code will be placed in a single place. That thing is called centralized server. Remember a bit very carefully about this one, sir. The total code is going to be placed in a single place. That code itself is nothing but centralized repository. All commit operations and checkout operations will be performed, sir, remotely on the central repository server. So developers workspace not having any local repository. So that's why, so single point of failure, performance issues, network outage, then version control won't be there. N number of problems are coming. To prevent, to overcome these problems, we require to go for distributed. Version control systems. In the distributed version control system, okay, no question on central repository. There is no question. So every developer has his own local repository. All checkout and commit operations will be performed locally. Okay, so that there is no question of single point of failure. Next and after that, sir, performance is more because all version control operations, commit and checkout will be happening locally. Okay, like next and after that, network not required to be always. Okay, whenever we are performing push operation and pull operation, then only network must be required. Remember that, right? Okay, so this is what distributed model. What is the advantage, right? Okay, like next, sir, even I covered distributed model with the remote repository. Sir, here distributed model with remote repository, don't feel that okay, it is the central repository, centralized repository model. No. Here, sir, just to share developers code to the peer developers, this model came in the picture. This remote repository we are going to use. Okay, like so beyond that, nothing, sir. Sir, commit operation and checkout operation, everything is going to be happened locally only. Only push and pull operations are performing, sir, remotely. Okay, like so that's all. This is about what you people should aware clearly, right? Any doubt? Sir, now, sir, Viraj is asking a small question. Okay, sir, is a doubt is, just observe that. Sir, I'm downloading from GitHub means a pull operation. Yes, you are performing pull operation, or there is some operation is there named with clone. A small difference is there. That part we are going to discuss in detail, not at this stage. Just pull means you are getting code from the remote repository to the local repository. That's it. Clear? Any doubt about this one? Okay. Ashutosh will be discussed at next level. Okay, that's all, friends. So this is about what are various types of version control systems. Okay, like in the next session, yes, we are ready to go for the version control system tool, GIT. This concept we are going to discuss almost around the next 10 days. We are going to perform postmortem on this. Don't miss these sessions. In the last sessions, we covered, sir, what is the need of version control systems? What the need of version control systems we covered. Next, how version control system works. Yes, how it is going to work. There is a repository concept, working directory concept. Okay, like how version control system works. Okay. Next, basic terminology of version control system we covered. Something like a commit, checkout, repository, working directory, like we covered. Next, benefits of version control system. What are various benefits are there, sir? Like we discussed about that. Next, and after that, even we had a discussion about types of version control systems. How many types of version control systems are there? You have to tell. Can you please confirm? How many types of version control systems are there? 2. What is the first category, sir? What is the first category? The first category itself is, sir, do you know, centralized. What is the first one? Centralized. Even the second one is distributed model. Okay, distributed, right? Sir, next, we covered very clearly what is the difference between centralized and distributed, right? Sir, in the centralized model, what will happen? Yes, we covered already. In the centralized model, what will happen is Now if you observe that, just have a look once. We covered in detail in the last session anyway, right? Sir, in the centralized model, okay, a single repository will be there. This repository will be shared by all the developers. Okay, remember this one, all the developers, right? Developers are required to perform commit, checkout, everything is related to this central repository. So n number of problems are there with this central repository server. What is the problem is, sir, total code is available. Total code is available in the central repository, right? If something goes wrong, something happened to this machine, then automatically, sir, recover is very difficult. Remember, it is a single point of failure. By mistake, if the server got crashed, then automatically it is not possible to recover. Very difficult to recover, right? Okay, like next, commit and checkout operations should be performed on central repository. Over the network, performance is going to be down. Next, and after that, compulsory the client developers workspace should be connected to the central repository always. Okay, like multiple problems are there with this approach. Okay, we covered in detail in the last sessions. Don't worry at all. If you want, you can refer the previous video. Next, to overcome these limitations, we should go for what? Okay, distributed version control system. Okay, in the distributed version control system, the beauty is every developer's workspace having the repository. Have you observed, right? Yes, this is the repository. Every developer's workspace having the repository, right? Sir, all commit operations and all checkout operations will be performed locally. Okay, locally, so that performance is going to be improved. Next, network outage is there, still no problem at all, still developer can continue his work. Next, and after that, even, do you know, here there is no question of single point of failure. You people aware already this terminology, right? Next, in the distributed model, we can maintain one repository just for code sharing purpose. Okay, that model itself is nothing but distributed with the remote repository model. Okay, even we have remote repository, don't feel that it is the central repository. Just it is the bare repository only. What the, sir, it is just it is a bare repository just to share the code, that's all. Just to share the code, that's all. This is the remote repository, right? But all local, all commit operation and checkout operation, where it will be performed, sir? In the local repository only. If any developer want to share his work, then only he will push his work to the remote repository. Okay, like, sir, have you remembered, right? All these things we covered very clearly in the last videos or last sessions. Any doubt about up to this, right? Can you please spell out? Okay. Yes, I hope it's a very clear for you people, right? Okay, like now the next thing what I have to discuss is sir, the tool I have to discuss about okay, Git. This is the most commonly used sir version control tool in the DevOps. Sir, being DevOps engineer, compulsory the first tool what you have to aware is the Git. Remember this one, sir. Okay, the first tool what you should aware is the Git, right? Okay, sir, it's a very simple. Git is sir, up to this, can I use the word Git is distributed version control system tool or not? Can you please confirm? Git is distributed, okay, distributed version control system tool. Can I use the word this version control system tool? Version control system tool, like, sir, what is the Git? Git is a distributed version control system tool. Yes, correct or not? Yes, Git, sir, based on which architecture it is, this tool is developed, sir? It is based on distributed version control system model. Okay, like, sir, centralized, can you please tell any examples for centralized version control system? Respond. SVN. Yes, correct. SVN. Next, and after that, CVS is there. CVS. Next, and after that, purpose. Okay, purpose. Okay, TFS, etc. Okay, can you give an example for distributed version control systems? Yes, Git. Git is the best example for that. Git is there. Next and after that, have you remembered Mercurial. Next, sir, fossil. Okay, like fossils. Okay, like a fossil. Like it is also like. Sir, now Git itself is distributed version control system tool. Remember a bit carefully, right? Sir, now my question is, yes, observe very carefully, sir. Sir, do you aware the word Linux? Array, respond. Have you aware the word Linux? Why suddenly Linux came into the picture is, okay, I hope you people aware Linux. Sir, why the word Linux? Why the word Linux? What is this Linux, sir? It is, respond, it is, why you are waiting? It is operating system. It is operating system. Correct, right? It is the Linux operating system, like. But strictly speaking, Linux is not operating system. It is not operating system. Remember this one. It is not an operating system. Okay, it is just a kernel. Remember that. It is just a kernel. Okay. It is just a kernel, sir. The kernel, which is the part of our operating system, okay, is just it is. So the operating system name is actually GNU. Okay, GNU is the operating system name. So in the GNU, the kernel what they use is Linux. That's why the word GNU Linux, sir, this is the operating system name. Remember this one, sir. But actually, strictly speaking, Linux is nothing but it is just a kernel name. Next, why the word? Okay, why the word Linux? Anyone, can you please tell why the word Linux? Yes, because there is a small link is there with our Git. That's why I'm covering this point. Anyone, can you please tell why the word, sir, Linux? Remember that? Yes, the word Linux is, yes, this kernel developed by, okay, Linus Torvald. Okay, Linus Torvalds. Remember this one. Who developed this Linux kernel? Linus Torvalds. He is a Finnish scientist, right? Okay, Finland, sir. Finnish software engineer. Okay, Finnish software engineer. Yeah. So this person developed Linux kernel. Okay, Linux kernel based on his name. The name Linux came. Then immediately you ask, sir, why Linux? Directly they can keep Linux like, okay. Most of the operating system names at that time, Unix based operating system names ends with X, HP, AIX. Have you remembered HP, AIX, Unix, like most of the operating system names ends with X. That's why the word instead of Linux, okay, replaced this S with the X word. Okay, remember, sir, this is just why I'm telling all this story is, sir, where is the proof? Just a matter of 1 minute. The people who are very much interested, just have a look once. Otherwise, you can ignore. No problem at all, sir. Sir, here, Ubuntu. Of course, it is the GNU-based system only. Okay, like now have a look once, sir. Here I'm taking, if you want to know system information, okay, uname is the command. Okay, uname is the command, sir. Now observe that. Uname, now listen carefully. Uname hyphen kernel name. Uname hyphen kernel name. Hey, operating system, what is your kernel name? What is your kernel name? Now it is going to tell Linux. Linux is the kernel name. Now if I use uname hyphen operating system name. Operating system name. Okay, then what is the operating system name, sir? GNU Linux. Okay, remember this one, GNU Linux. Sir, GNU is a project which is initiated to develop a Unix-based operating system. Everything they developed except a kernel. Okay, that kernel who contributed, sir? That kernel who contributed? GNU itself is the project which is responsible, okay, to develop Unix like operating system. Okay, GNU means sir, GNU not Unix. That is the abbreviation, sir. GNU means GNU not Unix. Okay, Unix based operating system they want to develop. Okay, their project is started. but they developed everything but except a kernel. That the kernel who contributed, sir, this person is contributed. That's why, right? Okay, but anyway, all this just for your interest sake. But here only one point you people should aware. What is that point? Is this Git is also developed by, okay, Linus Torvalds. Remember this one, sir. Git is also developed by who developed this one, sir? The same person, okay, Linus Torvalds. Okay, this person developed Git. Just you people should aware, sir. Up to this, any doubt about this? Can you please observe carefully? There are two important points, very important, sir. Only 2 points I cover. What is Git? What is the Git, sir? It is the version control system tool, sir. Is it centralized or distributed model? It is a distributed version control system tool. Okay, next, Git is developed by who developed this Git, sir? Git is developed by Linus Torvalds. Any doubt up to these 2 points? Can you please confirm? Any doubt about this? Okay, next, these days if any person is asking, sir, version control system, everyone hand is always going for Git only. Remember that, sir. All DevOps engineers, so they are always going to prefer Git as version control system tool. Remember, right? So it's a very popular. Why this Git is very popular, sir? What are various features are there? Why the Git is very popular? Features, just because of features of the Git. Remember a bit very carefully about this, right? So why Git is very popular? Why Git is very popular? Can you please tell the reasons? Okay, can you please tell the reasons? The reasons are features of Git. Remember a bit carefully. So the first biggest feature of Git is distributed. Sir, I hope you people can aware, not required to give much explanation. Sir, Git, why it's a very popular? Because it's based on the distributed model. Once it is distributed, can you please spell out what are various advantages we are going to get? Please confirm. Once it is a distributed Git, distributed version control system, can you please tell what are various advantages? Okay, advantages: no single point of failure. No single point of failure. Correct or not? Yes, correct or not? No single point of failure. What is the reason for that? What is the reason for that? Okay, because every developer has sir, local repository. Every developer has a local repository. That's why there is no, even, sir, if you observe the diagram just here, if you observe that, sir, by mistake assume that this remote repository gone. Assume that by mistake this remote repository gone, sir, gone. No problem. Array, here local repository is there, here local repository is there, here local repository is there. By using somewhere you can get. There is no question of single point of failure. Remember, this is the biggest thing. Second advantage is, okay, well, sir, all commit and checkout operations are performing where, sir? Please confirm. Checkout and commit operations are performing locally or not? Yes, locally, not remotely. That's why performance is more. The operations we can perform very speedily. Speed is more. Remember that. Okay, we covered already all these things in the last. Just list out the things, right? Beyond that, nothing. Next, sir, any other? Okay, developers workspace need not be connected with the remote repository always. Even without network also, developer can continue his work. Correct or not? Yes, friend. Developer can continue his work or not? Okay, sir, here just without okay, network also, developer can continue his work. Developer can continue his work, no problem at all. Okay, developer can continue his work itself is possible, sir. So means developers workspace under remote repository need not be connected always. Need not be connected always. Remember, this is the very, very important point. Okay, like sir, there are multiple advantages are there. Okay, because of this distributed. I hope you know all these things, right? Any doubt? Any doubt about this? So why GIT is very popular? Can you please spell out some reasons? Can you please spell out some reasons? Some reasons like then immediately. Can you please spell out some reasons? Yes, happily. So first reason you can highlight is distributed. Okay, like sir, this is already we are covering from the last discussion only. These points are not new. But second point I want to talk, very, very important point, sir. Okay, like, sir, one Manish is asking a small doubt. Okay, what is his doubt is regarding distributed model, it seems. Yes, what is his doubt is, sir, if a remote repository gone, then all the old program will be gone, right? If developer did not pull from remote. Okay, remember that the remote repository won't be formed automatically. Remember that, Manish. The remote repository will be contributed by some developer. Okay, remember. So remote repository, no one is going to create. So it should be contributed by developers only. Okay, like sir, it is the bare repository, non-bare repository. Some concept is there. Yeah, we will discuss in detail. Okay, like sir, now the second very important point, sir. Now listen very, very carefully about this. The second one here is, sir, one word I want to introduce. Okay, what is this word? Can you please spell out? One word I'm introducing. Can you please spell out each and every person? Can you please spell out this word? What is that word, sir? Staging area. Staging area. This is biggest strength to our GIT, okay, version control system. Remember that, sir. This type of arrangement is not there in other version control systems. Remember that, like SVN is there, CVS is there. We are not having any such type of area, sir. Sir, what is the job of this area? Okay, like just aware. Very, very important terminology I have to talk, sir. Please make sure you should have clear clarity. Sir, here assume that this is my working directory. Assume, very important, son. So this knowledge must be required for the continuation. That's why please listen carefully. Working directory. Next and after that, here I have repository is there, sir. Assume that I have repository is there. Okay, this is a local repository. Assume that remote, later you can talk about that. It is a local repository. Sir, any doubt about this terminology? Can you please confirm? Yes, we already aware, sir. Already aware. Now I created one file. In the local repository. In the working directory. I added some code. Okay, maybe Java code or Python code like. Sir, now I want to commit this file to the local repository. Okay, how you can do that? This is about my question. Sir, I have one file is there. I want to perform this commit operation to the local repository. How you can do that? In the Git? It is a very, very important. Sir, most of the people are going to fail. Sir, if I commit, just commit. That's all. There is a command either git commit, something like commit, sir. Automatically, it will come to the local repository. How many people feels like that? Yes, friend. Are you in the position to understand? Sir, just I created a file. I completed my work. Now I have to move that file to the local repository. Just I'm going to use the one command, git commit is there. Then immediately it will be moved to the local repository. Anyone feels like that? Yes, everyone feels because we have to move the files from working directory to local repository. That operation is nothing but commit. Yeah, sir, in the last videos I covered about this one, sir. But make sure this is not the thing which is going to be happen. Remember that in Git, committing is a two-step process. Okay, in Git, committing is commit is a two-step process. Very, very important, friends. Two-step process. First we have to add we have to add the files to the staging area. First, we have to add the files to the staging area, and okay, and then we have to commit from that staging area. Sir, slowly we are entering into Git terminology. More concentration must be required here. First, we have to add files to staging area, and then we have to commit from that staging area. Okay, remember that, sir. So in between working directory and the local repository, there is one special layer is there. There is one special place is there, so to store our files before commit. That the place itself is nothing but staging area. Okay, like, friends, where is the place of staging area? Is it clear for all of you, right? Yes. Working directory is there. Local repository is there. In the middle, staging area is there. In the middle, staging area is there. The beauty of this staging area is, it is, sir, working directory is the physical. Physical means you can see, sir. Next, the local repository itself is the physical. You can see that. Physical. You can see, sir. But the staging area is virtual. You can't see physically this area. Remember that, okay? So, but where it will be there inside, in between working directory and the local repository, there is one virtual space is there, named with the staging area. Clear, right? Yes, friends, it is a virtual. It's not physical. So don't ask me, sir, can you please show staging area? Sorry, I can't. Okay. If you ask me, sir, can you please show working directory? Yes, boss, this is the working directory. This is the local repository. I can show, but don't ask, can you please show staging area? It is just a virtual layer in between working directory and local repository. Any doubt? All the people are in the position to understand. We are introducing one very important word, staging area. Okay, like, sir, now what is the use of that? Okay, first we have to move these files to staging area. We have to add files to staging area. Okay, like, sir, we are not performing commit operation directly. So the first biggest advantage is you can double check your changes before commit. Remember this, we can double check your changes before commit. It's always required, sir. Okay, at certain point, by mistake, so I'm trying to commit. No. So these are not complete. Then you can remove. You can remove that. And you can continue your work. Later you can add. Okay, even from the staging area we can come back instead of commit. So the main advantage of staging area is, okay, advantage of staging area is, we can cross check or double check. Some people are going to use, can you please double check, cross check our changes before commit. Remember, this is one advantage. Have you observed, right? This is one advantage. Kumar Swami, how you can aware the files in staging area? Slowly you are going to get. Just I introduced the word. Why you have to hurry about that? Okay. Advantage of staging area is, we can cross check or double check our changes before commit. If everything is fine, then we can commit. Okay, double cross check. So if something goes wrong, by mistake, remove from the staging area and continue your work in the working directory. Once your work got completed, then you can add to staging area, and then you can commit to the local repository. Friends, this knowledge must be required. In the next level. Remember carefully, sir. In the staging area also versions will be maintained. No chance at all, Manish. In the staging area only files will be there. Okay. So versions will be maintained only in the local repository. Just one middle place to hold our files before commit itself is nothing but staging area. Are you seeing the advantage of staging area? Nirmal, what is the use of staging area? Now I hope you are getting some basic idea. There is compulsory some advantages there. Okay, instead of direct commit, first add to the staging area, so that if something goes wrong, we can just remove the changes and we can continue. Later updated version we can add and then we can commit. Clear? Nirmal, don't worry about remote repository. In our cinema, remote repository as of now not there. Remote repository will always, okay, from local repository only. Staging area nowhere related to remote repository. Don't worry about this bloody remote repository as of now. Just within the developer's mission, what will happen? You have to aware. Clear? Any doubt about this? Check changes with local repository copy. Yes. So here, if you want, we can do that also. What is the difference between staging area copy, local repository copy? Yes, we can do that. No problem at all. So first you should aware. So between working directory and the local repository, there is one logical layer is there. That logical layer is nothing but what? Staging area. Okay. The main advantage of staging area is to cross check or double check our changes before commit. If everything is fine, then only we can commit. Okay, like next one more advantage is there, sir. What are the advantages? Listen carefully. Okay, just the basic idea I'm going to put. Maybe in the next sessions, if it is really required, I cover. But this point is a very important point, sir. Sir, what that point is? Okay, what that important point is? Okay, like yeah, Ketan. What about commands? All these things we will discuss. Just to get the theoretical terminology first. Okay, like now there is one more thing is there, sir. What that advantage is? Do you know? Suppose 12 GB files I have to store, sir. Assume that 12 GB files we have to store in repository. Okay, or otherwise some 12 GB files we have to store, okay, in SVN. Assume that, sir. Assume that in SVN. SVN is the centralized repository, right? Sir, 12 GB size files, if you want to store in Git requires only 420 MB. That's all. Not even 1 GB also. Okay, remember this. Very important, sir. 12 GB size repository, which is there in the SVN. If you want to save the same thing in the Git requires only 420 MB space. Array, how, sir, it is going to be happen? Our data won't be stored directly in the Git. Okay, it is always going to be stored in cryptographic or encrypted form. Cryptography, hashing, hash algorithm. Have you remembered, right? Somewhere we may heard about this hashing, cryptography, hashing, hash algorithms, somewhere like so. Hashing algorithm is going to be applied. Okay, in cryptographic form, the data will be stored. Okay, so Git is always going to take snapshots. Okay, snapshots of our data, and only snapshots will be stored inside Git. Remember that Git internally server mechanism is there, hashing mechanism, snapshots mechanism, it is there, sir. Okay, like sir, if you add the files directly to the local repository, then how the Git is going to take snapshot? How the Git is going to sir, convert into encrypted form, convert into cryptographic form. So for that, this staging area is required. Wonderful point. Observe very carefully about this point, sir. Okay, why this staging area is required? Before commit, okay, I want to store directly the data files in my local repository somewhere. Okay, first add the required snapshots. I will take care. The required encryption, cryptographic algorithms, cryptographic conversions I will take care. So that converted form by default is going to be stored in the local repository. It is going to do n number of activities in the background. Now, for these extra activities, some middle intermediate space is required. That intermediate space is nothing but staging area. Are you getting? Is really staging area is a weapon of Git. Remember that this type of area is not there in the other version control systems. Okay, like if any person is asking, if any person snapshot, normal snapshot, some mechanism internally, Git is going to use some mechanism. Yes, it is internally using some mechanisms, some algorithms to convert our data into hashing objects. That converted objects is going to be stored. That's why the biggest advantage of Git is this staging area also. Now I hope everyone in the position to understand clearly what is the advantage of staging area. Are you seeing right? Yes, friends. Are you seeing right? Correct. Yes. Manish is asking one small doubt. Now, local repository file size and remote local working directory file size. Yes, there is a difference. Yes, obviously. Because my Git is never going to store our data directly. It is going to be stored in the form of some encrypted cryptographic cache algorithms are going to be applicable. Even this is. That is so that's why the file size will be less when compared with the developer workspace. Getting? So second advantage of the Git, it is distributed. This is the biggest number of advantages are there because of distributed nature. Second ones are staging area. Because of that, several advantages are there. The first advantage, we can double check. You can double check our changes so that if everything goes fine, then only we can perform commit. Next and after that, Git is going to take snapshots. Git is going to convert our data into our local repository effective form, from where it is going to perform, sir, from staging area. Okay, like clear, right? Viraj, that the encryption, decryption automatically is going to take care by Git. Once the file we retrieved back, the original size will be there. Whenever you are storing in the repository, then only this terminology is applicable, not in the developer's workspace. Clear? I hope. So Viraj is asking, yeah. Viraj is asking, okay, one here, just observe that. Okay, after retrieval, shall we get original size of the data or reduced size? Original size only. Only this algorithm is going to be applicable at the time of storing our data. Clear? Okay, sir, these words are very, very important. then okay, Nirmal is asking very innocent doubt. What is the doubt of Nirmal is, sir, data transfer from staging area to local repository is automatically? No, we have to initiate that by using separate command. Commit command we have to use. That part we will take care. Okay, next one more. Okay, all these doubts. Okay, good. Sir, if we delete something from local repo, will it delete from remote repo also? What the answer you have to tell? What the answer you have to tell? Yes, friends. If we delete something from local repo, it will be deleted automatically from the remote repo also? No. No chance at all. Whenever we are using push, then with these changes, a new commit ID. Okay, push, then only remote repository copy will be updated. Okay, like, but anyway, so we are at very beginning, friends. You are thinking about last session of Git. Okay, even single command also we didn't discuss. Theoretically, better to get the idea. Okay, like, sir, now here any doubt about this terminology? Sir, why the Git is very popular, the process, how the things, which commands we require, all these things we will discuss in detail. Okay, remember, it's not the correct time to talk everything. Just if any person is asking, Array, there are several version control system tools are available, but why you prefer Git? You should be in the position to give left and right to the person who asked this question. Okay, like this is next the third. Okay, these things are very clear for you, sir. Distributed and then staging area, these two are main biggest advantages, right? Next, one more thing is there, but anyway, please make sure, sir, once we started practicals, then only you can understand these in detail. First, the terminology you have to familiar, right? Sir, there is another biggest facility is there in the Git. What is that facility? Is branching and merging. Remember this one. What is that? Can you please spell out? Can you please spell out, sir? What is the word? Please spell out. Branching and merging. Branching and merging, sir. Okay. Sir, here in the Git, there is another word is there, like branch, and then merge. Okay, like branch, merge, something like. Sir, what is the beauty of the Git is, sir? Here, just observe carefully about this terminology, right? Suppose this is my local repository, working directory. Of course, this is my local repository, local repository. I'm working on this, right? Okay, currently my developers are working on this. A developer is working. So I'm developing a web application. Assume that, sir. Some application I'm developing, right? Suddenly the client came, sir, I required these enhanced features also. Can you please, I required these enhanced features also. Can you please, okay, develop? Can you please, so develop the code for that? Like a new requirement came. Something like Android support, Android mobile app support also must be required. Okay, like now what I can do is you can write, you can continue here only that. Instead of that, you can create a separate branch. What is this one, sir? Can you please spell out? We can create a separate branch, and sir, we can continue our work here related to that enhancement. So here possibility work, some people are going to work. Here also some people are going to work. Okay. Next, tomorrow a person came, sir, I want iOS related support also. Assume that, sir. So I will create from the base another branch. Now in this branch I can work. Are you getting right? I can create another branch. In this I can work. Just a basic idea. Sir, don't ask how you can create a branch. All this terminology, once we started practicals, you will. Just a basic terminology you should aware. Now, once we created a branch, independently we can work. Remember this one. If you perform any changes, these changes won't be reflected here. Means all these branches are isolated from each other. All these branches are isolated from each other. Remember this, isolated from each other, so that the biggest advantage is multiple flows of development. Is it possible or not? Please confirm. Multiple flows of development, is it possible or not? Yes, some developers are going to work on here, some developers are going to work on this branch, some developers are going to work on this branch, like you can do that. Next, once this work completed, once assume that this branch work completed, if you want, you can commit this branch. Okay, you can send this branch to the remote repository, or you can merge this branch with the other branches. Okay, sir, my work got completed, I will merge this one with this. So with this, and then this total I will send to the remote repository. Such type of beautiful facility is there in the Git. So I hope, are you in the position to understand basic theoretical idea? Once we started, you people will get in detail. Okay, like yes, sir. Here, what is the meaning of branch? Okay, what is the meaning? So already I'm working on. Already, just assume that, sir. Already I'm working on some product. Some product work is going on. Suddenly, a new requirement came. I require to work on that new requirement also. Also, then what I will do, instead of disturbing this code, I will create a new branch. In that branch, I can work, or otherwise peer developers are going to work. Remember that. So a separate branch I will create. So the biggest advantage of this branch is whatever files are already there here, all those files by default will be available automatically. Are you getting? Now this new team is going to continue their work on the enhanced features. Here also, sir, another requirement came. Like so, this is assumed that it is a master branch. It is sir, just assume that Android branch. This is iOS branch. Something like we can take. So now, sir, same work, but three separate independent units we can do. So such type of thing is nothing but multiple flows of development. It is also one beauty of okay, our Git. Clear for all of you, right? Now, so all these branches are going to work in isolated way or not? Is there any dependency? Respond. Is there any dependency? No, no. All these branches are isolated. What is the meaning of isolated, sir? Independent. Independent from each other. Okay, like so. Branching and merging, sir. We can create and work on multiple branches. Or we can create and work on multiple branches simultaneously. Okay, simultaneously, and all these branches are branches are isolated. Okay, isolated from each other. Remember that. So it enables multiple workflows. It enables multiple workflows. So more convenient to the developers. Remember that it is also, so this type of facility is also not there in other version control systems. So branching concept, right? Sir, we can merge multiple branches into a single branch. We can merge multiple branches into a single branch. This type of facility is also there. Okay, like next, moreover, why the people are always preferring our Git? Yes, it is a freeware. We are not required to provide anything, sir, to use this one, and it is open source. So based on our requirement, we can customize this behavior, right? Next, sir, another biggest advantage, it provides support for multiple platforms. It provides support for multiple platforms. Okay, so support for multiple platforms. Multiple platforms. Sir, I want Git for Windows based. No problem at all. Windows based Git is already available. Okay, like sir, this is Git Windows based Git is already available. Sir, I want Linux based. Yes, Linux based Git is already available. Sir, I want Mac based Git. Yes, it provides support for multiple platforms. Clear, right? So these are various important reasons. These are various features of the Git why Git is very, very popular. Any doubt? But anyway, theoretical terminology, slowly, once we started practicals, slowly you people are going to get much clarity. Just aware the words. Yes, friends? Can you please confirm? Any explanation is required about this terminology? Respond. Okay. So now that's all. This is what you people should aware clearly, right? Okay. So now here the next thing what I have to discuss. Okay, just that's all. These are various features, right? So if any person is asking, can you please spell out the features of okay, what are why the Git is very popular? Distributed, because of distributed, a number of advantages. Next, it has some special concept named with the staging area, because of that n number of advantages. Next, it has some special concept named with merging and branching and merging concept. Yes, for that several advantages are there. Okay, like yes, sir. Sir, free for only study or for it's a free everywhere, normal. You can. Okay, it is not licensed version. Okay, it is the freeware and open source. That's all. These are various things what you should aware about Git features. All the things are clear. Any explanation is required? Please confirm up to this. Okay, good. Now let me go for next cinema. Very important cinema. Listen carefully, sir. Git architecture. Git architecture, the most valuable, sir. Okay, these basics compulsory should be you have to inject in your mind very strongly these basics, so that next level the cinema will become very easy. Okay, Git for different OS have any restrictions? No. In every operating system, Git behavior is always the same, Viraj. Okay, Viraj is asking a small doubt. Is there any restrictions are there whenever you are working on different operating systems, like okay, something like this is a doubt. So Git for different operating systems have any restrictions while working with each other? Okay, while working with each other, like no problem at all, sir. All features are same whether you are using in the Windows based or Linux based or Mac based. Everywhere it is always the same. That's what you should aware. Okay, well, sir, Git architecture. Can I start the cinema? Yes, friends. If you feel comfortable up to this, yes. So I'm telling very repeatedly, sir. Basics, we have to spend more time. Remember that. Basics wise, you require to spend more time. Once you are strong in the basics, remaining concepts will become very easily you can understand. Okay, one thing. Next and after that, don't be hurry yet learning. Okay, so once you learn, this subject is going to be helpful for your lifetime. That's why better to learn some with extra time. Maybe another 3 hours, 4 hours, 10 hours is going to be extra. But once the points are going to be injected in your mind, then lifetime these concepts are going to be helpful. So learn once, use a lifetime. This is write once, run anywhere. Have you remembered? Write once, run anywhere. This is the Java slogan, sir. Write once, run anywhere. Platform independent nature, like sir. Learn once, and use lifetime. Okay, this is Durga sir's proverb. Okay, remember, that's why don't be hurry. Basics we require to spend more time. Remember carefully, right? Yes. Git architecture, the most valuable concept. Now, sir, we observed up to this, slowly we entered into the Git terminology. Staging area, next and after that commit, next and after that repository. Okay, repository, next, sir, here repository, next and after that, okay, of course, check out repository we have. Okay, next, check out repository, checkout. Next, local repository, remote repository, local repository, remote repository, like all these words, like all these remote repository. Okay, like next and after that, somewhere we use the word push, somewhere we use the word pull. Wow, beautiful, sir. All these words are official terminology of the Git only. So I hope you have some basic idea about these words, right? Yes, friends. You have some basic idea about these words, right? Okay, well, now all these words I will convert into Git architecture. Remember carefully, right? Sir, very important. Please take a bit special care about this. Okay, sir, in the Git, if you observe that there are 4 areas are there. Assume that, sir, especially I'm trying to take, sir, here 1 minute. Let me choose a good color. Okay, now here just there are four areas are there. Remember a bit carefully, sir. What I'm trying to take here is just this is the second, okay, like next term, okay. Yeah, just observe that. Okay, there are just a total four areas are there. Okay, like now the first area we can use the word working directory. Okay, the first area I'm using the word working directory. Okay, like working directory, like I'm trying to take, sir. Obviously assume that it is my local repository. Okay, it is a local repository. Some people may use the word repo, like, okay, instead of repository, local repo, like they can use this word also, local repository. Then with your knowledge you have to tell, okay, this one, what is this? Excellent. What is this? What is this one? Between working directory and local repository, there is one logical layer is there. What is that logical layer? Is a staging area. Okay. What is that logical layer? Is a staging area. Okay. Then you can imagine what this one also. Okay. What is this one also? Remote repository. Remote repository. Okay. Like excellent. Now I hope it is clear for you. So in the Git architecture, yes, how many areas are there, sir? These four areas. Every time our files, we have to move sir, around these four areas only: working directory, staging area, local repository, and then remote repository, right? Okay. Now assume that, very important, sir. Assume that, yeah, just these things are very important. Total project code, where it's available, can you please confirm? Respond. Total project code, where it's available? Where it's available? Sir, usually in the remote repository. Correct or not? Usually in the remote repository, right? So Git has two types of repositories. One is Git has two types of repositories usually, sir. Usually, okay. One is local repository, local repository. Second one is remote repository, remote repository. Okay, like usually the total project code, usually the total project code will be available in remote repository, remote repository. Okay, like sir, next whatever the work the developer currently doing, it is mostly available in the local repository, right? So the current work of developer, will be stored where, sir? Will be stored in, sir, where, sir? Local repository. Okay, local to developer. Next, and after that, remote repository means global, sir. Okay, any doubt? Please confirm up to this, related to these four areas. Is it clear for you people, right? Okay, well, now the next here legend. Sir, assume that I created a file. Okay, in the working directory, I created one file, sir. Assume that I created a file. Okay, sir, multiple files I created. Assume, sir, multiple files I created. I worked, sir. Now I have to commit these changes to my local repository, sir, because I developed 3 files, sir. To meet client requirement, I have to, sir, I have to commit these changes to my local repository. Can you please tell first what thing we have to do? Please guide. What is the first what I have to take? What I have to do, sir? So the first thing is respond. You have to tell. Already we covered. First we have to add these files to staging area. Remember that. So, sir, new files will be created where? Usually new files will be created in working directory. Once work completed, we have to add these files to staging area. Okay, we require to add these files to which area, sir? Staging area. For this, we have to use, sir, first command. You should aware. We have to use git add command. Remember this one. Can you please spell out which command we are using, sir? Git add command. Remember very carefully, sir. If I use a git add command, now the files will be moved. The files will be added to staging area. Very important, sir. This basic flow. So then you people can feel more comfortable. Just to take special care about this one, sir. What is the command? I forgot. Please, you have to tell. What is the command we require to use? Please guide. Git add. That's all. Git add command we require to use to move our files to staging area. If you want to commit your files, sir, what we have to take care? First, we have to add these files to staging area. Now the files are available where? Please confirm. Now the files are available where? Available where? In staging area. Okay, like now take very special care, sir. Sir, okay. I want to commit, sir. So if you want to commit, now observe this, sir. So git add, what this command is going to do? Sending files from working directory to staging area. Now I have to, sir, send the files from staging area to local repository. This is about my next work. Okay, this is my next work. If you want to do this work, which command we have to use, sir? Okay, git commit. Remember this one. What is the command we require to use? Git commit. These words are very important, sir. Git commit. We require to use git commit. Do you know, sir? Git commit. What it will do? Staged changes will be moved to, staged changes will be moved to local repository. Remember. Any doubt? Total 4 areas I covered: working directory, staging area, local repository, remote repository. Next, git add command means the files from git is the part of the command. Correct, normal. You have to use git add, git commit. Like you should not use only add or commit. Git add is a full command. We have to use git add, okay, to move the files from working directory to staging area. Next, whatever changes are there in the staging area, to commit to those changes, we require to use which ones are git commit. Wow. Up to this, any doubt? Slowly, you people are learning git commands. Up to this, any doubt? Clear, right? Okay, well. Is there any copy of the file after 1 minute? 1 minute. Someone is asking the doubt. Who is this? Someone is asking. Is there any copy of the files after git commit in the staging area? Usually won't be there. Viraj, won't be there. Okay. Yes. Here or otherwise may be available. No problem at all. Because any new changes are there, those changes only will be committed. Okay, so all changes are committed or not. That's what. Even the files are there, Git is always going to check. Is the same? Is it available in the local repository or not? Like, then immediately Manish is asking another question. Is each developer will have staging area? What the answer? You have to tell, friends. I don't know the answer. You have to tell. Each developer will have staging area. Yes, staging area is the part of. So workspace only, workspace, staging area, and local repository. That's why every developer having his own staging area. Yes, correct. Okay, next up. Sir, now observe. So all commits completed. I want to share my work to other peer developers. Have you remembered this diagram I covered? Okay, in the last session. Sir, my all the work completed in my local repository. Okay, now I want to publish these changes, sir, to the remote repository. so that these things are available for others. These things are available for others. How you can save, okay, how you can send our local repository updates to remote repository. For that, which command is required? You have to tell, you are not kids. Which command we require to use? Git push. Okay, remember that. Git push is the command we require to use. So now whatever files are available in your local repository will be updated to so remote repository. Good. Now from the remote repository, your work is going to be shared by other developers so that multiple developers can work in collaborated way. Any doubt? Up to this is the clear, right? Git add, git commit, git push. Okay, well. Now my next requirement is, okay, well, observe very carefully, sir. Okay. Now my next requirement is assume this scenario is the very important, sir. Or otherwise, assume that in this diagram, okay, in this diagram, my total code is available where? Please confirm. In this diagram, my total code is available where? Remote repository. Correct or not? Remote repository. Correct, right? In this code, total code is available at remote repository. Okay. Now, listen. Here, two cases are going to come, sir. Two cases will come. Case number one. What is the first case is? Okay, case one. 1 minute before this, let me clarify. Sir, we covered git push. What it will do? Can you please confirm? Git push. What it will do, sir? Just now we covered to move files from local repository to move files from local repository to remote repository. Okay, well, now, sir, here while coming back, sir, I want files from a remote repository to local repository. I want the files from a remote repository to local repository. Okay. Now take very, very special care about this. Yes. What that is? Which command we require to use? Sir, we can use, we can use either git clone, git clone. Okay. We can use either git clone or we can use git pull. Okay, like sir, which commands we require to use? Git clone or git pull. So to bring files from remote repository to local repository, we have to use git clone or git pull. Okay, like then immediately, very important question for the interview room. What is git clone and git pull? What is the difference between these two things? Yeah, you have to tell, friends. Yeah, don't think too much. Array, here clone. Have you observed, right? Clone. What is the meaning of cloning? What is the meaning of cloning, sir? Clone means creating exactly duplicate copy. Creating exactly duplicate copy. Sir, I want to clone. Okay, I want to clone Katrina knife. If 10 Katrina knives are available, so then how we observed, right? Okay, I want to clone 10 Katrina knives or 10 Sunny Leonis or otherwise 10 Amitabh Bachchans. Like so, this is cloning. Cloning on the human beings is prohibited, sir. Don't we should not. Okay, on the animals we can do that cloning. Sir, clone. Creating exactly duplicate copy. Correct, right? Creating exactly duplicate copy. Okay, like now here, just observe very carefully from this diagram. Sir, today a new developing ABC is coming. Now he is working on these files. Assume that he is working on these files. Suddenly, sir, after this clone, now after some time, this developer created a file D. So he committed, okay, that he pushed that D file from, he added to the local repository, and from the local repository he push. Now D is coming because of this developer. Okay, like Next, this developer, okay, sir, created a new file. He added that file to the local repository. Now he pushed that to this. Next, E also came. But this person having only ABC, but D and E files are not available. These are the newly added files. Sir, I want these complete updated files, complete new files, or if any file is updated here, these complete updates I want, then is required to perform which operations are pull operation. Yeah. Manish, is it clear for you people, right? Yes, sir, what thing is going to be happen? Once we started practicals, there you people are going to get much clearly. Don't worry at all. So this is considered as Git architecture, friends. Okay, remember carefully. So in the Git architecture, mainly 4 areas are there: working directory, staging area, local repository, remote repository. Sir, if you want to send the files, any new file life is going to always going to start from the working directory. If you want to send any files to the local repository, you can't send directly. First, we have to add to staging area, and then we can send, and then we can send. So how you can add files to the staging area from working directory? Git add is the command we have to use. Git add will send the files from working directory to staging area. Now, sir, from staging area, whatever changes are there in the staging area, I want to commit those changes to the local repository. Then we require to use git commit is the command. Remember, right? Okay. Next, local repository updates. I want to send to the remote repository. Then git push is the command we require to use. Sir, I want to create a new local repository, sir, which is exactly same as remote repository. Then we require to use git clone. It will create a new local repository which is exactly same copy of remote repository. Sir, I don't want, I have already local repository. I want only updates. Then we require to go for git pull. Okay, these are various important things like, okay, checkout operation separately I will discuss, because once we are cloning and pull, automatically what will happen, these files will be available to the working directory also. Okay, that's why checkout we will discuss as a separate command. Okay, don't worry. So if I add checkout here, you may get confusion. That's why ignore. Okay, these type of thing is these 4 things are by default considered Git architecture. Clear for all of you, right? So today we covered, sir, the most important things. Sir, why Git is very popular? What are various features of the Git? Features of Git. We covered the first one. Next one after that, Git architecture. Okay, like so in the next session, I have to talk about life cycle of the file, life cycle of file in Git. Sometimes we can use the word untracked, sometimes we can use the word modified, sometimes we can use the word staged. Like what is the meaning of that? We will discuss in detail in the next. After that, we have to go for Git installation and start working the things. Clear, right? Now slowly we are entering into the Git, so that you people can get much clarity, friends. Remember. Okay, that's all. Next video we covered very clearly about what is Git. Okay, what are various features of Git we discussed. Next, why Git is very popular? Because of multiple reasons. In that one reason I explained, okay, distributed nature. Second reason is, have you remembered, right? Staging area, separate concept is there. This staging area is also known as index area. Remember that staging area is there, which is also known as index area. Next and after that, do you know branching and merging concepts? Branching and merging concepts. Next, open source and freeware. Open source and freeware. Next, support for multiple platforms. Support for multiple platforms. Okay, support for multiple platforms. Like, sir, because of all these things, Git is very popular, sir. Remember a bit very carefully. Next, because of distributed, n number of advantages are there. Speed, performance, I mean speed, performance. Next, the single point of failure won't be there. Okay, like n number of advantages we discussed, right? Next, because of staging area also, we can cross check, double check our changes which are going to be committed. Next, internally, so do you know snapshots are going to take the less memory, lesser space is going to occupy our repository. Just how all these things are implemented, just because of staging area we covered, right? Okay, so next, even I covered, we discussed about Git architecture also. Have you remembered, right? Git architecture also we covered, right? Okay, Git architecture. Sir, how many areas are there? Okay, not required to keep any explanation, sir. First area, working directory. Can you please confirm, sir? First area, working directory. Second area, what we call staging area. Next, and after that, the third one, local repository. Local repository. Fourth one, sir, remote repository. Local repository, remote repository. Like 4 areas are there. If you observe the Git architecture, yes, observe a bit very carefully, sir. Sir, this diagram already we covered in detail. Okay, like you people should have clear clarity, sir. So if from working directory, if you want to add the files to the staging area, then we require to use git add command. Okay, like next, and after that, from staging area, if you want to commit the changes to the local repository, git commit, sir. Next, if you want to save your work to the remote repository, git push we require to call. Next, and after that, from remote repository, if you want to create local repository, git clone. If you want the updates from the remote repository to the local repository, git clone is the git pull is the command we require to call. Sir, all these are things we discuss in detail, not required to discuss, sir, like, but anyway, basics, more repetition is highly recommended so that the points are going to be injected in your mind. Okay, like, sir, now the next topic what I have to discuss is life cycle of file. Sir, file in Git. Sir, in Git, what is the life cycle of every file in the Git, sir? Remember a bit very carefully about this one. Sir, usually, so every file in the Git is multiple states are there. Multiple states are there for the file present in Git, sir. So which states are there? Sometimes we can use the word untracked. Remember, sometimes we can use the word untracked. Sir, the file is untracked by Git. Okay, these words are very, very important. Lakhs of times you are going to see these words. Next, sometimes we can use the word staged. Sometimes we can use the word modified. Sir, sometimes you can use the word in repository, or committed. In repository or committed, something like. So every file in the Git is one of these 4 states. Remember carefully, sir. Every file in the Git is one of the following 4 states. One of the following four states. Can you please spell out, sir? These words are very important, especially the first 3. What is the first one? Please respond. Each and everyone, can you please spell out? What is the first one? Hey, respond. Why you are silent? Untracked. What is the second one, sir? Staged. What is the third one, sir? Modified. What is the fourth one, sir? In repository or committed. Okay, modified, in repository or committed. Like these 4 states are there, sir. Okay, like, but when we say that a file is said to be untracked, when we say that a file is said to be staged, okay, when we say that a file is said to be modified, just observe carefully about this one, sir. Sir, the first state, let me talk about untracked. Okay, just have a look once, sir. Very, very important, sir. Sir, if I want to create a new file, sir, where this file should be created? Can you please tell? Usually every new file is going to be created where? Every new file will be created in working directory. Correct or not? In working directory. Okay. Once we create a new file, automatically Git is going to track this file. Please confirm. I created a new file. Either Git will track this file. Remember, very important, sir. Either Git is going to track this file. No chance at all. By default, Git won't track whatever the files we created. Remember, as per our diagram, once we added two staging area, then only tracking is going to be started by the Git. Remember this one. In the working directory, whatever files we created, these files are not tracked by Git. Git doesn't aware about these files. When Git aware these files, whenever we are using the word Git add, remember this one, sir. So the new files which are created in working directory, these new files are doesn't aware by Git. Okay, or otherwise Git doesn't aware these new files. Git doesn't aware these new files. These new files, such type of files are said to be in which states are such type of files are said to be in which states are untracked state. Remember a bit very carefully, sir. These are untracked by Git. Sir, tracking for these files not yet started. Any doubt? Please confirm. All the people are in the position to understand. Just I created a new file. That's all, sir, in working directory. So of course some content, if you want, you can add. But anyway, this file not Git doesn't aware of this new file. That's why please make sure, sir, that such type of files are said to be in which state? Untracked state, sir. Just can you please show, sir, this one, like just a basic idea sake. I want to take just have a look once, sir. Don't worry much about how you can install Git. All these things I will discuss for you people, right? Currently I am in Ubuntu terminal. Okay, like sir, this is, I hope everyone aware how to install Ubuntu. Correct, right? How to install Ubuntu already you aware, or otherwise just I will share these videos. Just check, sir. Now here observe that carefully, right? Sir, here let me create one directory, sir. Project 1. Don't worry, just I'm creating one directory, project 1. Okay, cd project 1. Just I entered into the project 1 directory. Nothing is there, sir. Sir, now I have to tell to the Git, again, can you please talk about this directory? Can you please, I want version control for this directory. Like we have to tell to the Git how you can do the Git init. Sir, don't worry. All these commands in detail we are going to discuss next level. Here my intention is not to show Git init command demo and so on. Here my intention is I have to show untracked. You have to see with your eyes so that you people can feel comfortable. But except that remaining commands, please ignore, forget about that. Okay, now here observe that nothing is there. Just one command I use, Git init. What is the purpose? I will discuss next level, right? Okay, like now I want to create a file. I want to create a file, right? Can you please spell out how you can create a file, son? Yes, you can create a file by using touch command, empty file by using touch command, cat command, or vi editor, vim editor, like any type of thing you can use, no problem at all. So now I'm taking here, just observe cat a.txt. I want to create a file with some content. This is first line. This is first line in a.txt. Okay, control D. Okay, like by using cat command also we can create a file with some content. Touch command means empty, like we can. Now, sir, here ls, have you observed, right? One file got created. Any doubt about this one? Sir, just I created a new file in my working directory. Assume that this project 1 itself is my working directory. Okay, like now my question is this file, is it tracked by Git or not? Can you please confirm? Is it tracked by Git or not? No. Okay, now I want to check Git status in all the areas. Remember this one. There is one command is there, Git status. Okay, to know status of files, Status of files in all areas. In all areas. Areas means as per our diagram, working directory, staging area, repository. Forget about this remote repository. Later I will introduce this fourth place, but as of now, up to just some sessions, we have to work with these three things only. At last, I will introduce this remote repository also, no problem, right? Working directory, staging area, local repository. It is going to tell, sir, the status of all files in all areas. Now, let me use the command, sir. Sir, can you please guide? What is the command? I forgot. What is the command? Git. You have to respond. Git status. Okay, like git status. Okay, we have to use. Array, what is the status? What is the status of in all the files present in every area? Now it is going to tell that don't worry much about all this terminology. In detail, I will explain. Don't worry, sir. On branch master, no commits yet, sir. Untracked files. Have you observed, right? Untracked files, a.txt. Are you seeing the word untracked or not? Okay, now the file is said to be, sir, now the file is said to be in which states are untracked, sir, because my Git doesn't aware about this file. It is in the red color. Okay, like any doubt? Everyone feels comfortable, right? What is the meaning? What is the meaning of untracked? Okay, every new file will be created in the working directory. Git doesn't aware these new files. Such type of files are said to be untracked state. Okay, such type of files are said to be untracked state. Okay, well, now, sir, here I created a file in working directory, sir. Okay, I created one file. Sir, now I have to commit this file to my repository. But before committing, what you have to do is you have to add this file to staging area. Correct or not? We require to add this file to staging area. Okay, how you can add this file to staging area? By using which command? Can you please confirm? Git add. Remember, git add is the command. Okay. Now, here the second state of the file is staged. Okay, like now the second state of the file is itself is the staged, sir. Very simple. What is the meaning of staged? Is the files which are added to staging area. The files which are added to staging area. Remember this one. The files which are added to staging area are said to be a staged state. Remember this one. Now, Git started tracking of these files or not? Yes. Git started tracking of these files or not? Yes. Once you add these files to the staging area, now the files are said to be in the staged state. Okay. Now have a look once, sir. What I want to take care is Git add. Which file you have to add? Can you please confirm? Array respond. Which file I have to add? Git add. Which file I require to add? a.txt. Okay, if you want to add everything, just here dot you can use. If you want to add multiple files, a.txt, b.txt, c.txt, like you can do that, no problem at all. So now if you want to add all .txt files, git add star.txt you can use, no issue at all. Now just I want to add a.txt. That's why git add a.txt. That's all. Okay. Now, sir, the file added to staging area or not? Can you please confirm? Respond. Now the file is added to staging area or not? Yes. Slowly practicals you are seeing how you can use these commands. Now the file added to staging area. Now observe very carefully about this terminology, right? Okay. Here git status. What is the status of all files present in every area? Now it is going to tell us no commits yet. Okay, changes to be committed. changes to be committed. Sir, these changes we require to commit. Sir, this is now earlier we have in the red color, but suddenly it became in the green color. Now the file is said to be staged state, because where this file is available, in the staged, okay, like in the staged area, right? So now most of the people are having the doubt. Okay, here take very special care. Now can you please tell, is the file is available in the local directory, current working directory or not? Please confirm, is the file is available in the current working directory or not? Yes, it is there in the current working directory, but the copy will be added to the staging area for the commit. If you want, you can cross check. A.txt is already there. A.txt is already there. Okay, like don't feel it is a move operation. It is not move operation, sir. The copy, the state of this file added to staging area for the commit. Remember, right? Okay. Now, sir, here git status. Okay, like now the file is said to be in which area, sir? Changes to be committed. So committed, changes to be committed means not yet committed. Now this state is by default considered as a.t, I mean staged state. Any doubt? All the people are in the position to understand? Yes, friends. Everyone in the position to understand what the meaning of staged. What is the meaning of staged state? The files which are added to the staging area. Now the file is said to be in the staged state. Okay. Now I have to, yes. Now here just take very special care. Now I have to tell here, just observe that. Now I have to commit these changes to the local repository. I have to commit these changes to the local repository. Can you please guide how you can do that? Okay, like sir, now if we add, sir, here just observe carefully about this one, sir. So any file which is committed, okay, any file which is committed, any file which is committed is said to be in repository state or committed state, in repository state or committed state. Okay, like now, so how you can commit staged changes? Can you please spell out, sir? These words are very important. We can commit staged changes by using which command? By using which command? Git commit. Remember this a bit very carefully, sir. Git commit, like, okay. Now what I have to take here is, yes, here sometimes it may object. That objection I will show, don't worry. If it is, sometimes it may object whenever you are using the word git commit. Okay, now I'm trying to use git commit, sir. Or whatever changes are there in the staging area will be committed to local repository, sir. Now let me consider this one. See, git commit I'm taking. Now observe very carefully this one. Actually, I will discuss in the next level, in the next sessions in detail. Just observe that. So please tell me who you are. Hey, you are performing commit in my local repository. I have to provide who committed. Next, what is his mail ID? All this information must be required, man. All this information must be required. Just you are using commit. So on which name I have to save this commit? Who is the author of this commit? How I can? So it is objecting because I never configured this git anything, sir. So just don't worry. I will discuss in detail next level about this, just for the commit sake. Okay, git config global user dot mail, okay, Durga adv java, or otherwise Durga soft online @ gmail.com I'm taking, sir. Next, and after that your name, okay, Durga soft. Okay, something like I'm trying to take, sir. Sir, let me add these two. So don't worry about much about this. Sir, is it meaningful objection from the git or not? Please confirm. Array respond. You are trying to create a version in the local repository. but you didn't specify what is your name, what is your mail ID. Without providing your information, how I can save, how I can commit, how I can save this commit in my local repository? Is the sir, it is objecting. Yes, meaningful only. Now just let me add in both commands. That's all. Just copy pasted. Both commands are executed. Now git commit. All changes in the staged file, all changes in the staged file, staged state will be committed right now. That's all. Here, just observe that there is again there is a small problem. It is going to show. Sir, which editor open? What is this editor? Can you please confirm? Nano editor. What is this editor? Nano editor, right? It is open. Why again this problem? Why again this problem, sir? Okay, don't worry. So all advanced things you are learning at the beginning only. Okay, all advanced things you are learning at the beginning only. Sir, now first objection, it is telling that, hey, please provide username and username and mail ID so that I will save. Array, this is change, this command performed by Durga soft or otherwise performed by Durga. Okay, so this person mail ID is so and so. Okay, like we can specify that, no problem at all. But now my question is, take very special care. Why again it is objecting, sir? Array, you just call. What is the method I call? What is the command I call? Can you please confirm? Git respond. What is the git commit? Whenever you are committing, you have to provide some message that is called commit message. Okay, this command. Okay, what you did in this commit? Yeah, added a new file a.txt, something like you have to provide commit message. Are you getting? You have to provide commit message is a mandatory, which is mandatory at the time of commit. Compulsory you require to specify commit message. Okay, like now you didn't just you call this. Where is the commit message? Where is the commit message? That's why now I have to add commit message. A new file a.txt. Yeah, added. That's all. A new file a.txt added. Okay, like in the nano editor, how I can save? Okay, here control O. How I can exit? Sir, control X. Okay, now here control O. Okay, it is asking for save. Yes. Okay, wrote 11 lines, something like. Next and after that, control X. Okay, now git commit happened. A new file added, something like one file changed, one insertion in the local repository, create a mode, something like this. Are you getting? Now it is already added. But anyway, next time onwards, I want to do this mistake. Sir, what I will do is at the time of commit only, you can specify with the -m a new file added, a.txt added. Like you can provide commit message here only. If you have multiple lines are there, then you can provide this commit message by using editor. Okay, if it is just only one line, then in the command itself you can provide. For this we require to use -m option. Don't worry, sir. Oh, actually our requirement is, sir, after committing the file, if the file is available in the staging area, yes. Okay, now I hope it is clear for you people, right? Any doubt about this one? Can you please confirm? Yeah, if you want multi-lines, then automatically better to go for editor. Okay, don't provide at a command prompt. Okay, yeah, sir, that's all. Now observe, if I use git status, now the file is available where? Can you please confirm? Now the file is added where? In the local repository. Now my working tree is clean. Okay, nothing to comment. Working tree is clean. That's all. Okay, these words we are going to use multiple times. Okay, you people should aware clearly, right? So first thing, what you should ever forget about these commands. Anyway, these commands I will discuss in detail next. Okay, so now I created a file created a file in working directory, created a file in working directory with some content. Assume that, sir, with some content. Now the file is said to be in which state? Please confirm. Now the file is said to be in which state? Untracked state. Okay. Once we add this file to staging area, now the file is said to be in which state, sir? Staged state. State. Okay, like a staged state. Now how you can add files to staging area? For this we require to use git add command. We have to use. Okay, clear? Any doubt about this one? Git add. Okay, next, sir, how to commit changes? How to commit changes? Sir, we have to commit changes from staged area. We have to commit the changes from staged area to local repository, to local repository. Okay, now it is said to be, okay, sir, in commit state, in repository or committed state. Remember this one, in repository or committed state. Committed state. Okay, like, now how you can do this commit, sir? Git commit -m. Okay, here you have to take a commit message we can add. Any doubt? Yes, whatever I showed is very clear for you people, right? Okay, first untracked file will become staged file, staged state, and then it will goes to in repository state. Okay, like, now here just yes, here just observe that there are some doubts are there. Okay, like, so git status always checking in the staging area, right? Yeah, git status is always going to check in all repositories, need in all locations, need don't be staging area. Okay, remember. Yes, so Vasivred is asking the question, git status always checking in staging area only, right? No, it is not going to check only in the staging area, it is going to check everywhere. Okay, in all areas. Vasivred, is it clear? Okay, next, sir, Manish is asking a small question. Okay, what is the question is, okay, here just observe, while committing, I just want to commit the particular file from staging area. Then in that case, we need to file name git commit. No such type of terminology. In the staged area, whatever changes are there, the changes which are not there in the repository, all those changes will be committed. Getting right? If you don't want commit, you can remove from staging area. That possibility is there. How you can remove from the staging area? Okay, if you don't want to commit, for that there are some commands are there. Okay, like, clear? Next, how we can check file size in committed area? No, it is available in encrypted form. There is no way to find. Remember. Okay, sir, up to this is the clear for you people? Not required to keep much explanation. Okay, like, sir, how many states I covered? How many states I covered, sir? Only 3 states. Only 3 states. But still, one state I didn't cover. Okay, modified. What is the meaning of modified state? Okay, remember a bit carefully about this terminology, right? Sir, here, when the file tracked by git, can you please tell? When the file tracked by git, okay, if the file added to staging area, are committed, now it is tracked by git. Correct or not? If the file is added to staging area or committed, now it is said to be tracked by git. Git, sir. Okay, like, now here one small thing is there. Okay, which files are there in the current working directory? ls is a command. You know, it is the normal Linux command. Normal Linux command. Okay, ls. Next, which files tracked by git? There is a command git ls files. What is the command? Can you please confirm? Respond. What is the command? Git ls-files, okay, it list out, it will list all files in working directory. Working directory. It is a Linux command. Okay, Linux command, sir. It is the normal Linux command. Git ls files, okay, it will list all files in all files which are tracked by git, sir, which are tracked by git, sir. And it is a git command. Have you observed, right? Because we are using git ls files. Okay, now observe very carefully, sir. Sir, anything to commit in my working directory? Can you please confirm? Yes or no? Anything to commit in my working directory? Yes or no? No, because whatever changes you have already committed. So now if you can ask git status, yes, nothing to commit. Working tray is the clean. It is telling very clearly, sir. Now my question is, observe that yes, in the current working directory, a.txt is already there. Now observe that git ls-files. So which file is tracked by git? Okay, like a.txt is already tracked. Any doubt? Please confirm. Sir, these commands frequently I'm going to use ls and the git ls files. Okay, the files which are already tracked by git. Okay, what is the meaning of tracked? Means so the file added to staging area are committed. Such type of files are said to be tracked by git. Okay, well, now what I want to take is, now observe carefully, sir. Yeah, this a.txt already tracked by git or not? Okay, yes friends, already tracked by git or not? Yes. So now I modified in the current working directory. Okay, but it's modified in the current working directory. I want to add a new line, sir. Okay, how you can add the new line? Echo. So this is, or otherwise cat command you can use, cat a.txt. Do you know, right, this command cat a.txt, new line, appending mode. Okay, hello, this is a new line. Okay, added. This is the new line added. Control D. Okay, like, now take very special care. The beauty of git, now you are going to see, sir, what the point here is. Now this a.txt is already tracked by git or not? Yes, can you please confirm? Already tracked. One copy is already available in the local repository, right? Okay, like, now my question is, take very special care. Git status I'm using. Immediately git identified that, array, in my repository, whatever copy I have, so now your copy is the different. It is modified. Okay, like, it is going to tell. Now observe that on branch master. Okay, changes not staged for commit. Not staged for commit. Now what is the state we are going to get? Modified a.txt. Everyone in the position to understand, right? What is the meaning of modified? Okay, any file which is already tracked by git, but it is modified in working directory is said to be in modified state. Yes, everyone feels very comfortable, not required to keep any explanation about this one. Regarding that, any file which is already tracked by git but it is modified in working directory is said to be in modified state. Okay, now is it modified or not? Yes, it is modified. Now again, if you want to save, okay, this state in the local repository, no problem at all. What is the command? Git respond. Immediately you have to tell git add a.txt, adding to staging area. Next, and after that, git commit -m, okay, committing or otherwise a.txt modified like this. I'm taking, sir. Sir, everyone in the position to understand this line? Respond. Everyone in the position to understand this line? What is the meaning of this? Okay, nothing. Yes, enter. Okay, like one file changed, one insertion, something like this. Now, listen carefully, sir. Sir, a.txt, how many versions are available in my local repository? Can you please confirm? How many versions are there in my local repository? 2 versions are there. Okay. Git log. Don't worry these commands. In detail, we are going to discuss. Git log. Now, have a look once. Array, first commit. This is, okay, this is the commit ID, 40 length commit ID. Sir, who did this one? Durga Soft. Okay, other name is the Durga Soft. Assume that. Okay, this is his mail ID. At what time this person did this change is 204242. Okay, like a new file added. This is my first commit. Okay. Now, sir, this is the second commit. So both states, both versions are available. Both versions are available. Okay, in our repository. Are you getting the thing? Even though you modified the same file, but repository maintain both versions. That is the beauty, sir. The people who require old one, they will take this one. The people who require a new one, they will take this one. Any doubt? All the people are in the position to understand. Sir, I don't want this commit. I want to revert to this commit. I want to revert to this commit. Yes, I want to revert to this commit. No problem at all. You can do that. You can do that. Okay, like. Yes, sir, this is alphanumeric 40 length commit ID is there. Just a basic idea sake, I'm telling these things, right? Okay. Yes. Okay, that's all. Yeah. So this is what you should aware about what are various states are there. So total, can you please observe that 4 states I covered in our according to our diagram, sir. Just a matter of 1 minute. Have a look once, sir. What is the first area we have? Please confirm. What is the first area we have? Working directory. Okay, working directory. Next one, sir, working directory. Okay, next one is okay, here, okay, staging area, local directory. Sir, assume it is the working directory. Working directory. Sir, here working directory. Next, and after that, this one is the staging area. Next, and after that, this one is local repository. Forget about remote repository. So as of now, we are talking about local repository. Like, sir, now, so untracked files will be available where? Can you please confirm? If the file is said to be untracked, where it will be stored? Where it is available, sir? In the working directory. Untracked files available in working directory. Next, modified files available in working directory. Remember this one. Either untracked files and modified files available where, sir? In working directory. Next, staged files are available where? In staging area. Okay, like next, committed files are in repository files. Are available in local repository. That's all. These states are by default considered. Yeah. Okay. The life cycle of a file in the Git. Is it clear? First untracked, next staged, next committed, and then again modified. Okay. This cycle by default will be repeated. Clear for all of you, right? First untracked, next staged, next committed. Okay. Like after that again modified. Now, sir, staged. Okay. Like you can do that. Okay, for this, there are some commands also I used. As of now, don't worry about these commands, right? Okay, that's all. This is just a life cycle of file in the Git. Please make sure you people should be aware. Up to this, any doubt? Please confirm. Are you feeling comfortable up to this, right? Okay, well, 1 minute. Sir Ketan is asking one small question. What is his question is very meaningful. Okay, observe. Can we go from local to staging to working directory or not? Yes, possible. No problem at all. In detail, sir, we will discuss in the next level. Yes, from the local repository, I want a particular version. I want to work on a particular version. Yes, you can check out. Have you remembered, right? You can check out and start working on that particular version. Possible. In detail, we will discuss next level. Video just we covered very clearly about okay what is the life cycle of the file in the git and what is the git architecture like. Sir, now let me start practicals. Before that, sir, how to install, okay, how to install git on Windows. Okay, sir, it's a very easy because git can provide support for multiple platforms. Okay, like next, how you can install git on our ubuntu. Next, how you can install git on cloud platforms. Okay, cloud like GCP, Google Cloud Platform, AWS. Okay, like I will discuss, don't worry at all, sir. Okay, but anyway, just as of now, just let me talk about how to install git on Windows. It's a very easy, sir. Nothing will be there. Okay, what I will do is here, just let me open the Google. Okay, just git download. Okay, git download for Windows. Okay, just you can type git download for Windows, like you have to type this one, sir. That's all. Now, have you observed, this is the official website what we are going to get. Okay, git download page. Okay, like we are going to get. Let me go for this one. If you observe that, okay, here just it is, sir, https git -scm. Sir, git -scm. What is the meaning of scm? Please confirm. What is the meaning of scm? Have you remembered, right? We covered already software configuration management. Have you observed software configuration management, which is also known as version control? Sir, git scm download Windows based. Okay, like sir, now here what I want to take, 32-bit or 64-bit, like you can take sir, portable means on any platform it's going to work, no problem. Let me take 64-bit because my system is the 64-bit. Okay, you have to just download. Sir, you require to just download. Okay, like you have, sir, you are downloading latest version, like click here to download manually also. Okay, like now let me download this one. Okay, it was released 24 days ago on okay, like this is the latest version. Okay, now can you please download, like yes, friends, are you in the position to follow, right? Respond. Okay, well, sir, now here just it is an exe file. Let me copy this one. Okay, just this is the exe file what I have. Okay, like sir, this is the exe file. Very simple, sir, because already one version is already there with me. Okay, like sir, that's all. Here what you can do, you are not required to do anything, just click next. That's all. Beyond that, nothing, sir. Okay, click. Okay, run. Okay, like run, like it is going to ask, sir, next, like it is telling that you are ready. Sir, this is the public license agreements, like it is telling that, no problem at all, sir. Okay, now see program files git. Okay, well, now already exist. Would you like to install in that folder? Yes. Okay, like next, on the desktop, do you require icon or not? Additional icons? Yes, on the desktop I require. Next, here just observe that git. Okay, like sir, here use, have you observed, right? Can you please observe that? use a Vim editor, Vim as a Git default editor. Like, sir, multiple ways are the multiple things are available, sir. Notepad++, Visual Studio, Sublime Text Editor, Atom, okay, Visual Studio Code, some multiple editors you can use. Let me use a default Vim editor only. Okay, like now here, like next and after that, use a Git from Git bash only, Git from command line and also from third-party software. Use Git and optional Unix tools from the command prompt. Like, sir, usually better to select this one. Okay, Unix tools from the command prompt. Use Git and optional Unix tools from the command prompt. Observe very carefully, sir, because I want to use Unix commands also, something like, okay, better to select this. Use Git. Like next, okay, see here it is asking use OpenSSH, no problem at all. Yes, like next, you are not required to do anything. Okay, like yes, install. Like your Git is going to be installed. Okay, in the Windows it's very easy, nothing will be there, sir. Okay, but anyway, so 1 or 2 days we will work on this. Okay, like next and after that I will shift to our Ubuntu mission. Okay, next and after that even we can go for cloud platform, GCP, AWS, how you can use that part also I will discuss, because for DevOps you have to familiar more with the cloud platforms, not on the local missions. Okay, that's why you people are going to get complete knowledge related to how you can work in the cloud. Okay, how one mission is going to be connected with another mission, like all complete picture you people are going to get. Don't worry, I will discuss in detail. Okay, just it's taking just a few seconds, don't worry. Yeah, I hope everyone in the position to install, nothing will be there. It is very easy thing, sir. Launch git bash or view release notes, nothing, that's all, it is stopped, sir. Okay, well, now sir, on the desktop, yeah, I got any icon like a git bash? Can you please observe that? In the desktop, am I got any icon like a git bash? Yes. Okay, like a git bash came. Okay, even in the desktop, if it is not there, just in your start menu, you have to type git bash. Okay, automatically git command line, git bash, like 2 apps are going to come. You require to use git bash. Okay, like git bash. Anyway, in the desktop already this one is there. Okay, let me click this one. That's all. Git bash is going to be open, sir. Here all your Linux commands also going to work, sir. Don't worry at all. Just you can increase the font. Okay, like that's all, sir. Now where we are, how I can find my current working directory? Can you please confirm how I can find my current working directory? pwd. Okay, pwd c:users Lenovo, like I'm there. Okay, now let me move to D drive. Okay, now let me move to D drive, because it is a Windows based mission, right? That's why D drive I can. Now where I am in the D drive. Okay, like now just I'm using, sir, here in the D drive, let me create one folder named with project 1. Okay, named with project 1, or otherwise let me create one folder mkdir, okay, git projects. Okay, one folder for all git projects. I'm creating one main folder, git projects, like. Okay, well, now let me enter into git projects. Okay, like, sir, let me, yes, nothing is there. Okay, like, sir, in these git projects I want to work for first project. That's why in this mkdir project 1. Okay, like, let me create, sir, cd project 1. Okay, like, sir, just observe our location. Now in the D drive, git projects, like one folder I created. In that one subfolder I created project 1. Now this project 1 will become, my workspace. Any doubt? All the people are in the position to understand what is the meaning of? So I prepared my workspace. Okay, I prepared my workspace. Okay, like, now for this project 1, So can you please tell version control is available or not? Please confirm. Can you please tell either version control is applicable by default for the project one or not? No, no. Remember very carefully. So no, by default version control not available for your working directory. ls you can use, nothing is there. ls-a we can use, nothing is there. Nothing is there. Okay, like sir, here these two I told already in our Linux sessions. Have you remember, right? Every directory by default contain two hidden directories. Okay, one is current working directory, second one is the previous. Like these two things we are not required to worry at all, sir. Okay, like now my question is very important. Sir, Git doesn't aware about our workspace. Remember carefully, sir. Git doesn't aware about our workspace. Okay, like now I have to tell, sir, project one is my workspace. Okay, project one is my workspace. Now I have to tell, Git, I want version control for this project one. I want version control for this project one. Can you please do the required? Can you please initialize repository for me, because I want version control for this project one. Okay, now this is my project one. Okay, as of now it is empty, sir. I have to request Git saying for this project one I want version control. Means you are asking, can you please provide one repository for me to maintain different versions. Okay, like then immediately what the Git is going to provide is, Git is going to provide an empty repository. Remember this one, sir. What it's going to provide for your folder, for your directory? Empty repository. Empty repository. It's going to provide. So here observe carefully, right? You have to ask Git, can you please provide an empty repository for me, because version control required for this workspace. Okay, like how you can do that is Git init is the command. Remember this one, sir. Git init is the command we require to use. Any doubt about this one, sir? What is the purpose of Git init? To create, to provide or create an empty repository, to our workspace, so that okay, sir, version control is available. Version control is available to our working directory, Okay, like sir, can you please observe? Are you in the position to understand, right? So we have to use Git init. That's all. What is the meaning of Git init? Now the terminology is very clear for you people, right? Okay, sir, can we use absolute path with Git init? No, just the Git init. In which directory you required init, you required repository, in that you have to execute Git init. That's all. Here no path, these type of things won't be there, Manish. Okay, like sir, now here observe that up to this my current working directory looks like this. Okay, empty, sir. Nothing is there. Nothing is there, sir. My current working directory is empty. Like current working directory is empty. Whenever we are using Git init, now version control is applicable for this. Now immediately an empty repository will be provided. Okay, what is the name of this empty repository is this is what a local repository. What is the name is .git. Remember this one. What is that? Can you please spell out? What is the name? Everyone, can you please spell out, sir? What is the name? .git. Sir, if any folder or if any directory or file starts with dot, what is the meaning of this one? What is the meaning of this one? It is a hidden directory. It is the hidden directory. Remember carefully, sir, because it is not required it is not required to see. It is the hidden directory. Internally, this directory is available for version control purpose. Okay, like now let me go to my here. So for this, as of now, version control is not there. Version control is not there, sir. If you want here, let me go to that location. Let me go to that location. D drive, Git projects. In that Git projects, project 1 is there. Nothing. It is the empty, sir. Even in the view, I selected hidden items also. Even by default, it's the disabled, right? Even I selected hidden items also. View, select hidden items. Still, nothing is there. Even hidden things also not there. Okay, like now observe carefully. I'm using Git status. I'm using Git status. What is the response from the Git? Observe carefully, sir. In this directory, I'm asking about Git status. What is the response, sir? So immediately, Git is going to give left and right. Array, is the version control available for this directory? No. Then how you are using this command? What status I have to provide? Fatal, dangerous, sir. Fatal error means it's a too severe error. Not a Git repository. Then why you are using this Git status command like it is telling? Are you in the position to understand? Respond. Everyone in the position to understand clearly, right? Okay. Now what I have to take is Git 1 minute, sir. Sir, I don't know which commands are available. Okay, just Git enter. Now complete options you are going to get, sir. Git enter. If I use Git enter, all options by default we are going to get. Okay, 1 minute. Let me copy paste here. All options you will get. Okay, all options. Just I typed Git usage, sir. Like, sir, if you want to know what is the version, hyphen version, what is the version, hyphen version, like. Next and after that, there are common Git commands: clone, init. Can you please observe that? Create an empty Git repository or reinitialize an existing one. Create an empty Git repository or reinitialize an existing one. Sir, here have you observed? Add, we used already. Add file contents to index. Index like, sir, we have you observed? Commit, record changes to the repository. Next, pull, sir. Fetch from integrated with another repository or local. Push means update remote references along with associated objects. Something like it's going to tell very clearly, right? Okay, well, now my question is, I want sir, version control for this directory. Okay, like what I have to take is get, what is the command? Please confirm, I forgot. What the command we require to use? Git init. Okay, like now, sir, can you please observe this line is a very important line. Okay, here just this line itself is initialized empty Git repository in which locations are inside the projects .git an empty repository came, sir. Okay, now ls nothing. How you can see hidden files and directories? Please confirm. ls hyphen a. Okay, like now .git you can see. Okay, here if you observe that inside project 1 earlier .git is not there. Now the .git came, sir. Okay, remember. But anyway, make sure in your Windows machine you have to enable to view hidden files, hidden items. Then only it is available. By mistake, if you remove, then it won't be there, sir. Okay, like hidden items, then only it is available. Now it is very clear how you can create empty repository. Okay, now can I use Git status? Please confirm. Now can I use Git status or not? Yes. For this version control is available. Now it should not ask any question. On branch master, no commits yet, nothing to commit. Okay, like wow, wonderful. It is telling clearly. Any doubt? Friend? How you can install? How you can provide version control for your workspace? Okay, which command we require to use? Like a git init is the command we require to use. That's all. Now I have one small thing. Now, is there anything available? Is there anything available in Git or not? Can you please tell? Nothing will be there in the Git. Of course, nothing will be there in the Git. Now my question is, suppose let me go for one more project workspace I want to create. Go back. Project 1 is there. Let me create project 2. I'm creating project 2, sir. Okay, project 2. Now here, let me create cat a.txt, cat a.txt. I'm trying to cat, sir, I'm trying to a.txt. Okay, here, first line, first line, first line inside a.txt, first line inside a.txt, control D. Okay, like now cat b.txt I'm taking. Sir, first line inside, first line inside b.txt. Okay, like I'm trying to take, sir. Now my directory is not empty. Oh, sorry. I created inside Git projects, but I want this inside project 2. What I will take, move a.txt, b.txt to project 2. Project 2. Okay, that's all. Let me go to project 2. Okay, like let me cross check. Yes, a.txt, b.txt is there. Well, now I have one important question. Now my project 2, I mean my workspace, is empty or not empty? Can you please confirm? Is it empty or not empty? Not empty, not empty. There are two files are already there, a.txt and b.txt is there. Now I'm using git init command. Init command. If I use git init command, now the local repository will be provided or not? Yes, local repository will be provided or not? Yes. Next, my question is, automatically these files will be added to that local repository or not? Yes or no? Automatically these files will be added to the local repository or not? Because my current working directory is not empty. There are some files are there. Is these files will be added to the local repository automatically or not? Yes or no? No. Git init always going to provide empty repository. Remember this one, sir. So if you have any files, you have to add, then only these files will be added to the repository. Otherwise, it is empty only. Remember carefully, right? Okay. Now let me go for CD project 2. Okay, like now I'm in the project 2, sir. Now here git init I'm taking. Git init I'm taking. Have you observed? Initialized empty git repository in D like this, right? Okay, clear, right? Okay, now observe that ls I'm taking. Two files are there. Git ls files I'm taking. Git ls files I'm taking. Can you please observe that? Do you have any output? Are you getting any output here? Respond. Are you getting any output here? No, we are not getting any output. What is the reason? You know that because my repository is empty, nothing is tracked yet. Any doubt? Please confirm. So don't feel unless and until if you are not adding explicitly, no file will be added to the repository. That's what you have to aware. Now I have one small question is there, sir. What my question is? Already my workspace is there. Now listen this diagram, sir. Okay, observe this case. I created already workspace. Okay, and then my repository already there. Under this repository contain already two files, a.txt and b.txt is there. Okay, assume that two. So one commit is there. That commit itself contain one commit itself. One commit is there. That commit contain these two files, right? Okay, well, these two files are already there. Now, if I use git init command, what will happen? Are you getting? If I use git init command, what will happen? So it is going to reinitialize empty directory. Reinitialize empty directory means it will become empty, I hope. Yes, it will become empty, I hope. Let me cross check. Okay, what I want to take practical. Let me cross check this one. Sir, now anyway, in the same project 2, I will take git status. Okay, two files, untracked files are available. Now I want to add these files to the staging area. Get add dot. Can I use this one? Respond. Can I use this one? Git add dot. Yes, you can use this one, or otherwise you can use a.txt, b.txt, or otherwise you can use git add star.txt. Anything you can use, no problem at all. Sir, anyway, a.txt, b.txt, yes. Sir, ignore these warnings because you are working from Windows area, right? Okay, there is a small issue is there. These are just warnings. Ignore this one. You won't get these warnings in reality. So there is a line separator. Okay, for that it is telling that LF line separator will be replaced in a.txt, something like it. You are not required to worry about this. Okay, like now, yeah, that right. Now observe the git status. Git status on branch master, no commits yet. These two things are required to commit. Okay, now git add. Okay, here git commit hyphen m, git commit hyphen. So 1 minute, most of the people by mistake, by habitized git add a.txt, b.txt, they're always using. Yes, meaningful word. Sir, similarly, their hand is always going for git commit a.txt, b.txt. No, you can't specify like this. Okay, remember this. Commit is always by default is going to consider from staging area whatever there. That's why you should not specify anything. Remember that. But compulsory you have to specify message. Okay, adding two files a.txt and b.txt, like this I'm taking, sir. Adding two files a.txt and b.txt, like this I'm taking. Okay, like, but make sure, sir, before this compulsory we have to do configurations, then only it will do. Have you remembered? Array, we didn't specify. Array, who is committing? What is his mail ID? You didn't configure. That's why, right? 1 minute. Let me show this one, sir. Here, have a look once. Okay, sir, git commit hyphen m. Okay, adding two files. Now immediately it is added maybe. So I configured email ID. Okay, earlier with the global keyword. That's why it is working, sir. Earlier I installed. That's why. If it is fresh new installation, then it will ask. Remember this one. Okay, like now here just take a bit very special care about this one, sir. Okay. Now what I have to take here is 1 minute, sir. Yeah, one minute here. Just observe that, sir. Here git log or git status I'm taking. Git status on branch master, nothing to commit. Working tree is a clean. Now git log. Okay, like now observe that. Now we have a look once. Git log. This is the commit ID. Next other Durga, and this is my mail ID. Okay, like at what time it is committed, this is the commit message. I did already these configurations, right? So I hope it is clear for you people. Yes, friends. Sir, now how you can create workspace? In that, how you can initialize git? Next, how you can add files to the staging area? And then you can commit. Okay, like it's a very clear. Now my question is, now I want to use git init command. What will happen if my repository is not empty? Ls, two files are there. Git ls files. Okay, like two files are there. Now git log one commit is there, sir. Now what I have to take is here I want to consider git. Okay, git init I'm using. What it is going to take, sir? Git init I'm taking. Reinitialized existing git repository. Okay, like it is telling. Reinitialized existing repository. Like now ls, my two files are available as it is. Git ls hyphen files, two files are there. Okay, git log even commits also there. Then what it is doing? Reinitializing means everything is available. Maybe internally the space may be refreshed, something like. Okay, if it is already git init, already git initializer, calling git init reinitialization, nothing. There is no difference at all as of now. Yes, Manish? All the people are in the position to understand. Even after git init again, we are not seeing any difference. Okay, because all files are available. Yes, files are there. Git ls hyphen files are there. Next and after that git okay, here git what we can log. Yes, everything is already available, right? Okay, that's fine. So git init, even you are calling by mistake second time, nothing will be happen, don't worry at all. That's it. So as of now, what is the purpose of how you can what is the use of git init command? I hope it's clear for you. Next and after that, how you can add the files to staging area? Any doubt? How you can add the files to staging area? Any doubt about this? Okay, well, next and after that, git commit hyphen m, how you can provide commit message. Okay, like it is also clear for you people, right? Now I have one small doubt is there, sir. Listen carefully, these words are very important. Observe carefully. Now what my requirement is, sir, if I use git status on branch master, nothing to commit, working tree is clean. Okay, listen carefully, working tree is clean. Okay, like yeah, git log will not list which files are committed. Manish, it is not going to list which files are committed, but which files are there, there is a way to find. That part we will discuss in the next. Don't worry, it is always going to tell commit. Yes, your total content is available in this commit id. It is a hash, sir, which is going to represent your file content. Remember, which is going to represent your file content. Okay, so you can get which files are there in the particular commit. There are some comments are there, don't worry, we will discuss next. Here one small thing I have to discuss here. Now a.txt b.txt already tracked by okay, git or not? Can you please confirm? Very important point I want to talk. Please listen carefully. Is it already tracked or not? Yes, it's already tracked. Now what I want to take is, let me modify these files. Okay, cat a.txt second line just I added control D. Next cat b.txt sir, second line just I added control D. Okay, now if I use git status, yes, modified, everything is expected or not? Modified. Okay, well, now I want to commit these changes. Can you please tell what is the way, sir? I want to commit these changes. What is the way? Please confirm. First we have to add a.txt b.txt. Okay, and then we have to commit hyphen m. Okay, sir, here commit message something like you have to type. This is usually, but if the files already tracked by git command, we can combine these two things into a single git commit hyphen a hyphen m, sir, commit message. Observe this carefully. It will add changes to the staging area and then commit with this message. Are you getting what is this command, sir? But make sure this concept is not, this shortcut is not applicable for newly created files. This shortcut is applicable already the files tracked by git. Okay, so directly we can combine these two things. Okay, with this only for modified files only. Yes, this type of thing is applicable. Now observe that. Let me cross check. Git commit hyphen a hyphen m. Okay, hyphen a hyphen m. Okay, modified a.txt and b.txt. Okay, like this I'm taking, sir. Okay, modified a.txt and b.txt. Okay, like sir, here just modified a.txt and so on. Yes, now observe git log. How many commits will be there? Please confirm. How many commits will be there now? Respond. Git log. How many commits are there? Yes, 2 commits are there. This is the, sir, this is second commit, and this one is the first commit. Okay, second commit we did at 9:34, but second commit we did, I mean, first commit we did at 9:34, second commit we did at 9:41. Is that clear for you people? Yes. Any doubt up to this? Okay. So what you require to do is install Git on the Windows machine, and then so whatever commands I covered, just better to practice. Okay, Git init, Git init, one command I covered. Next, and after that, Git init, one command I covered. Git yard, okay, Git commit, Git commit, Git status, okay, Git status, and then Git log, okay, like next Git ls files, okay, normal ls. Okay, like just these are things you people should aware. In the next session, I will briefly explain. I will briefly give, sir, what these commands are going to do. Already you aware, just practice, familiar with the terminology. Okay, so that we will continue further. Yeah. So even this shortcut also we covered. Git commit -a -m followed by sir commit message you can take, but make sure this is applicable only for modified files, not for the new files. Okay, clear? Yes. Okay, now Nirmal is asking one small doubt. Okay, can we specify particular modified file for committed directly? Yes, why not? Why not? Here, what here this shortcut won't work. This shortcut won't work. What you have to take is git yard only b.txt. I want git yard only b.txt, and then git commit -m. Sorry, here commit message. Are you getting? Commit message like sir, here for commit message you can use either single quote or double quote, no problem at all. Single quote you can use or double quote you can use, no issue at all. Clear? Everyone in the position to understand? Slowly we are entering into the Git world. That's why better to practice these things up to this. Okay, right, sir, thank you. Hi friends, welcome to Durga Soft and welcome to DevOps. Okay, so now just observe what is DevOps. Okay, so do you know most of the people are feeling that okay, development and operations, okay, like some people, okay, so just you should aware, some people are going to feel it is a new technology came in the market, or it is a new tool came in the market, correct? What about your feeling? What is the DevOps, sir? Is it a technology or is it a new tool? Respond, because if I ask any person, which is the most trending thing in the current market, okay, like DevOps is the most trending. Okay, that's why I'm learning like so what is a DevOps? In a single word you have to tell, is it a tool or is it a technology? Okay, like sir, take very special care. Okay, DevOps is not a new tool in the market. Okay, remember carefully, sir, it is not a new tool or new technology in the market. Okay, it is not a new tool, it is not a new technology in the market. Okay, like then what is the DevOps, sir? Okay, it is not a tool, it is not a technology. What is that? It is a culture what we have to follow. It is a new process what we have to follow. Okay, like it is a new culture. Okay, it is a new culture or process, sir. It is a new culture what we have to follow, or it is a new process what we have to follow to develop, release, to develop, release, and maintenance, and Maintenance on software product. Okay, maintenance on software application or project or product. Okay, like software product, like so. If you want to develop or release or maintain a software application, complete life cycle of software application or software project or product, so a new culture came in the market, a new process we have to follow. Okay, like a new culture came in the market, right? So next, with higher quality, with the higher quality. Okay, so with the high quality I have to develop a project. Okay, with in faster way, in very faster way. Okay, like within very less time only I have to do that. Okay, so if you want to develop your project, if you want to maintain your project with a high quality and faster way, the best process, a new culture came in the market or a new process came in the market. Okay, that culture or process itself is nothing but DevOps. Everyone in the position to understand? Yes, friends. So don't feel it's a technology. Don't feel it's a tool. Don't feel it's a tool. Don't feel it's a technology. It is a culture or process, okay, to develop, release, maintenance of software application with a higher quality in very faster way. Okay, like so the beauty of DevOps is we can achieve by using automation tools. Remember this one, sir, by using automation tools. Okay, like sir, what is automation tool? Okay, all these which tools are there, these part I will discuss. Okay, just a basic idea what you people should aware. Sir, DevOps is not a new tool. DevOps is not a new technology. DevOps is a culture we have to follow, or process we have to follow to develop projects with a high quality and in shorter time. Such type of thing, such type of new culture or new process itself is nothing but DevOps. Any doubt up to this? Please confirm. Are you in the position to understand the words? Words, right? Okay, well. Next, sir, for any software development in the organization, sir, for any software development and maintenance, for any software project, there are two groups of engineers are working, sir. Okay, for any software product, for any software product, two types of engineers, two groups of engineers will work together. Remember this, two groups of engineers are required, or engineers will work, sir. Okay, will work. So for any software product, sir, have you heard about sir, have you observed, right? The first one is development group. What is the first one, sir? Can you please spell out? Okay, respond. What is the first one? Development group. Development group is the first one. Second one, sir, development group. Second one is sir, non-development group, which is also known as operations group. Operations group. These people are considered as operations group. Sir, non-development group. Non-development group. Non-development group. Okay. Or sometimes we can use administrators group. Administrators group. Okay, like we can use the word. So if you want to understand DevOps, first you should aware these two groups. Okay, DevOps is nothing but development and operations. Development and operations. Like, sir, what is development group? What is operations group? First you should aware, then you can understand the word of DevOps very easily. Any doubt? Are you getting right? So what about these two? Sir, further, there are, again, this classification can be divided into, sir, within the development group, there is again coding group is there. Next and after that, coding group is there. Next and after that, sir, what we call testing group, like multiple subgroups are there. But anyway, our concentration is always on main only these groups. Okay, again, okay, if you want, again this classification can be divided into small set of groups. A small set of groups. But anyway, these small sets of groups, we are not required to worry. Our concentration is always on what is the development group, what is the operations group. Like, you people should aware. Any doubt about up to this, we will discuss in detail, don't worry at all. Okay, like, sir, what is a development group? So to understand DevOps word, first you should have clarity about these ones are development group and operations group. Sir, what is the development group? Sir, usually, if you want to develop a project, sir, which persons are required? Can you please confirm? Generally, which persons are required to develop a project, sir? I want to develop a project. Which persons are required? I want to develop a project. I want to release to the client. Sir, generally, which roles are required? Yeah, excellent. Developers are required. Developers are required. Are coders. Can I use the word developers are coders? Next and after that, do you know business analyst must be required? Remember that a bit very carefully, sir. Sir, here this person is called business analyst. 1 minute, 1 minute. Okay, no problem. Business analyst must be required. Who is the responsible to gather requirements from the client? Business analyst must be required. Okay. Next and after that, do you know system analyst must be required? Okay. He is the responsible to analyze the requirements, whatever this business analyst got, okay, will be converted into functional requirements specification. Like, he's responsible to analyze. System analyst must be required. Next, design architect must be required. Have you observed? Design architect. Do you know this business analyst? Shortly the people are going to use BA. System analyst. Shortly the people are going to use SA. Next, design architect. Architect is required. Architect DA. Okay, like we can. Next, developers are coders. Most of the times, do you know, we are talking about this one. Developers are coders. Okay, like, next, developer. Once the developer developed the code, remember this one. Once the developer developed the code, that total code we have to integrate together, and we have to release, we have to convert into, okay, deliverable thing. Okay, this thing is called build the applications are ER file, where file, jar file, something like a build engineer is required. Correct or not? Build engineer. Sir, build and release engineer, somewhere you may heard about this role. Build engineer. What is the meaning of this build? I will explain in detail. Don't worry at all, sir. Next, testers are required or not? Test engineers are required or not? Can you please spell out? Test engineers are, QA team is required, something like QA is required, like. So now take very special care about this one. All these people, either directly or indirectly, are responsible to develop a software product. Okay, so these people are belongs to which groups? Are development group. Most of the people are going to fail. Development group means developers are coders. No. Okay, it is the dev team. Developers are coders. Is the part of development group. There are all these people who are responsible, okay, to develop, to deliver a project. Such type of this group is by default considered as development group. Sir, I can use the word the people, okay, the people who are involving, the people who are involving, okay, involving, the people who are involving, okay, just who are involving in planning means, do you know, requirements collection, requirements analysis, design, like a planning. These all together is by default considered planning. Next, the coding. Next, build the application. Next, and after that, do you know, testing. The people who are involving in these activities, who are involving these areas are considered as development group. Okay, are considered as development group. Remember a bit very carefully, sir. So I can use the word all these people are considered as development group only. Any doubt about this? Yes, Nirmal, was you ready? Yes, have you observed, right? Okay, all these people, the people who are involving in sir planning, requirement collection, requirement analysis, like, sir, like, next and after that, next coders, build under testing. Okay, sir, build engineer will come after testing, right? Was you ready? Need not be. So first, multiple developers are responsible to code. Okay, the total code should be integrated and converted into the build. Now that build we have to send it to the QA team for testing purpose. Yes. Okay. So this is these are the examples what you people should be aware. While the concept is going on, you people will get much clarity. Just observe the basic terminology, right? Yes, Nirmal. Are you getting? So what they are responsible? Okay. So requirement gathering, requirement analysis, and design, like coders are responsible. Next, build. Sir, build. We have to discuss each activity in detail. Don't worry at all. There we have to talk. Okay. Almost it's a big course. Almost around 2 to 3 months course. There all these things we are going to get just aware. So operation. So up to this development group. Not required to keep any explanation, right? Clear. Sir, what is the other group? I forgot. What is the other group, sir? I forgot. You have to tell. What is the other group? Operations group. Remember this one. Operations group. Okay, like. Sir, now I have one small doubt, sir. Okay. Sir, this word you have to aware clearly. Very, very important, sir. Sir, the project developers are okay ready to move to the client mission. Okay, listen carefully. Ready to move to the client mission. Development group job completed. Assume that. So to move to the client mission, so we have to configure required softwares or not? Respond. We require to configure required softwares or not? Yes. Okay. So for that, configuration engineer is required. Remember this one, sir. Configuration engineer is required. C means configuration engineer. Don't feel okay. Compile time error. Okay, like next thing is okay, to maintain this system admin must be required. If it required database admin must be required. Regarding database admin must be required. Next, so whether applications are working properly or not, whether the system database everything is working properly or not, monitoring team must be required. Correct, right? Monitoring team must be required. So all these people are by default considered operations team. Now you should aware. So these people nowhere related to the development. These people nowhere related to the development. Sir, project is ready. We have to talk about sir configurations, system management, system admin. Okay, like these people are by default considered operations group. Remember a bit very, very carefully about this one. Okay, like sir, now the people who are involving. Okay, sir, here just the people who are involving. The people who are involving in okay release. Okay, release, sir, project release, sir, project release. Okay, like project release. Next, deployment. We have to deployment, release. Next, operations. Next, and after that, monitor. Okay, monitor. So release, deployment, operations. Okay, just operate means operations, network engineer, system admin, like monitoring, like the people who are involving in these are considered operations group. Remember this a bit very carefully, sir. Operations group. So after project complete development, then the operations team will come in the picture. Remember this one, sir. Okay, like can you please give example for this? Yes, respond. Can you please give an example for this? Yes, friends. So can you please give an example? Configuration engineer. Next, can I use the word system administrator, database admin, database admin, network admin, okay, network admin, okay, like network admin, like etc. All these people are by default considered as operations team. Remember this a bit very carefully, sir. Release engineers, like release engineers, okay, release engineers, like all these people are by default considered, yeah, operations group. But all the almost whatever we are going to discuss every day, we have to talk about these words. There you will get much clarity. Even at this stage, a bit abstract, don't worry at all. Okay, like, sir, now total project life cycle. There are two types of teams are going to involve. One is development group, the second one is operations group. Okay, like so development group is the responsible to involve in the planning, coding, build and testing. So once the development got completed, now operations team is going to start in the picture. They are responsible to release, deploy, operations and monitoring. Like, sir, now basic idea you people should got, I hope. Correct, right? Yes, friend. Are you in the position to understand the basic idea? What is the development group and what is the operations group? Sir, DevOps is a combination of development and operations. DevOps is a combination of development and operations, right? Remember this one. So, do you know? So, the main objective of the DevOps is to establish, to implement collaboration between these two teams to deliver, okay, the project within the less time with the high quality. Remember a bit very carefully, sir. The main objective of DevOps is to establish collaboration between these two teams. Now, if you observe that, I have one diagram is there. Okay, now I hope this is the logo of the DevOps. Okay, now observe. Are you seeing any different thing here? Can you please observe that? Here, have a look once, sir. This part is called the development part. Okay, this is plan, code, build, and then test. Okay, they are responsible for planning, coding, building, and then test. Release, so operations part, release, deploy, operate, monitor, like these part is by default considered as okay, operations. Now, to establish or to implement collaboration between these two people as a single team to deliver and monitor the things effectively, which is this new type of culture itself is nothing but, okay, DevOps. Are you in the position to understand? Yes, friends. Okay, which tools are required? Those tools we are going to discuss in detail. As of now, don't worry about the tools. Just aware the basic terminology you have to understand, right? So the main objective of DevOps, DevOps is to implement, okay, to implement collaboration, to implement collaboration between development and operation teams. Development, okay, development and operation teams, development and operation, okay, operation teams to fulfill our requirement. That's also, this is what is the DevOps. Sir, what is the meaning of development? What is about operations, right? So up to this, I hope it's very clear for you people, right? So it is not a new tool, it is not a new technology in the market, it is a new culture, new process we have to adapt to develop, release and maintenance of software products with higher quality in faster way. Okay, like how you can do that? There are multiple automation tools we are going to use. Okay, like multiple automation tools we are going to use. Okay, like next, sir, what is the meaning of ops? Okay, now basic idea, I hope you got up to this. Clear, friends? Okay, don't think too much about this. Okay, just the basic overall idea, because the total course we have to talk about these words only. Okay, what's already I told? Don't worry about, sir, configuration engineer will be replaced by Docker tool in DevOps, like so. Don't worry about tools. This is not correct time. We will discuss all these things in detail. Okay, now, so this is what you people should aware, right? Sir, now I have one small thing is there, sir, to understand the beauty of this new culture. Okay, we have to aware, array, what are various existing software development models. Okay, why we have to go for these DevOps? Then you will get much clarity, sir. Okay, to understand, okay, to understand the beauty of or this new, to understand this new DevOps culture. Have you observed the word? Now I'm not using the word technology or tool. To understand this new DevOps culture, we have to aware already existing SDLC models. Remember a bit carefully, sir. We should aware already existing SDLC models. Models compulsory. We should aware. Okay, like sir, the first one. Do you know there are several models are there? Have you heard about any SDLC model? What is the meaning of SDLC, friends? Why respond? What is the meaning of SDLC? Okay, yeah, SDLC means software development life cycle. Software development life cycle. Can you please tell what is the meaning? What is the meaning of SDLC? Okay, can you spell out some software development software SDLC models? Yes, friends, please observe. Sir, have you heard about waterfall model? Okay, respond. Have you heard about waterfall model? From our childhood onwards, I hope you people may aware. Have you heard about prototype model? Prototype model, just the names only. You are not required to worry much about these. Okay, even you don't know also, don't worry. We will discuss. Next, incremental or iterative model. Incremental or iterative model. Okay, like next, you may heard about spiral model. Spiral model. Okay, you may heard about rad model. Rad model. Rapid. Okay, like next, you may heard about okay, rad spiral model, rad model. Next, big bang model. Okay, big bang model. Okay, like next, you may heard about fish model. Okay, fish model. Next, V model. Next, agile model. Okay, agile model. Okay, you may add. Have you observed? So this is, even you don't know about these words, don't worry, sir. I'm here to discuss. But anyway, whatever required, we are going to discuss as unnecessary. So we are not required to discuss all the things. Okay, like so if you aware these, then the beauty of DevOps, you can aware very easily, sir. Okay, DevOps model I can use. Okay, DevOps culture I can use, because it is also a software development model only. It's also a software development model only. If you aware these, then you can understand DevOps culture very easily. The beauty of DevOps, sir, why the software companies are running towards DevOps, then you can aware clearly, right? Okay, but anyway, among these, the oldest model, waterfall model, sir, the most recent model, I mean before DevOps, the most hot cake model in the market, agile model. These are two things I will discuss until. So what is the need of going for DevOps, so that you people can get much clarity? Can I start the cinema? Yes, friends. Okay, all these models are there. Earlier, I handled one batch.